Welcome everybody. Thank you so much for being here. My name is 4x4. That is TDS. We've got LTA South playoff action, or should I say qualification stage, elimination stage, whatever. It's playoffs. You know what it's happening. The top three are going to go to Houston, play against the LTA North teams. Two of those teams have already qualified, so that means that the other six have to mud wrestle for one last spot. Flukes with W7M bit the dust yesterday, got manhandled 3-0 by Loud. And today, we got a team kill, an LLA Classical between Isurus Gaming and Leviathan. I've got TDS with me here to cast the whole thing. TDS, how are you, my friend?
I'm excited. Like you were mentioning before, it's going to be getting down and dirty for that last qualification spot, and it's going to be exciting. Like there's multiple teams here that can really make an argument for that last qualification spot. I'm not that optimistic about LATAM's chances at being the ones that will be in that spot, but hey, there's always going to be a chance if you're still alive, and that's exactly what one of these two teams want to do. Because let's be realistic, one of these two teams have the potential to do it, but I feel like with some of the changes, with some of the things that are going on, there's probably one that is a little bit more hyped than the other.
Yeah, and let's just get right into it. That Isurus lineup, they made a change with kind of some knock-on effects of essentially what's happening in the LTA North. Yep. Zamudo, who was supposed to be Lion's top laner, visa issues, etc. Surti played up there, and then, oh man, okay, we've got Echo going. We'll try to. Okay, here, I muted myself in minutes. Let's see if that helps. But Zamudo, he was able to play. He wasn't able to play up there for Lion LTA North. Surti came in there. He's been, clapping heads, and then he came down here to partner with Dozadioto, Miru, Snaker, and Ackerman, and then now TDS. They got a really interesting wrinkle here because Zamudo, he's an absolute stud in North American Tier 2 for a long time.
Yep.
I know you're familiar with North American Tier 2, so actually, why don't you tell us what Zamudo could bring besides G-Roster?
So one of the biggest things that I think we've been able to notice from Zamudo's rise, I would say, has been a lot of his flexibility in the way that he's been playing. Because I remember before getting more of the hype into the Merivale, now Dark Zero roster, was the fact that he was able to be a pretty good mainstay in the top lane thanks to some changes that were happening with Miles as well in the process, and then he became really consistent after that. Then his carry potential once again was able to be activated, and that allowed for the rest of the team to get a lot of value out of that. And I think that flexibility in what he provides for the team. Plus, also, I think his laning phase has been something really, really good to notice in a lot of situations. Has been something that propped him up quite heavily in terms of the NACL, and then now looking into LTA North before, and now LTA South. I also think that he doesn't have a lot of complications to really adapt to a playstyle of the team depending on what the team needs, because he can either play a little bit more reserved, not necessarily in his playstyle, but more so for what the team needs, or he can be more aggressive, he can play more of the carry style, and still be able to deliver for the team. I think that flexibility is something to really look forward to, especially in a team like this that I feel like one of the main points that I'm always looking for in the series is going to be their mid-jungle duo, and having another strong laner to add to that mix can be really ideal to maybe open up a little bit more for Snaker and Acroman. Yeah.
House stepped in, been fine. The rest of the map stood up. What is Seward able to offer? Let's be real, right? I mean, what has been able to be provided, especially in the solo lanes, right? Or sorry, it wasn't Miru, it was Leza. That's outdated. Apologies. Miru is now in BKS. He's been absolutely clicking heads right now. But
Yep.
Mudo, right? He offers another dimension where Zothvi and House, they're fine, but I think kind of like you were alluding to TDS in the intro, these two teams just seem like they're kind of on different tiers right now.
Yeah, it feels like there's one that is just slightly better, or more so, like it feels more slightly prepared for what is to come, and the other one is kind of trying to look for answers. That being said, obviously, because both of them did make changes, it does feel like maybe both of them are in a similar situation. But overall, it's going to be more prevalent or present in what they show up in this game. But I feel like I, at the very least, feel a little bit more favor towards the series than I feel to Leviathan in just the context of how the series looks like to me.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, let's see how this draft goes. They did leave the Gwen open, so Zothvi is going to get his carry pants on. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm testing out the echo as well. So, okay, seems like it's fine now. Hell yeah. Woo, let's go. All right, so we should be in business here. Thank you, chat, for keeping us honest here. Thank you, Dia, for pulling their levers behind. It won't be at Bessa Jungle because that Jose Dodo Wukong was locked in, and also Griffin's the only guy who can play at Bessa Jungle as far as I'm concerned. But drafting the Orianna here in game one, this kind of surprised me. I mean, some of the bans didn't surprise me, especially on the blue side. But then on the red side, right, taking away Yunara has all of a sudden skyrocketed in priority. Now that guys have figured out how to play this champion. But all these really big scaling AD carries, it makes a lot of sense that that's been taken away from Snaker and Ackerman, right? It's the top side gets you through the early game, and the bottom side carries you through the late game. That's been kind of ISG's identity.
Yeah, exactly, and trying to put attention to that, especially not only with the bans on both sides, because we've already seen 4 80 carry bans coming through, and then obviously when you consider that this is going to be a long series, you have to take into account the fact that you take now 2 80 carries off, the pool is going to shrink and shrink consistently in terms of how many 80 carries you can actually play. So it's going to be fun seeing how much are they going to try and grab from the bag and see what stakes or what works. But with another 80 carry ban, there's already three. There's already 3 on the side of Leviathan. There's 2 on the side of Azures, and I'm expecting maybe they're going to attempt a support ban here, because it's weird that we haven't seen any support bans. I think typically we see more support bans than 80 carry bans consistently, and instead it's going to be the Corki. So 6 80 carry bans total, plus the 2 that are going to be taking here. That's already attacking the pool really heavily.
Yes, 6 total in game one is kind of wild. Especially when one of those is Misfortune. That really surprised me. I mean, again, she's kind of, here and there in some of these compositions, but the composition really has to revolve around her, I feel like, right? I mean, maybe you can slam, because if you're on blue side, you can slam kind of, 4 or 5 in one fell swoop. So
yeah,
you got to take something of that Misfortune comp away. But instead, it will be the Lucian. Again, you just get so far down the priority order. And look, Titan has played the Lucian, right? Especially, even this year, right? He's kind of fallen out of favor. But when you get this deep in the bag, Milio's still on the board, Nami's still on the board, right? Kuri has played that really, really well. The Pike Hover is kind of standard for these guys. Bard would be an incredible option, I think. I think this champion is in such an insane place right now. That's not just because I've been watching Lucio. Alistar will be the pick here. TDS, you're making a stank face like someone farted in front of you.
I don't like the Alistar here, not because it's necessarily a bad pick, but because I feel like they are forcing themselves into being the ones engaging. But I don't like the Alistar so much as a pairing for the Lucian. I think, first of all, if you want to go for a tank, I think Braum here would have worked a little bit better, because they already have way too much engage on the Leviathan. So the Braum kind of dissuades that much more effectively, and it's able to let or set up the team for a better re-engage that Zamudo and Jose Diodo does have in their pockets to be able to pull off. The other problem here is that I feel like it takes away a little bit as well from the Lucian's laning phase prowess, because it takes until level 2 to first start things off, and then also it's not a champion that will contest effectively or win effectively, better said, the level 2 power spike. And that's something that in this sort of matchups against Kaisa, level 2 power spikes can be really, really important. Also against the Nautilus that can lock you down. So I think early on, I would have liked something more effective to try and win that. Then in later stages, even though you do have a way to disengage from fights, I feel like the effectiveness from a champion, once again, like the Braum, is much bigger because there's more tools on the side of Leviathan to make the engage happen compared to what Isurus has. Like, they have a Wukong and a Ambessa, that's fine, yes. But I feel like with the Alistar, you get more engaged, but your re-engage or disengage potential is way too lacking in comparison, and they can get on top of your Victor and Lucian really easily with this.
Yeah, I mean, Lucian's pretty mobile, right? But the Victor, maybe not quite as much, right? You really have to be the first ones to the fight. And if Ambessa's going to be the one kind of diving into the back line, right, she's not going to be that. You really have to count on, I feel like, the engage going perfectly and the team fight going a very specific way, you being the first ones there. And now, to be fair, Isurus have shown themselves to be a slightly better team. So,
correct.
Odds are they will be in those advantageous positions in these fights. But on the other side, let's talk about that in just a little bit. We're going to take it to a quick break when we come back. out of the game. But if you get Zamudo, I think especially as someone who like has just joined this roster, hopefully we are back right now. Zamudo, first one to a completed item that I saw anyway. A couple others have been Under Sky, Essence Reaver, Rod of Ages now. Rod of Ages, a little bit better, question mark, after the buffs. I mean, so far this item seems like it lives on the nice edge of being the best value for money as far as a mid lane item. But Asurus, with that 1,000 gold lead, they are the big dogs, kind of heading into whatever next fight they take. While we were away, Leviathan did take that first dragon, so it wasn't exactly an objective trade, but Leviathan, they do get something on the board here. The game, little by little, feels like slipping away.
Yeah, it feels like they are trying to grab whatever scraps they can get, and that's obviously not the most ideal way of trying to play it. Also, quite a late dragon when you consider how soon it's spawned and how the control was for them. It's not the most ideal thing, because if you want to play for later stages, having a dragon spawn so late is kind of counterintuitive in that sense. But overall, for Asurus though, the control of the game has been really good. They don't need to overly push the issue, because they do have a Victor, and their late team is going to be really good with that champion. And then also, they have quite a good amount of food to be able to make power or make value in this side. We learned a little bit about this before everything happened, but it's a lot on how Zamudo can push the issue on the side lane and really don't have anyone to contest against him. And even Leta can put a little bit of pressure there, because his wave clear is so quick that you need to respond quickly to whatever he does on the side lane. And then joining a fight is obviously going to be much stronger comparatively. So there's a lot of tools for Asurus to really try and find something in their favor.
Zothvi just keeping on getting bullied here. Throws out the W. Ackerman going to wipe away this ward. They know he's there. As the hover up a little bit from CEO, just kind of shadowing, making sure that doesn't go too off the rails here. But Zamudo, that lead, keeping on extending. And to be, to give Zothvi credit as he gets his first item going here. Only 3 CS down, so he's doing kind of the best he can with what he's got. Now opting into a different lane matchup, as Hao is going to try to deal with Zamudo, at least for the foreseeable. Turret plate's about to fall. That's where a big chunk of this gold lead has come from, right? You see on that top side, all that gold. I mean, yes, the kills have come in, but it is a lot of that turret plating gold going over to the side of Asurus. They have traded, actually, Asurus, or Leviathan a little bit, but just this early game going marginally better for Asurus. But again, you cannot count out still the fact that on the other side, CEO, he can still be a monster on this Kaisa. Zothvi still, he's the one I'm kind of looking at on the Gwen to be that big old win condition. We talked about a little bit how maybe you would have liked to see the Braum for Alistar, for Asurus, right, for this competition to kind of, disengage or re-engage on the side of Leviathan, right? You've got actually really reliable team fights set between Vi, Orianna, and Nautilus. You got CC for days here for this Leviathan comp.
Yeah, it's really ideal. Like, if they can make the most out of it, which they 100% can with what they are able to set up, it should be really strong for them to get fights going, don't have to worry much about how they want to start them, and that's the advantage, like you're mentioning, with the Alistar. If you have the Braum, you get more chances of protection for the Lucian. But with the Alistar, you can engage the fights, you can start them, and do whatever you want. And I think that that's why some teams would rather have the agency of doing what they want instead of having to play at what the enemy team wants to do. And it really depends on the style in some of those situations. But if they are ahead, which Asurus is currently, it can work out even much better. As there's a slight dive attempt here. They are coming with the teleport from Sothway, plus the Vi also waiting here on the side. But Alistar is ready to move.
Yeah, and you wonder if Scary was seen. As we are going to 1 second. There we go. All right. Sorry, we're dealing with the with the issues. But yeah, as that dive attempt didn't quite go off, Dragon going to be up in another 30 seconds here. Still a little bit of time up on the top side to go for an objective trade. But Leviathan, right, like we said, they were able to sneak that. Actually got a couple of petals from, I don't know, somewhere. They're trying to get kind of some sort of surprise play here, try to get back into this game. The pick comp, again, it's not a pick comp, but the pick potential this competition does have, right? TDS was talking about it. Ideal were the words that he said before he was removed from our presence. So as we try to fix the echo issues here. Scary, gonna get right onto this Dragon. Fair enough here. I think that it is known that that's where he is going to try to trade the top lane turret for it. As Zamudo, again, just kind of playing Farmville over there, playing Simulator on the other side. Herald was picked up by Jose Diode. He's going to crash it into the mid lane tier 2. So 2 Dragons, yeah, for Leviathan, as it will be a Cloud Soul that'll be on the table in about 10 or 15 minutes. But On the other side, I think this is a trade that Azurus are very, very happy with. The top side of the map has been opened up just to an immense, immense degree here. Zamudo really getting rolling here. And what a boon this could be, right? What an interesting wrinkle, right? Because Azurus, where even when it was IE, when it was Azurus Estral, the revolving door of top laners has led to success for them. Remember, ISG, or Azurus Estral, I should say, they were our 1 seed in Split 1. I know it feels like so long ago. It feels like a fever dream. These were our top 2 teams. And now they're not. I think, to put it, one factual way. Cade kind of usurped that 3rd spot, right, as far as the larger standings are concerned. But now, so leaves everybody else to mud wrestle. I would like to see, if we're just going to, get into podcast mode a little bit, I would like to see an Leviathan or an Ursurus make it to top 3. Because, one, especially from this position, it would be incredible if they were to get here, right, from the lower bracket, right, starting from, the double elim phase, essentially, or single elim for them, as it were. Because, as the hook lands here from top lop, a lot of damage coming in there onto Ackerman. He does have the Unbreakable Will, able to pop it. He should survive this. W goes out. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we've got an absolute battle going on here between the 2 mid laners. Leza able to flash away, try to get the damage down through the brush. But House will pick up his 2nd kill of the game here. Public Execution gonna miss as well. That's the 2nd time that's kind of happened, as House kind of getting away with one here. Zamudo not able to capitalize on the slight overexposure here from House. Did burn his ultimate, but as we know about Orianna, that ultimate will be back in, by the time I'm done with this sentence, it is already halfway back off cooldown. And now another tower taken from ISG. So they're kind of running this map 3 towers to 0. And then the pressure that ISG now are able to create with an experienced top laner like Zamudo, right? I mean, that's kind of the only question. The cease and desist does come through. Lots of damage from CEO, but Snaker playing it very well, playing respectfully, close to the tower. If he needed to get out of dodge, was able to get that flash going. Let's take another look at what happened kind of down here, right? These mid laners just kind of ran into each other. House had that little bit of extra damage and was able to kind of execute all his abilities here, right? Leza, you've got to hit every single one of your shots if you want to take down another mid laner in this 1v1. Jinx is stoked about it. What's Jinx and I'm trying to think. Jinx and Victor's relationship in Arcane. They didn't really cross over. So lore wise, yeah, I don't know, right? I mean, Victor just kind of went on his his God Complex arc in season 2. Didn't really impact Jinx. I mean, indirectly it did, right? But that wasn't really a storyline that crossed over. But anyway, but as I was saying, to rewind it way back, a good LATAM team means a healthier league, right? With these, with the merger kind of going on, right? And with the state of the leagues as they are right now. All right, we seem to be back with another caster. TDS, hopefully. We've got the audio issues fixed here, but I guess you really didn't miss much. I mean, House got another solo kill, so he's 2-0, but 3 towers now have been taken for ISG. All the tier 1s are in smithereens.
Yeah, trying to get control of the map. That's usually, I feel, how ISG try to play most of their games. I feel, and this comes up with the fact of having that many veterans, right? The fact that even in games that they don't feel like they are having a lot of kills or a lot of control, having those veterans that just play the macro game in general feels like how the play should be going more times than less. Now, they're trading the Atakan for essentially tier 2 top lane turret. I'm not against this sort of play, but this does give you a space for Leviathan to try and open up the map a little bit more. And this is a little bit of a question of what you value. If the objective is more valuable than just the map pressure, or the map pressure really is not that meaningful compared to having that objective that a lot of people value as one of the stronger ones right now in the game.
They do get 2 towers out of that, to be fair. So not an awful trade, but to your point, TDS, it's a lot of just permanent borrowed power that you are able to just stash into your inventory. And the gold lead has diminished actually pretty significantly with those 2 towers being taken down. I don't think they were objective bounties. They weren't behind by that much. But went from kind of 3K to 2K over the last minute here. And now you've got an interesting kind of situation here where actually both of Lev's carries are on 2 items. And you've got the upgraded boots. That's kind of the only differentiating factor as far as just current raw power. But it is still a lot of stats going to the favor of Azurus right now. Just again, just in terms of the adaptive force and the pedals that you get, 23-9 on that front. So Azurus still very much with the advantage here in these team fights. But you've got Zothvi and House both on 2 items, and Zothvi crucially has hit kind of his 2 big item spikes, right? That third one is going to be monstrous if it's like a Shadow Flame or something. We'll have to wait just a little bit to see how that goes. Asurus in complete control of the bot side of the map. They got the Atakana. Now they're looking to get this second dragon, or this third one, I should say.
Yeah, they want to start it here, but everyone wants to fight. Really nice cancel there. It is going to just be a fight now.
Public execution goes in as a shockwave gets 3 now, but is it enough for CEO to kind of mop up shop? Ackerman should be the next on the menu. He goes down. Wagyu beef served right up to the Leviathan 80 carry. The flash goes down as well. Zamudo still in a pretty good spot here. House has to sidestep the W and sidesteps it into certain death. CEO try to take just someone down with him, but has to fight against the brush. That's a fight you're never going to win if you've got to auto attack. It's a 4-for-1, a trade that Asurus will happily take to get the dragon as well.
Yeah, they get so much value out of that play. It's not only the teamfight victory, the dragon as well, the map control now back in their favor, and a really nice demonstration of what the teamfight was going to be like for Asurus if they played it right. They have control of the area, they get first to the dragon, they start the dragon, yes, which I kind of disagree with that idea, but in general, they just wait for the side of the Leviathan to try and force it. And since this carry took the normal approach, it was much more difficult for him to engage because he goes for the Q instead of immediately ulting. He gets cancelled. They control the Vi there, and even though it's a really good ultimate from the house in that position, it catches only the members that are going to survive it. Samudo, Jose Diodo, and Snake Ackerman, are the ones that get caught in that shockwave. So Snaker and Lessa are still running amok in the fight without really having to worry about the damage. And the flank angle from South Bay, for as much as it's really good, it's way too late. So because there's such a disjointed way of starting the fight or forcing the fight by Leviathan, ISG can just take the right steps to play around it without really having to worry, and nobody ends up paying the price with their lives because of that. Really nice steps that Asurus took to really be able to take that fight. And Scary has, I don't think Scary has pressed ultimate yet. I'm not sure.
He did very early on. Since then,
okay, fair
I
enough.
don't know. Yeah, I think you might have been in fixing the audio jail when he did, but to your point, it has not been all that often. And you hit the nail right on the head. As top flop, just wrong place, wrong time. Good night, sweet prince. Yeah, he. What was I trying to say? Yeah, Zothvi, the flank from him, you hit the nail right on the head, right? It was just mistimed. He was in the right place, but not at the right time. The shockwave went off, and then by the time they recovered, then Zothvi goes in, and he just gets like chunk. He did absolutely nothing that fight, essentially, which was unfortunate, but it's the way it goes sometimes. And now Asurus with their first sizable lead of the game. Now Leviathan are really in a tough spot here because as the game gets more out of control, we've seen, I mean, even with a lesser item discrepancy, Zabuto was just manhandling Zothvi in the 1v1. So, I mean, where do you put him, right? I mean, I guess you stick him against wherever Leza is, and you give House the Zamudo matchup, right, in the side lane. So just because, like, oh, you've got range, have fun.
Yes, I think ideally that would be just House clearing waves and hoping for the best, because one public execution can really just be the death of House as well, or at the very least a flash out. Like Samudo, whenever he gets on top of anyone, it really can be life and death difference, just because of how much damage he does have right now, and mobility as well to add on top of that. It's important to see how Leviathan wants to try and get the lane assignments going, and how they want to try and set it up so that they can fight for objectives, because another important thing is House doesn't have teleport. So now he cannot be away from the team, because if he is away, you miss out on essentially, 60% of your team fight value goes down when House is not close by. So they need to understand that lane assignments really need to go with teleport in hand as well.
It does feel like they're just on the back foot, right? I mean, like you said, understanding the lane assignments, but it'll be interesting to see how much they can actually dictate that. Because, again, they have decent pick tools if they can get someone isolated. But ISG, so far, playing a pretty controlled game out. They haven't faced, incredible opposition. It's just, they haven't made any mistakes. And then an objective comes around, they fight over it, they win. That's kind of how the last 10 minutes have gone for ISG.
Yeah.
Baron looks like it's next on the table. No, I say that. Cloud Drake up in just a little bit here. Asurus now 4,000 gold up, right? Not counting the value you get from the Atakan. So probably looking like 5 or 6, realistically. Like you said, man, that it is just valued so highly. The raw combat power you get is astronomical. Dragon looks like it'll be the next one on the table, just trying to keep Leviathan away from that sole point. Maybe you let Lev take it and you go for the Baron on the other side.
Yeah.
But I don't think the damage is quite there yet. You don't have kind of a certified tank shredder right now as far as Snaker's build is concerned. So I think that's a riskier move because especially when you don't have to kind of play this game of chicken, right? In a straight up 5v5, you're going to bonk these kids on the head.
Yeah, I feel like if you match 5v5 for 5v5, right now you just have a better chance at making it work out. And also, you can kind of play a 4v5 actually as an area where if you just leave Zamudo in the opposite side of the map objective that you want to play for, you can just push the issue with that in mind. The thing though that I feel like ISG will try and do is just push on the side that they want to play with and make it so that they have to respond to the minion waves. Right now, Leviathan is not at a point where they need to worry about Assault that much, so they can also give it up. And I feel like as long as Baron buff is on the map, you can also threaten it really effectively with the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa, like you were alluding to, is not ISG doesn't have it, but Leviathan does. Kai'Sa is a really good Baron taking champion, so if you give the opportunity for Leviathan to take it, they can really try and rush it.
Yeah, and so you see all the attention being paid here, right? I mean, the dragon was taken in kind of the blink of an eye, and that was very well done by Asurus, making sure that there was no even contest there. But now you can fully just turn all of your attention there as CEO. Going to pick up the Terminus, and a valuable AD carry item, but usually you kind of see that, well, I don't know, maybe just for me, I see that a little bit later in the build, but CEO knowing he needs a little bit of that extra durability to survive these team fights right now. Getting good value out of that item. Pretty much every single summoner is up as Snaker grabs himself the Infinity Edge, so he's on 3 items as well, plus those upgraded boots.
Yeah, I feel like with CEO, it's more likely that he's thinking that the next fight could be the last one, so he's trying to maximize stats for a last fight than anything else. Not saying it's a bad item or not, but like you're mentioning, it's not an item that you see built before a certain point, and at this point, it's probably just if we force a fight for the next objective in the next, 3 or 4 minutes, what can I get to maximize damage output? And this is probably one of the best choices that you have, and also one of the best chances you will get with the Kai'Sa, because it's not like Kai'Sa is a hyper late game carry or a monster in the late game. It's a pretty comparable, I would say, champion to Lucian. I feel like they are pretty comparable in certain situations of the late game. So as long as she can get into the backline or get into a spot where she can try and fight, she can do a lot of damage. But the problem is that if they don't get more fighting chances, it's going to be pretty meaningless. And I think that's why CEO is betting on the next fight to really make it work out or to really find that last angle. But the side of Leviathan needs to find it. Oh, not like that, though.
Oh, no. Scary went in completely blind. He's got to flash away. The Cyclone goes out. Top Lop can't get in at all. He pulls out the Death Charge. He does flash away. Zamudo now coming in hot. House does have that TP.
Oh,
Use it immediately. Big headbutt.
That is so good.
Big public execution.
Oh,
and it
wait,
should
though.
just be, well, hold on a second. Zothvi running riot in the back line. Chaos Storm getting bigger and bigger. House and Zothvi alive. That means you've got a chance. Scary trying to get back in there for just a little bit more CC. Zamudo should be able to take down House here. That'll be the last of the damage. But Zothvi going absolutely demonic right now with 3 items, and he's got a lot more health and a shutdown in his pocket. That fight did not at all go the way I was expecting, TDS. Will they take the rest of it here? Zamudo certainly feeling confident in his self here with the Eclipse. He got that Death Dance in as well. Conqueror now popped here for Zothvi, and it's 2 shutdowns. What a turnaround for the Leviathan top laner. It's an ace.
Yeah, Zamudo was below 50% health there, really confident in the attempt to take it down there, but it was not going to work out. And a fight that was looking so bad for Leviathan turns out so good. But I think there's 2 defining moments in that fight that really turn it for Leviathan. It's one at the start and one in the middle. The start of it is that they threw so much to try and kill Scary, but the flash away meant that their focus was all on Top Lob. They threw the ultimate from Osetioto, they threw the engage from Ackerman, all on the Top Lob. And that is not going to be value in a lot of ways. It's going to be taken away in an effective manner. And then the other one, which I think we'll eventually get, but right now because of the Baron buff we're not seeing, it's the Shockwave. It catched 2 members, 2 of the most crucial members, and then they killed Snaker really quickly. It's only Lessa, and Lessa is just by himself on the other side trying to kill the jungler. The Baron buff is dead. They don't know about this.
Yeah, just yoinked it so quickly. And now Zothvi, with all that shutdown gold, got himself the plated steel caps. That's what it is nowadays, and has been for a couple years, so no excuse to still keep calling it Ninja Tabby 4x4, actually.
I will still do it. I don't care.
Yeah, it's hard. Old habits, man. But now he's on 3.5, basically almost 4 items. Let's get another look at this. Yeah, this looks so cooked for Leviathan when Scary went over the wall.
Yeah, the flash here just makes it so that they cannot re-engage. But then the other ultimate from Hosei doesn't find any value. But here, the re-engage by Ackerman is great. They find CO, but the shockwave here, finding Snaker and Hosei gets the double kill in that position. It's only Lessa and Zamudo. And I think Lessa, way too much focus on Scary. If he just sends the ultimate over to the middle and try and help Zamudo to get the kills on the side, they probably get more value out of their ultimate, and maybe they can kill House quicker and look into Southbay. But because they kind of separate themselves, it gets the team fight in a better spot for Leviathan. I think Zamudo killing himself here, he probably didn't need to go at all against Southbay in that position. What a flank angle.
Zothvi on the redemption arc.
Oh,
Choo
wait,
choo.
again.
Everybody get in. Public execution now finds Zamudo here. Or Zamudo, excuse me, got him with the public execution. Zothvi now looking for a way in. He's feeling really confident right now. Top lap is down. Scary is low, but CEO getting in there. If he can get enough damage down while this stopwatch is up, if he can come back. CEO positioning himself actually pretty well here. Zamudo gets on him, but now it's just Leza as the Crypt Bloom heal goes out. Ackerman goes down, and now Leviathan taking their second fight in a row. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, they're committing way too much on scary and meaningless champions. Like, they are not committing the right tools onto the most important ones. They try to go onto members that are just going to tank up their damage, and at the end it's not going to turn out that effectively. In that fight, for example, once again Scary is able to escape. They are not able to find the right engage angle, and because Ackerman is so far away from the play, it just turns out really badly. Like, I'm not against the way that Isurus wants to force some of these fights, but now they are getting hit with the syndrome that Leviathan had at the start of it. They are way too disjointed in how they are forcing it, and it's not working out. Like, the angle from Ackerman is fine, but this gives space for Scary to try and escape. Now Scary is alive once again. They are forcing too much onto Top Love. Top Love dies, yes, but now Sothby arrives, gets a free angle on Ackerman, and because they cannot close out that angle, it's just a free teamfight win. I think that they need to be more calm and collected in terms of how they want to force this, because it's way too easy for them to not only get the control on the members that they need to, but they are opening up so much space for both Ackerman and for Snaker and Lessa to be collapsed and consistently, and that's not what you want to do. If you want to blow a champion, that's fine, but you need to be consistent in how you're approaching that, and also not blow a lot on Top Lob and Scary. They are going to be fine by themselves. You want to blow House or CO before anything happens.
You've got to get onto those two. I mean, Zothvi, right, he when he throws down the W, and he's got the stopwatch as well, the Zhonya's that's coming back really quick here, and now he's got that Shadow Flame, 4 items. All of a sudden, I mean, TDS, I can't believe we're living in this reality right now. He was just getting blasted like 20 minutes ago, and now he's the only one on the Rift on 4 items, not named Snaker. Right now, he's just absolutely monstrous. Actually, no, House has 4 items as well. I mean, but that just shows you the swing this is taken in the solo lanes. I mean, it's just, this is really, really ugly right now. The big monster carries are a full item ahead of their counterparts right now. Snaker's the only one who kind of has the edge, if you will.
And it really goes to show that you can have a horrible early game, but as long as you play the game off normally, it's going to be fine. And I think that also is a kind of the double-edged sword that Isurus sometimes has, that even though they can be calm and collected in some situations, their passiveness also means that they give space for the enemy team. And that's the sort of thing that you kind of want to not allow to happen, because you can be aggressive without really slowing, or you can be passive without really slowing down the game, without giving away so much space that the enemy team can just come back into the game effectively. That's not something you want to give up, because at the end of the day, giving space means that you're giving time, and you're giving time to the other side. They are going to come back, and I think Leviathan did that really effectively, particularly Southbay being able to get to this point now. That doesn't mean that Southbay is immortal though. Like, yes, Sunjus is going to be valuable, but one of the biggest things from these fights is how long the members of Leviathan are surviving. And if we reach a point where one of them just gets blown up, then that doesn't really matter at the end, because Southbay can't just be controlled by the CC that AIG does have. So it's going to be an interesting game of who can get the better of the other, or who can kill the other quicker in a fight.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a couple of carries, right, on both sides that the longer they stay alive, I mean, just ramp and ramp and ramp. And with, I mean, excuse me, apologies. And both the top lanes, both the AD carries, extremely mobile as well, right? So they can get themselves out of pickles. They've got the barrier, right? Didn't even opt for the cleanse, relying on their own skill and mobility. And to be fair, not a ton of kind of super hard CC that's like cleansable, right? It's a lot of knockups with the Vi, with the Wukong. So the cleanse, you're not getting a ton of value out of that regardless here, right? The Shockwave, that's a knockup. Tough. But now, Leviathan, still only 1,000 gold ahead here, but it feels like the balance of this game has swung, I mean, just immensely right now. as the laser goes over the wall, just kind of revealing where exactly they are. Zothvi looking for a flank here, trying to get onto Jose Diodo or somebody here. Zothvi's a little desynced here, tries to get over the blast cone, does absolutely nothing. Scary again, gets blown up. A lot of resources blown on him. Zothvi can heal right back up. He can get that Conqueror stacked up and get back into this fight. Leza able to get the kill there. As Snaker gets it as well. This one, again, I was going to make the point that they beat me to it. If they get another desynced fight, Leviathan will not be able to pull this off. They still need the fights to go well. They're not that far ahead of ISG.
Yeah, the difference, like we were mentioning, it's really small, the margin of difference that they have in some of these fights. And also because of the timing where they lose, they actually will lose Baron Bob as well here. Really important fight that the side of ISG can end up winning. It's going to be probably traded for this bot side tower. Actually, I think because of the Baron buff, they don't even have the time to be able to take it just because of the Baron buff and power recalls. But it's this sort of fights or this sort of difference that we were mentioning before as well. It's not that ISG cannot take those fights. It's that because of how the margin is right now, it's so small. If one member survives long enough, the other team can try and ramp up in fights. Scary actually survived really long here, but angle from Snaker is really good. Nobody can follow up effectively. CO throws himself into the backline, he's dead. So they are occupying the spaces really well on the side of ISG. And then once Southbay gets controlled, which we mentioned as well, as if he can just get controlled, which they have a lot of CC for, then they can kill him really quickly. Sun just wasn't even used. That was Shockwave.
Oh, that was Shockwave, and it did absolutely nothing. Yeah, this is, oh boy, that's not good. Yeah, I mean, look, the cooldown's really short on that ability, so he might have it back up for the next fight, but...
Is it 4 seconds short?
I don't know exactly, but... but, I mean, it's already halfway back up off cooldown, right? But, I mean, that takes away an opportunity to contest for this dragon. Now, I don't even know if they were looking necessarily, right? It's not Cloud Soul, but now it's 3 Cloud Dragons. Stacked up here, right? So they got now 15% slow resist and out of combat movement speed. But now the game really, really feels like it's hanging in the balance. As Zamudo and company, they hit a bit of a wall, but thanks to a bit of a greedy fight there, kind of not starting it off correctly from Leviathan, Isurus have been given away back into this game. And that housed Shockwave right back up off cooldown, like I was saying.
Yeah,
as they congregate around this mid-tier 3. Yeah.
It's important to have that. And important... Oh, wait. Scary... He's looking for the angle. I was going to mention as well, because of the time that we're... Like, it's 38 minutes now. 39. So, realistically, we're at a point that any fight can be game-winning. Just because of the time of the game, death timings, death timers, and all of that. And also the fact that there's barely any tier 2. Any fight can be game-winning, so you have to be extra careful about who you're fighting or how you're fighting without really throwing a lot of bodies meaninglessly, like this.
Let's see. The tower does go down. Zamudo drawing a lot of attention, but nothing close enough to be able to pull the trigger here.
Has no ulti now.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, no needlework, so he'll be able to still do a lot of damage, but that's a lot. That is a good chunk of it. Not going to be available here. He's on 4.5 items, 4 items for Zamudo. Picked up the Maul of Malmortius. Able to shield himself from all that AP damage. Actually, super based pickup there. Zothvi with no ult. He's just wave clearing right now. And with the range that the Baron buff gives you for these super minions, Leviathan, or Isurus, excuse me, playing out this push really, really nicely. Just playing it safe, not getting too greedy. They've gotten 3 towers now and 2 inhibitors off this Baron power play. Absolutely monstrous gold swing as the hook does land there on Ackerman. And they go right back in on the top block. Good night, sweet prince. Snaker makes him disappear.
And there's the ulti from the Victor. They are trying with a lot of damage now. Baron buff is down, so this probably is going to be a much easier protection. I don't think they're going to keep on following here. They probably will try and play it. Oh, wait, Leza. They found Leza.
They found Leza. I think that should be enough here. All the slow lands. Needlework back up off cooldown? Question mark? Another shutdown. For Zothvi, just getting disproportionate amounts of gold onto this Gwen. He's halfway to his 5th item already. Zamudo TP'd up to the top lane to try to bear down even more on this base. But now you've got double super minions coming in through mid and bot as Zothvi picks up that Lichbane for the 5th item. 2 minutes 20 seconds till the next dragon, but crucially also 2 minutes 15 seconds until that next Baron.
Yeah, importantly, if Leza dies, but dies in a timing that is really meaningless when you consider the point of the game that we're at. Nobody else dies, the minions are pushing into the base, there's no real objective. So this death, for as much as it is a shutdown, it's really just the gold in a game that already reached 6 items for essentially a lot of the members, or 5.5 items for essentially all the members. So it's not that big when you consider the state of the game we're at right now. What is big though is the fact that Aleza didn't have flash at the time. He still has flash now, and he's also going to have the teleport, so he can join at any point. And then also in terms of timings, double Guardian Angel completed for both AD carries, so you have to go through them twice before you're able to win or lose a fight. Important timings for the next dragon fight or the next baron fight, and also they are spawning around the same timing. So there's a chance we may see a trade just because you want to secure something in your favor.
Yeah, it's something better than nothing, right? And both these teams on Soul Point, obviously Baron's going to take a little bit longer to take down. Let's see where both sides come in right now. It is Leviathan on the Baron side, and on the bottom side, the Soul Point side, it is ISG. Both these teams also playing a little bit of chicken right now to try to populate their sides of the map with vision. Ackerman, I thought he might have been toast there, but the recall goes off. Scary. Back with just another couple control wards and a Cutco knife there. As Ackerman looking for a way in this, potentially looking for the pinch on the house. The flash goes in.
Flash for flash.
Got 2 flashes out. Like you said, 1 for 1 TDS. Both these AD carries with those Guardian Angels, like you said as well. This has big last fight energy. I can't remember the last time we had 2 AD carries with Guardian Angels. It feels like this is like 2020, right? 2021. This item is definitely back in vogue. Yeah, it's been a minute.
Another flash out.
Oh, a second. Oh, man. Public Execution goes in. The TP comes in. Nice, you have the numbers advantage, but for how long? Zamudo separated completely. Shockwave doesn't find much. Zothvi TP's in and hops right back out. Zamudo survives.
Zamudo did survive there. He actually doesn't have teleport, so he's going to stay with this health bar. Wait, Scary doesn't have ulti. I was looking for the ulti angle in that position. Zamudo has to be careful. There is CO's ultimate, so they can try and force it. They are running with the dragon. They are going to try and go for the Baron as well.
Yeah, they got
it's
that really
all
quick.
on the play now. Oh,
now the hook lands are onto Ackerman, just trying to buy some time. Pops the Unbreakable Will as well. Jose Deodo going in with the follow-up CC. Zamudo gets a big old shield there, trying to get some damage down. CEO over the wall. Now Jose Deodo goes over with the cyclone number 2, and that will be enough. Feeds it to Snaker, who walks into the easiest couple kills of his life, does absolutely nothing. The Guardian Angel, and that will be game. Jose Deodo, finally with a masterful cyclone, was able to get onto CEO as they get 4 kills and wrap up an absolutely wild, sloppy slobber knocker of a game 1.
Yeah, the Shockwave just to clear the minions, but the minions are not going to be enough to solve this because there's more minions. So it's just going to be the game 1 going into Ice's way. And for all it lasted, like there was a lot of contention in that first game. It really could have gone either side. I think for the last few seconds, crucially, those flashes blown, right? Because they got the flash from the Orianna, they got the flash from Southway, they got the flash from Snaker as well, from Top Love as well. Like they blew so many summoners in that process that at the end, when they were forcing the fight, they just had a better angle to force it. And I will say, I feel like ISG just had a much better approach at the fights consistently. It's just that they kind of committed too heavily in some occasions, and that just gave the opportunity for the buy. Because if not for that, I feel like most of the game never really felt out of their hands, apart from that one like quadra kill from the Gwen, or quadra kill, no, like that double kill from the Gwen that then killed Zamudo. That I really felt like the only time that it looked out of control for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, they made it close there. You got to give credit to Zamudo, or to give credit to Zamudo, but also give credit to Zothvi. Right, he got put in the dirt in that early game, but like I mentioned, right, Gwen's a ticking time bomb, man. You can never count that champion out. But a couple of finally good team fights. Jose Deodo, right, with the double cyclone, right, had the first initial cyclone, and then when CEO went over the wall, bam, went right on top of him and held that second cyclone. That is massive. That just won them the fight, because if CEO just keeps kind of pop from over the wall, there's not much you can do about that. So they won the game, but I don't know if it was completely convincing, right? It was a bit of a
there's question marks certainly to look into. I will say though, I feel like for the most part, when you look at how the game kind of evolves in a lot of situations, one of the biggest things that I'm worried by, when the series continues, is going to be this jungle matchup, because I did feel the Scary a little bit scared. It felt like in most situations he wasn't really trying to go for a certain place, and you're playing by. You have to be convinced about throwing your life away if you're playing this champion, and it never really felt like that. Birdie using the ultimate, not a lot of value in some of these fights. I don't think he actually got into the backline ever with the ultimate, or even onto Lessa for that. Like, it was more as escape mechanism than an actual engage mechanism. And if that's going to be how you play this series, I just feel Jose Dioto will have an edge on you every time.
We'll see what champions they go on as game 2 rolls around. We had 6 AD carry bans in game 1, so we got Lucian versus Kaisa in game 1. We'll see how the bans shake out in game 2 of this Fearless Best of 5. For one of these teams, their season will be over in just a couple hours. For the other one, they will move on to face, I don't know if it's red or the bracket hasn't kind of shook out yet, but that's a question for another time. For now, we'll be right back.
Yeah. Sorry for the mic, but that's actually the first time ever I've seen that happen. Thankfully, it wasn't my main mic. I'm certainly glad at the very least it wasn't like a computer or an issue, it was just a mic issue, because I do have like my main mic, but I didn't want to move it here, but it's fine. Thankfully it worked. They want to try and have Saltby at the very least be a differentiating factor and have a good laning phase. I think having the Rumble is almost always great if you have a great team fight setup. And even if not, you still have a great team fighting ultimate with the Equalizer that just can make or break a lot of the series with their positioning. Now, on the other side, trying to get a pretty comfortable engaged champion in the form of the Annie, also a really nice laning champion. Recently, I've seen her also play the support position. I think she gets undervalued in that position as well, and could be fun seeing the champion play in the support position. But I don't expect it to end up happening just because I'm not sure how burst Ackerman is playing support. And then this Galio, more than likely going against the Rumble, I would say it's typically a counter pick towards that Rumble. Can be played in the mid lane as well, and if you flex the Annie, but in general, it's just going for that area. But no junglers just yet picked, no AD carries picked either, and support maybe picked, but who knows? We'll just have to wait and see what they want to try and prioritize.
Yeah, with the Annie Gallio 1-2 here, it certainly throws a wrinkle into draft. Let's see how Leviathan respond. It will be the Trundle on the other side. So, yeah, look, if this Gallio, goes anything other than support, you're getting a lot of value by ulting him, right? If he starts the fights, then your re-engage is really, really strong. Get the pillar down, get that scat of the week. Thank you, Brain. Out as well. And how is just back on his hey, I hit my peak in 2022 and 2023. Guess who else did? Syndra.
I miss when she was actually a big champion, but yep, going to try and make that champion work here. I overall like the idea they are going for. Surprised they didn't opt into the Jarvan though, because of the easy to lock down champions that you have on the other side. And
whoa,
there was a sad attempt here from Jose Diodo. This is such a fist or famine champion. If you don't succeed with this in the first minutes, you're either going to be like completely screwed and you're not going to find anything, or you need to wish for a miracle fight that you get a couple of shutdowns that you can turn back into the game. Because right now you're essentially hoping that there's going to be another squishy in the form of the AD carry that you can try and attempt to go for, and you have to pair it up with the Galio to really get into the backline. And I'm also expecting another engage support here, probably a Rakan on the side of ISG to try and get there and allow for some space for the set. Because if not, locking down Jose Diodo shouldn't be that difficult, although there's not a lot of tools for CC on the side of Leviathan, and that may be what Jose Diodo is trying to play with.
Yeah, you're kind of just relying on one scout of the week or one pillar, right? And even those are, the pillar is, it's CC, kind of, right? If you get under somebody, it knocks them up for a little bit, right? It's something to go around. It's just the scout of the week right now. And if you're, yes, that can hit multiple targets, but you need something else, like you were saying. You've kind of picked in order here for Leviathan. Still fascinated to see who's going to be playing that Zed. I imagine it'll be either Leza or Jose Diodo, but if we get Jungle Zed back in League of Legends before we get GTA 5 or GTA 6 rather, I will be very, very surprised. Sivir going to be on the other side. This is just Snaker's kind of bread and butter, right? These late game scalers do nothing in the early game, clear waves, and then just become a demon because you can right click people with impunity. And the ultimate never hurt anybody either. He was drafted on the other side again, on blue side, Leviathan. Now this time they get to slam kind of the 4-5 pretty immediately here. But I agree with you wholeheartedly, TDS. You need a Braum, a Leona, please, right? You need something to set these fights up. Even Rakan here wouldn't be terrible.
Yeah, they need, sadly, with how they've gone into this, they need 100% engaged support. The Rel does fit that build in an effective manner. Only problem that I would have with the Rel this game is that she's way too much of a commitment champion. Like, you either need to commit with her or you don't play Rel. Because she has only one mode, and that's going forward. Where I can think maybe the Leona would have been a much better tool to try and play a little bit on in between, thanks to her ultimate. So they have to be ready to commit in this situation. And I just feel like Zed is going to be such an untouchable pick this game, because Dozrel is also not the one that is going to be dealing with her. Like, it's really going to be House on the Scatter of the Week trying to stop that. I really like the Rakan here. We were mentioning this as well, by the way. Like, it was going to be probably Rakan that goes in with the set, and it's going to be Galio, Zed, and Rakan all jumping into the backline with on the hunt from the Sivir trying to prop up somebody, and that way you're really going to have a difficult time reaching or trying to touch this set, because he's going to have so many tools to just make chaos in the backline. And then after that, how are you really going to control him if the Rel is just going to want to go in or go forward?
Jungle Zed, man. For Jose Deodo, our GOAT, the GOAT of Latin America, busting out a very ballsy pick here. But look, you're not lacking for damage in that composition. Absolutely not, right? Point and click CC for your AP champions. Annie still got to be something that's just a menace to deal with. And if it gets into the late game, Sivir is going to be an absolute demon to deal with. But for Leviathan, right, they've got themselves actually a pretty solid draft, right? Like you said, it's a bit committal kind of going forward here, right? And with, again, you just got a lot of CC, right? Annie goes in, right? Yes, you get the CC down, but then you just, you can taunt, you can pillar, you can, pillar interrupts that, that combo, right? You get the Tibbers down, but if it's responded to with the pillar, then, you can disrupt that a little bit. But also the Syndra, right? It's a couple unconventional picks here, right? House on the Syndra and then Jose Deodo on the Zed. So, you've got the ability to really shake some things up in the meta here. Someone's handing out McDonald's, it looks like, maybe for everybody. I don't know. Oh no, that's just arena food. Everybody's got it there. It looks like McDonald's. So. It's funny because McDonald's in Brazil, every time I go there, like it's not viewed. I mean, I don't know how it's viewed in your neck of the woods, TDS, but here in the US, right, McDonald's is viewed as kind of like, if you've got no other choice, you go to McDonald's, or like, if you're treating yourself to some really grubby kind of bad fast food, bad quality. I like the taste of McDonald's, fine, but McDonald's is viewed. It's like a tier above that, right? It's not some like, you wouldn't go there on a date. I'll put it like that, but like, it's a respectable food option.
Yeah, I think here it's fine. Like we are fine going at any time to McDonald's. Like I think here it's liked more probably. Yeah. So yeah, I actually enjoy a lot of the McDonald's food.
Dude, I love McDonald's. Oh yeah.
Like there's obviously prices vary depending on where you are, but like there's they have a line or like a certain collection of burgers that are like top line or something like that. I'm not sure how it's supposed to be called. That are actually really good. And over here we actually enjoy, like we on the weekends we're fine like eating McDonald's and things like that for like a meal out, to put it like that.
Yeah, and then that's not the case in the U.S. You'd be like, why are you just going to McDonald's with the boys and it's not 2 a.m. and you haven't consumed a lot of substances to put you in a mindset where you're like, no, we need McDonald's right now. That's kind of the acceptable lane in the U.S. to get it. But anywho, in the bottom lane here, CEO and top lobby against Snaker and Ackerman. Didn't see a ton of action kind of in game one, really. It really was all about that top lane. Do you see any of these lanes going any differently? Because I feel like with both these 80 carries, they want to opt out of this early game.
Yeah, they want to try and just play it out a little bit more towards the later stages. They are going to see where Jose Deodo is. And I think for the most part, is probably what Leviathan wants to try and do early on. It's just control where Jose Deodo is, control what he wants to do, and not allow him to get towards a set level 6 first item as quickly as possible. Like you want to try and have Scary be on the face of the set, because early skirmishing, it's going to be more favorable for the Trundle. It's more so when the set gets a first item, gets assassination potential, that's going to be the scary part of it. But every lane so far from the side of ISG actually controlling the lanes, that means that Scary is not going to have a lot of avenues to really go into the jungle.
Yeah, and I feel like, with both of these champions, look, with Scary, you can execute a gank with the pillar. Oh no, left a little friend there. But Jose Deodo, you've got the Shadow Strike. You can gap close decently effectively here, but for the full all-in, level 6 going to be massive for Jose Deodo, and he is, boy, is he clearing like it right now. He's ahead by a full camp, very much outpacing Scary so far. But the Trundle had his cleared speed slowed a little bit in this patch on 25-16. The W doesn't give quite as much attack speed, so you're going to feel it a little more kind of in the late game. But the clear speed later definitely going to be an issue. But look, we'll see exactly how that goes. Zamudo with this Galio anti-magic into this pick from Zothvi with the Rumble. This is a champ that really needs to get going, right? If you want to get to that late game in a good spot. Now, thankfully, again, you've got good damage in the late game, and House, ever since that Syndrome mini rework, she scales so much better into the late game with the splinters and all that. So not going to be too much of an issue here, but you got to get to that late game first, right? And in that late game, Isuris, they're just going to have such an easy time. You've got two tanks. Not two tanks. You've got two forms of kind of engage in CC. But yeah, Leza just on the ante. It's just so easy, man, right? This champion, like you said, kind of undervalued in support even, but just the core of this champion and how it plays is just so easy to execute Jose Deodo going forward after Leza committed to CC.
Yeah, flash for flash there, but at the end, it's a really nice flash that Jose Dioto is able to blow away. And with an Annie, that can just be a pretty easy setup for a future gank. Like it's not that difficult to try and keep on setting up onto the Syndra. And now that she's forced into this sort of spot, you will have a lot of angles here as Salve doing a lot of damage to Zamudo. It's going to take a little bit before the Galio becomes a much better champion in this matchup. But for now, doing a really good job at bothering the Galio and also taking a lot of advantage in the lane. But just noticing some of the patterns here, we were talking about how Set is not really a champion that wants to early gank. He can, but it's not something that you're looking for aggressively for. But Jose Dioto just immediately went for it, where Scary has been maybe looking for some angles, but he's not as willing to be as aggressive for that as Jose Dioto is. And I think that just creates a little bit of a difference in how you're trying to approach this jungle matchup.
I'll keep an eye on that. I think that's well said. Again, looking at kind of that race to level 6 for both of these champions. Snaker a little low on mana, but just trying to clear the rest of this wave out. Get himself into a good spot to get that recall going. As the first objective fight looms large. Maybe not large. It looms. I don't think anything more than that. That'll be the first dragon. CC does land there with the grand entrance onto top lop, but that will be about it. No charge plates taken. Those minions are going to die. So are those. Zamudo in a good spot here, just proxying this wave out here as CO. Going to walk up to that top lane and opt out of this this matchup here. They're sending, Leviathan, the first ones to potentially be able to go in and execute this lane swap right after the changes that just have murdered lane swaps, and it's just like, no, we just do it later now.
Yeah, we're just wait a little bit longer and that's it. There's not going to be much of an issue with that. Now, one of the main things also here is that with the way that the lane swap is working right now, they did blow the flash the teleport out from Zamudo. So now there's going to be a slide. Oh, that might be that here though.
Scout of the Week doesn't get a ton here. Nice equalizer, but it goes left. The champions go right.
Yeah, Flash was blown though, so now Flash down for Lessa does mean that you're going to have a little bit of an angle to maybe try and force into the Annie. No teleport either, so when the grub spawn, there's a slight angle for them to really look into it. And in the top side, it is a little bit of advantage for Leviathan to really try and push the issue here. Also, the Rumble is getting a lot of space in this matchup. Like, he's able to move around, he's able to try and be a menace moving around into other lanes, and that means that even though the Galio can work really well in lane against him, the Rumble just has more space to really try and attempt going for different things. Oh,
you're going to fight here. Ackerman a little bit low as he goes in with the engage. The return damage pretty good here. CEO able to get the better of that trade maybe in the end, considering Ackerman started off that fight. But yeah, the level 6 going to be a much bigger power spike, obviously, for CEO, but for these support champions as well. The amount of CC that you were able to lay down. Right, top lock just has the kind of the Q, the Shattering Strike. That's about it. Zamudo and Zothvi both hit level 6. You talk about that space TDS. Right, Zothvi very kind of immobile. We just want to drop that equalizer out from the other side. Zothvi on blue side. Did you know that there was that? Did you hear about that bug that got fixed with Singed and Rumble and champions that do kind of dot damage like that? They've been doing slightly less damage on red side for literally all of League of Legends' existence, and they just patched that out in 25-16.
So I think that's one of the reasons why the Rumble ended up being like much better on the other side now. But like I'm surprised that can go so unnoticed until just now. Like that has to be such a game breaking bug in a way. But since nobody really cared, nobody really made an issue out of that.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, it's blue side, smile, like that's it.
It's hilarious how such a strong side has never been questioned in any way like that, and it just now that we see like, okay, no, a bug happened here, but we fixed it.
Yeah,
it's all good now.
Yeah, that's fine, guys. Don't worry about it. Yeah, but it's something about like the amount of like the way the first dot was applied, like on the first instance of damage or something. But now it's fixed allegedly, so should be fine now. Slow start to this one. The grubs were taken by Scary early on. Leviathan on the board here early. Yeah, like you said, had that control, executed on it. Bot lane under blue side control, but no dragon being taken just yet here. First item still a little bit ways off, and now we get a pause.
Of course, we always do. And like you're mentioning, the 3 grubs did go the way of the Leviathan here, but it's not that big of a deal. I don't think this game particularly there's a problem with that, because when you look at the champions that the side of Leviathan has, there's no real split pusher that you're worried about making the most out of the grub value. Like maybe the Rumble, but even then, he's not really a split pushing champion. He's just a side laning champion that thrives more in team fights than trying to play on the side lane. If it was like in the previous game with Gwen or with Ambessa, you're a little bit more worried about the side lane having more pressure. But this time around, probably not the biggest worry for ISG if you give up those grubs. Also, because of the movements, you kind of had no sort of position to try and force it. It's much better to just wait it out and play for the next objective than try and commit for something so early on and just throw the game out like that.
Yeah, no need for that. On the other side, still interested to see how this Zed's gonna go, man. Because we've seen Jose Deodo on carry champions, but I can't remember the last time we saw him on like a true assassin, right? I mean, I think back to I mean, the Evelyn, right? That he made himself so famous on at Worlds 2020, that kind of breakout performance when he was on Rainbow 7. And assassins in general, right? Just not really kind of the hotness, right? Kiana picked up some buffs recently. They're trying to force her into the game, right? Whether in mid or in jungle, right? And I think in jungle it's going to be a little bit better just because it's like the steroid for the attack speed on her W or something, if I remember the patch notes correctly. So trying to get assassins back in vogue, trying to get Nautilus back in the jungle. And look, Nautilus is my king. I kind of took a break from playing kind of 2015 to 2018. I didn't really play much League. Before that, Nautilus was a jungler. I came back. I'm like, oh, cool. I can't wait to play my favorite champion, Nautilus, in the jungle. My friends are like, no. You go to support.
Your whole lane just got shafted, dude. You need to go to the bot lane.
Yep. Yeah. Sorry. By the way, there are jungle items now and pets. It's very, very different than how it was.
Now they made a jump really heavily into like the changed jungle.
Yeah, it was very, very different. I mean, like the mechanics of it are still kind of roughly the same, and like, but
wait, yeah. So you went from Bami Cinder, from Cinder into like pets, essentially.
Yeah, more or less, right? I had the jungle item patch for like a couple years, and then it was pets. Yeah, as Leza just gonna get everything thrown on him, throws down the tippers without the stun, and that will be enough. Scary gets the subjugate down. House dodges enough tower shots there, as Tipper is also on a rampage there once the ante goes down. First blood over to the side of Leviathan. House on the board.
Yeah, and importantly, it goes to House. I think if it went to Scary, probably not as meaningful, but getting that kill into House is actually really important there. Also, taking advantage of the fact that Leza had no flash in that position. Also, blew the stun here. This is the meaningful play. Like, if Leza has stun in this position, you probably can get a trade here. If he has one more cooldown, you probably can get a trade either onto Scary or onto House. But last range flash there, really nice by House, able to get the kill. And important for the scaling factor. For this new Syndra that will scale into the later stage of the game much better, any kill is just going to be much, much bigger compared to whatever else you're able to find. Now, it's not a huge lead that you're able to get, but it's a lead nonetheless.
Yep, a little bit matters. House was able to do a lot with those first couple kills he got kind of out of nowhere, despite a dominant early game from ISG in game 1. But now Leviathan on the board. They're in business here early. Still want to see Zothvi get going just a little bit here. Zamudo, 13 CS down. It's not going great for him, but we're happy to just soak that lane up as Galio. CEO still got the flash. Does blow the cleanse, but between the cleanse and the ultimate, able to survive. Ackerman, he blew the flash and the ultimate. So that's a trade that I think you win there.
Yeah, cleanse and flash, cleanse and ulti for just the ulti. It's completely fine. Oh, bye-bye, Zothvi.
Zothvi throws down the equalizer to get the wave down, and there's the death mark. Jose Deodo on the board on the jungle Zed, ladies and gentlemen. We got jungle Zed back in the south, in the west, I should say. Apparently has been played a little bit in the east, or so I've heard from a Twitch chatter. I forget who you were, so apologies there. I didn't credit you correctly, but yeah, so apparently the Koreans and the Chinese have been on the wave.
I will say the last time I saw it was probably Kenyan, so there's a kind of a big jump between Kenyan and Jose Deodo. But
with the greatest of respect to Jose Deodo, like
it's fine. You can try it out if it works great. If not, it's fine as well. And they are trying to attempt a little bit of a dive here, but already cleared a wave. It's going to be open space here for Zamudo. He's getting a lot of value out of this play, and also you're getting the dragon down there on the bot side. It's going to be an attempt here. They are still trying it. Actually, a TP top side. They really want to force this in the top lane.
Oh, no. Wow, I'm not sure what's going on there. Top lop went a little too far forward, but they does get actually quite a bit blown on him. Tibbers is down, right? The stun's gonna have to wait to come back up off the rotation here. Ackerman just kind of clearing out some vision. They know there's not a lot to do there. Zamudo getting work done on the other side of the map, though. Lot of turret plates. I mean, like an entire turret's worth of turret plates just getting funneled into Leviathan's players. And Zamudo not able to respond completely on the bottom side.
He wasn't going to be able to take down the turret as quickly as they did on the side of Leviathan, but it's a turret for essentially nothing. I think having the fact that they stayed alive is quite important for the side of ISG, because Leza and Ackerman were getting collapsed, and that could have been a double kill into a turret anyway. So the fact that they are able to trade in this situation is still fine for them. Now, getting that much gold, getting the trade in their favor does mean that you give House a little bit more space and a little bit more gold value. He actually already completes his first item plus boots compared to Leza's nothing, just boots. So that is not the most value that you can get. They want a flash here.
Yep. He wants everything here. Jose Deodo going in. Doesn't even need to pop the death mark. It just smites him down like a cannon. I mean, okay, he does pop the death mark there. But just to secure it. Yeah, Leza didn't have the Tibbers, no problem. Does get the flash stun. Again, you're Annie, man. If you just get that flash stun, you've done your job, man.
Yeah, you're playing for that flash stun. Only thing that I'm not in favor of here is that because you blew it up at this point, next dragon fight probably is not going to be available, and that just means that you're going to have to wait a little bit more before finding the actual value out of that. That being said, you still have Ackerman with flash ulti available, so that's probably going to be enough to force an engage in a fight, and then you don't really need the Annie to be the main engager, which is still really important to play with.
First big item picked up here by Snaker before that next dragon spawns. 2.5 minutes. So like you said, the flash stun not going to be available. You do have the Tibbers, though. And all the other ultimates should be available for that next fight. 2-1 in favor of ISG, but the gold from the turret plating is helping keep Leviathan out in front. They grabbed themselves the Void Grubs as well. Didn't talk a ton about that. As far as kind of split pushing, they don't have really kind of a late game demon champion that you can send into like a 4-1 to be absolutely dominant. So, and neither does the other side, to be fair. So the late assignments as we get into the later game will be interesting. But Jose Deodo, he's got both kills now, TDS, for ISG. Yep. All the gold is being kind of put into his pocket. And in this early game, that feels like the best case scenario.
Yeah, if you wanted a champion to get early game gold, it has to be Jose Deodo on the set. He's close to reaching that second item. He's going to be starting to deal so much onto the main carries and onto the squishy members. And for future fights that we talked about, the potential combo with Zamudo, with Ackerman, you want to have the set be as strong as possible. And it's setting up potentially for that, as there might be a slight fight here already with the Herald going to be started by the side of the Leviathan.
Let's see here. They're getting kind of an awkward spot here, a little split up. Leza doesn't have the flash, but does have the Tibbers, and crucially the Malignants now as well. So that follow-up damage is going to hurt just that little bit more once the Tibbers does go down. Zamudo trying to come up through Tri-Brush. House trying to play bodyguard. Top lob bodyguard on the other side of the fight. Herald will get down on the bottom side. Top lob. He needs all of this stun. Damage coming back in response from Jose Deodo. And the Unleashed Power gets the kill there for House.
Ackerman gets just blown away there, and even though the stun initially there is not bad, like House has so much damage at this point, 135, 2-0 on his side, and then also 73 stacks to his favor. Like, it's fine to try and play it there, but you either have to commit to go for the kill, or you just don't try and force it, because Ackerman was in between the two things. Like, he jumped in, but then just didn't commit fully to the play, and that just meant that there was not going to be enough value overall for them. That's going to be free Herald for the side of Leviathan, or is it actually? Because there's two members here.
Yeah, Scary kind of showing his face there. Jose Deodo saying, no, I'm still here. Still got to pay some respect to the old man. I keep calling Jose Deodo old. He's like 24 still. It just feels like he's been doing it for so dang long.
He's an old man here.
Yeah, true. You know what? Fair enough. Says the 28-year-old. I'm approaching 30 rapidly, which makes me sad, but it's okay. My hair's falling out. You know, my back hurts for no reason. My knees hurt for no reason. I'm starting to feel my age just a little bit.
How do you know Jose Deodo's knees don't hurt as well? Like,
you know what?
You may be a 24-year-old with the body of a 29-year-old.
From all the carrying he's been doing for this ISG roster, maybe, right? It takes a little bit of a toll. Yeah, like if you have a backpack that's like too heavy, right? You get the lower back pain as well. 30s are the best decade, youngins. Okay. I'll believe it when I see it.
Look, as someone who is also approaching 30 years old, sooner rather than later, you just have to wait it out and see how it comes out. and accept the fact that you're getting to that point, and also that every League of Legends player will get to that point.
This is true. You know, I've always said, if I'm 30, as long as double lift is also 30, I'll feel better. Just kidding. I've never said that in my life. Dragon gonna be up here in just a little bit. Actually trying to get their second one of the game. Ackerman kind of just moseying on forward here. Every ultimate pretty much going to be available here. It's been a very it's been a much more calculated game 2 here, as both these teams recognizing the stakes of the thing. It was a sloppy game 1. Either team could have won it. House able to get the stun there onto Ackerman with the unsealed spellbook, able to cleanse out of it. But they drop the Herald in response to that dragon being taken. Should get the charge off here. That should be mid lane tier 1 going down. Scary. The only one who's taken the more dangerous route, potentially, but he's backed up by the rest of his team. Or is he? Leza drops a stun on him immediately. The feathers go out and are pulled right back. That mid lane tier 1 did go down.
Yeah, since nobody really attempted there to put a stop to it, it was a pretty good engagement. So Scary didn't die, but they do get the turret. Oh, Ackerman wants it.
And he just might get it. The Feather Storm goes out just at the right time. Pillar out as well. Ackerman barely survives. Almost an explosive play down by the mid lane tier 2.
Yeah, realistically, he should have been dead, but able to survive at the last spot there at the nick of time in that position. And that does mean that even though they do force into Scary, it was ISG that ends up getting out of there without losing any member, as trying to summon to Zamudo. He's a little bit too tanky for a House at this point. He is a much better mage dealing champion than Leza is. So able to withstand some of the damage there. And they don't lose the turret down there on the bot side. So overall, for all that they were able to get, it's a pretty equal trade in general, actually getting a little bit extra gold because of those turrets.
Able to swing the gold lead even more into ISG's favor. You see, it's basically 4 members, House, Snaker, CEO, and Jose Deoto, all separated by 300 gold. Zamudo not far behind either. But Zothvi, man, way down at the bottom. I mean, it's been a bit of a disaster early game for him. He hasn't been able to get in and get involved kind of at all. I mean, he doesn't even have any assists. Everybody else at least has 2 assists, but on the how's everybody get in, we're going shopping wagon.
Yeah, his equalizer, he had one equalizer that was kind of effective until Leza blowing the flash that turned into a kill later on. But it was mainly that. Like, I don't think I've seen Zothvi being an actual factor in this game so far, and that's not a real positive thing. Also, interestingly enough, as far as levels, every like the top side from ISG having a better potential level compared to their counterparts, and also Scary is really far behind compared to Jose Deoto, and Snaker is kind of far behind to CEO in a vacuum when you look at how the levels are balanced right now, which is kind of weird to see. That doesn't mean that it's going to be a big factor, though, and Zamudo may be dying here.
He's in a little bit of trouble, like you said. He's really, really tanky, has a sidestep. That pillar now, the follow-up isn't quite there. Scout of the week just goes wide of the big
quick
Z.
Enough.
Yep, just quick enough. Like you said, TP coming in here from Ackerman. Love the unsealed spellbook. Gosh, what a fantastic rune choice. Zamudo, not quite able to follow up there. He's a little bit low. Yeah, but they're body blocking enough for that turret, like you were saying. Now the mid lane tier 2 will go down. So Asuras, again, this is kind of the one carryover from game 1. ISG have been putting the map pressure on much better across both games.
They also get an opportunity here to now not only get the turret, but also try and set up a little bit of a space for the Arakan. They can try and begin getting control. And if they don't want to go for the Arakan immediately, they can just start getting control for the Dragon as well. Like, there's 2 positions now to really look into, because they not only opened the map, but they also made moves so that Leviathan had to respond accordingly to it. That means that they are going to be behind the play for a little bit, and also just not ready to respond accordingly in most situations. They have to wait it out. And if they have to wait out for what they want to do, that means that ISG will just have better opportunities to force some of this plays. Also, Jose Deoto is about to hit 3 items. Like, that's a really strong set to try and deal with some of these champions. And House, for as strong as he is, he doesn't have Sunjays. So his defensiveness is not going to be up to par to what Jose Deoto's damage is going to be. And that can just be a difference maker in some of his fights as well.
The Cosmic Drive Blackfire Torch rush was not on my bingo card for the Syndra. What, in your opinion, is the rationale here?
He wanted to move fast. He's probably he wanted to reach certain targets quickly enough, because one of the main problems that the Syndra does have is the fact that she's slow. Like, she can deal a lot of damage, but she's going to be slow in a lot of situations. Here, her approaching distances or her approaching speed is going to be much weaker for some of these fights. And also her burst damage. Oh, that hurts.
Yep, Tibbers blown again. Zothvi making himself useful, going down into the bot lane, having some alone time with that bot lane tier 2. Or tier 1, I should say.
Tibbers.
Yeah, Tibbers just gets absolutely manhandled. I don't want to play with you anymore.
And now it's waiting again, because now with no Tibbers, you kind of want to wait for the next fight. It's not going to be a huge cooldown though, so it's not the end of the world. But because they are able to pull them away, actually even below the teleport out of South Bay here, this could be a free dragon depending on how the side of ISG positions. And they are pushing waves really quickly thanks to having the Sivir. So that means that they have a lot of space, open space, to really force something. But it looks like both teams are pinging for the Anakin, understanding that there's a chance that Leviathan is going to try and force the Anakin, where ISG may get the dragon.
Yeah, this might be just a trade of objectives. And I mean, for all we say that, Syndra doesn't do a ton in the early game, and look, she's 0-0-0. We're not exactly wrong in this case.
Yeah.
Like you said, the wave clear that she provides constantly, minutes 1 through 50. You press W, the wave disappears. That's basically how it goes. And I think that's been a big part of why just wherever if you can position Snaker in a spot where he can stay safe, right? He's got the spell shield and the flash as well. Don't need to really opt for that cleanse. Just go for the ghost. Just shadow him, and you will have map control, kind of wherever you go here. Leza grabs a second item, as they do take down that ocean, or that Chemtech dragon, and now taking the scenic route up here. Ackerman in a bit of a tricky spot, but just trying to buy some time and body block here. Here comes Zamudo from halfway across the map. They've actually got more of a chance in this than I thought. Ackerman maybe trying to look for a way to go in. Leza trying to charge up that stun, getting the spell cycling here.
Oh,
Ackerman's going to take really ugly here, but they do get the feats of warfare. Now he's going to take down the Atacon. It's Zothvi, baby. Who was ragging on him? Not me. He gets a shutdown as well. Kid goes down to the server eventually. Leviathan walk away the winners in the fight, and they get the objective.
That is such a big victory there by Leviathan. And I think a big part of that has to be top love. Engage onto the members. So Yodo wasn't able to flash away, wasn't able to prop the ultimate correctly to try and get onto the port of members. Leza wasn't able to get into a good spot to really get the engage going either. And because Ackerman gets blown up so quickly, they don't have a lot of avenues to really reach the backline. I think one of the main problems is this though. Using the Galio's ultimate so early on to protect Ackerman here is not the most ideal, because this is part of your teamfight engage. If Ackerman gets ulted here where he engages, that's fine, because you get tools here. But look at this. Zed gets ulted on. He tries an ulti out, but he just gets melted by the equalizer's remaining damage. Then Sothva may die here, but he gets the objective. He gets the kill. So the value is still there because he already used what he needed to. Where Jose Dioda just gets blown up immediately. Snaker is not at a point where he can carry a teamfight just yet. And Leza and Zamudo are just really set up champions. They are not carry champions. So their teamfight value goes down whenever they use ultimate or whenever they use their cooldowns for CC out without accomplishing much. And that's something that the ISG needs to understand if they want to win fights consistently, is that they need to set up for Jose Diodo and Snaker, but they need to keep their cooldowns up, importantly.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? And you saw that on that last fight. It was really, really disjointed, right? I mean, I understand, right? They wanted to just get there and disrupt the Atacon, right? It's because if you're taking all that damage, if you're getting your resistance to shredded like that, if you just get in and kind of ooga booga over here, you can make something happen on the Atacon, especially when the comp isn't quite online, right? Yes, look, Zaya's going to do immeasurable amounts of damage later, but she's not quite there yet. Essence Reaver Flicker Blade is strong, but it's not amazing just yet. Snaker on the way to his third item, getting that shred going as well. Looks like it's going to be IE third for CEO, then the shred. But look, no big harm, no foul, right? They do get the Atacon, which is a lot of value. Don't get me wrong. They're ever so slightly ahead. And they got a feat of warfare as well, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. By Leza in some trouble here. Ackerman trying to do his best to bail out his mid laner, and he gets the W down with the stun. The redemption comes in hot, and the equalizer will be enough. Toplop somehow walking away with that kill, but another one for Zothvi. And just like that, TDS, the Rumble has 3 kills at 26 minutes, and everything's fine.
Yeah, they are getting collapsed, and they are not respecting the potential from getting collapsed in that position. And once again, Leza is not a carry champion. He has a lot of value with his ultimate, and also with some of the CC that he provides. but you cannot just go in certain situations and expect nothing to go wrong. Like, you're going to die if you get picked up, and you're also opening space up for the other team if you end up dying, just like that. They do have teleports, so getting the Baron buff here is going to be difficult for the side of Leviathan. They're still teleported for Lessa to come through, and they still have ultimates to play around with, as that's a lot of damage that Zamudo did get, but dying, the Baron is started, it's going to die, and there's a lot of space here for them to try and take it. It's actually going to die really quickly.
Yeah, it's going down pretty quick here. Good body blocking there by House, able to get the scat of the week down. Jose Deodo almost gets the smite off, but it's actually CEO that walked away with the kill. Now the hero's entrance. ISG might have a purchase at the end of this fight here. Top lot, maybe he'll be the sacrificial lamb.
ISG coming.
Jose Deodo taken really, really low. It's 4-on-4 here as Jose Deodo taken out of the fight. Zamudo just trying to keep attention away from the rest of his team. Leza does show up, but it's too little too late. Leviathan will back off, but they do crucially get that Baron.
Yeah, it's a free Baron buff that they are able to get, and this all happens because of what happens bot side, because it's Lessa dying down there. It's also Ackerman dying down there. He does have teleport, but he's too late to be able to arrive with the teleport, and now crucial team fight, crucial Baron buff they were able to get, and this does buy them a little bit of time before they can force the next fight. That being said, though, that was really close, because it wasn't Scary the one that got the Baron buff, it was CEO. And that could have gone completely horrible if Jose Deodo was able to just press his mic key at the right time.
Excuse me. He was really, really close to be able to get that. And if they walk away with this Baron buff, right, then we're talking about maybe a bit of a different game state. But now Leviathan, they've gotten a couple of big borrowed power objectives. The Atacon and now the Baron. And crucially with the Baron, you're able to equalize this map state, right? Because what were we talking about? Look, this game might be close, but just like in game one, ISG had all the map pressure. All the tier ones were down. And like a carbon copy of how they played out the game one early game. But now Leviathan able to equalize a little bit. They're 2,000 gold ahead. Really good spot here. I mean, if you look at some of the gold discrepancies here, House 2,200 gold ahead of his opposite number. I mean, just an absolute chasm in the mid lane.
I don't like where Snaker is, by the way. Like, I understand wanting to protect, but this turret is going to die. Zamudo is going to die.
Yeah, wow. And they just chewed through Zamudo. They say, oh my God, we got through the tank. Everybody else is just really easy. Top lop! Get the heck out of there, brother. Tibbers doing a little bit of work, body blocking as well. House takes a tower shot, but they get what they came for, and that is the tier 2 and the tier 3 towers. And now all of a sudden, TDS, Leviathan, not just ahead in this game, they're in control.
What the hell was Snaker doing, by the way? Like, I really do not know what the hell was Snaker doing in the mid lane. Like,
especially as a Sivir, right? It's not even about. It's just like you defend the push, right? You press W, the wave dies. Leviathan can't do anything.
Like, you just need to be in the top side, and that's it. Like, you can give up mid lane. Who the hell cares about mid lane at 29 minutes in the game? That turret is meaningless at this point, and actually there's not even turret. He's just pushing the wave cost. Yeah. There's no reason for him to be up there, and that just completely enables Leviathan to force this sort of push. And you can see here, Zamudo may be tanky, but when he gets ulted by Scary, plus the damage from the Syndra, it's just going to be an insta-kill, and you're losing out so much by just mistakenly going to different parts of the map. Like, Snaker here needs to understand his role. He just needs to be the wave clear Sivir that everyone knows that the Sivir can do, and just protect the objectives. Like, this turret can be given up, by the way. You don't need to protect this. But Sivir needs to protect the base. That's what she needs to do.
A failure to do that has resulted in Leviathan taking commanding position of this game. Leza, good night. A Void Staff has come in, and all of a sudden, House is an issue. He's 4-0-1 quietly. A really good Syndra game for the boy. As Zothvi trying to rip through Zamudo here. He does have the Bloodletter's Curse, so that's taking actually more damage than you would think on a Zamudo. He went one defensive item and then just rest offensive here. He's not that big of a tank there. Big Magnet Storm as well by Toplop to help mop that one up.
Yeah, now is ISG getting run around the map. Like, they do not understand what they need to do at this point. They are getting just completely played around, and it's not, there's no respect. There's no idea what you want to do. I think even Jose Deodo could have forced onto House there, because House has no flash, no protection. He actually gets a pretty easy kill if he's able to get on top of the Syndra, but they are not comfortable enough because they just keep consistently getting run around the map. You're just not in a position to really try and go for something there. So it's going to be just a lot more gold now for the side of Leviathan for the first time in the series, really comfortably in the lead. And it's looking like we may get a game 4 with how it's going so far.
Yeah, I think we're well on the way to that. Leviathan with a commanding lead, biggest lead for either side in this series.
Yeah.
I mean, 7,500 gold at 30 minutes. That's not, look, it's not game over, but it is a tough uphill battle for ISG. And look, you've still got Snaker, right? You've still got the Sivir
Yes.
being able to be a monstrous late game carry. But look, Zothvi and House, they've got 4 kills in their pocket each, right? They're feeling really good. They've got their kind of step stool to be able to go toe to toe and sit kind of, tete-a-tete with the rest of the ISG carries. They're in a really, really good spot here. The only thing that ISG have going for them is the fact that they're on Soul Point, and that really doesn't feel like enough at this stage in the game.
Yeah, I think the only real thing out of having that soul point is that it does buy you time, because it means that Elder is never going to be an issue for the side of Leviathan. Like, they cannot go into Elder mode because they are not going to get to that point quickly enough. And if they play towards that Elder, they are going to be facing Snaker's 6 item Sivir. That is a real worry, because now at 6 items, Sivir is going to just destroy you completely. As can they back in time? No, they can't. And Ackerman now in a spot that he can die. That was just the press of an hour button.
Yeah, we've got to be really, really careful. Almost got lit up there. And a Rakan without a flash, look, it's still a slippery, engaging champion, but the flash gives you just that extra oomph, especially from behind. To be able to hit everybody with your ultimate, right? Get that last little battle dance off or escape with an E potentially onto an ally. And as a big summoner, not going to be available. Snaker's got his 4th item here, but still, again, just a little bit behind CEO in the 80 carries on race.
Look at that. It's completely dark in the map for the side of ISG.
Yeah.
And they really don't need to have extra vision. They just need to play around Snaker and have the control that they have to really play around the fight. But because most of the time they get picked off, they never really accomplish it. As Zamudo has to be careful, though.
Yeah, kind of walking up. I mean, look, he's the closest one there, but you can't leave Snaker. Oh my goodness, he's got to be careful. Yeah, he's walking up there. Like you said, it's completely dark. The scatter of the week just goes wide there. That is massive. Zamudo. Now Zamudo looking to go back in potentially. He's getting ripped through here. Went for damage his last 2 items to try to help out the magic damage on his team. But now it's Zamudo just down to half HP off kind of half a combo here. No, I mean, the equalizer was committed.
Baron for Dragon.
And the subjugate as well, as the objective trade does come through. It is going to be Dragon Soul for Baron here.
I dislike this trade so much.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily a bad trade if you were on equal footing, but this is going to mean that you're going for Elder fight in the next 5 minutes, in the next 6 minutes, because I don't think Leviathan wins with Baron buff. I think they are going to take a little bit of time before they can win. The problem is that Elder is a game-winning buff, and if you're giving the chance for Leviathan to get the Elder, that's a big problem. Baron buff is fine because you have Sivir. But Elder, when you get engaged on, if Syndra was already one-shotting you, it's going to be worse with that.
Yeah, that's no, exactly. Inhibitor. Yeah, the sim inhibitor. Excuse me. Looking like it's not long for this world. Ackerman looking for a way into this one. I mean, it's just so tough. You got 2 kills on Jose Deodo that all of a sudden, I mean, it feels like so long ago. Ackerman potentially has a pick here. Zamudo with the hero's entrance going in afterwards. CEO able to get out of dodge, but blew the flash, blew the cleanse, blew the ultimate. Is that enough? Doesn't look like it. There's still there's so many other threats, right? House with 1 scatter the weak unleash power can just delete anybody.
Oh, but look at the House finding Snaker. Wait.
Let's see.
Not enough.
Yeah, not quite enough. The pillar almost puts Snaker in a compromising position. No objectives to fight over again. Those 2 were just ripped from the map. Leviathan try to play this one out methodically and try to get themselves into a series-tying position here. Still up almost 10,000 gold. Look, the game is in their hands. They've just got to close it out. But with a flash stun combo from Leza, Ozenio can get onto the backline really easily, and Snaker just has to right-click people, and they just get eviscerated. ISG have the tools to take a lopsided fight, but it's getting that lopsided fight that's going to be the issue.
Yeah, the ricochets are also beginning to have an impact when you look at that fight, because a lot of the time CEO was getting just hit by the bouncing blade. It really was that difference maker in that position. And you also see how even though there was a chance there for House to really commit, Snaker was in a position where he wasn't really getting ready to get blown away. It was only Ackerman or Leza at a position where they could get killed. It wasn't really Snaker. So as long as they can play with that in mind, it's not impossible for ISG to really play it around. If Jose Deodo is also close by, they can kill the Syndra, although now she does have a little bit more resistance thanks to having the Sanyas on her favor, and this turret more than likely is dying with no Zamudo close by.
Yep, Zamudo on the other side of the map. He does get back. Now the inhibitor goes down. And the mid inhibitor, again, just making that transition over. Not going to get picked by Ackerman. Good scout of the week, preempting anything that ISG was potentially trying to do. Shadow Strike from Jose Deodo, not going to find anyone either. Yeah. Ackerman, right? They see him. They know he's out there. CEO is pretty low, to be fair. And I think, again, it's just those ricochets, man.
Yeah.
Right? It's starting to be an issue, dude.
And now she's with the one good thing about having all your inhibitors down is that Sivir will just naturally get all those minions. And that means that you're getting 6 item 100%.
Yeah, you'd hope so, right? I mean, unless like, but I think Leviathan, right? They know, look, we got to close this out because, if we have our little window, if they're going to give us an inch, we've got to take a mile here. So looking for a potential sneaky little play. Yeah, Leza taking the short route back. Scout of the week doesn't find Ackerman. Leza looking to go forward, potential with a flash. Timbers, and there it is. Gets on a top up, but there's the re-engage with a Magnet Storm. Leza trying to get out of dodge. Jose Deodo trying to get in the fight. Wasn't really able to. 2 down for Leviathan. Zamudo doing his absolute darndest. Hoplop is in some trouble, but Snaker goes insane here. He's got a shot here. Jose Deodo is out of there. Leviathan finally take down the Sivir. This champion is an issue. Leviathan finally wrap it up. They will get a wave down bot for their troubles with the respawn timers will simply be too long unless they troll here. Jose Deodo will go down. All right. Doesn't look like they're going to. CEO will be able to get the damage requisite to be able to take down this base. Zothvi showing up at the right time as well. This should be game here for Leviathan. They force a game 4 as it will be in a couple of hours here. But on to game 3 we go. It's just a best of 3 to decide who gets to leave with their heads held high.
Yeah, it's going to be, at the very least, not just a 3 and out sort of series. It's going to be more contested. But there's a lot of question marks that need to be answered because that game 2 felt similar to the game 1 in a way, but in a much worse manner for the side of ISG. Because there were so many mistakes that they were trying to go for in a lot of those fights. There were a lot of commitments that were really questionable. Their plan felt like was going to be surrounding the idea of playing with the set, but it never really came to fruition because Ackerman was getting blown away. Zamudo's ultimate was never really going to the set, and the set was never willing to go into the backline. Like most of the time, he was scared of going in, understandably so. But it felt similarly to how the previous game went for Scary, where Scary was never willing to press the R button to go aggressive because he was scared of dying. And with that said, I understand if you're scared of dying, you're way squishier than a buy. But you still are set. You need to go into the backline. If not, then why pick the set? Pick a Xin Yao if you're going to do that. Like that's way more valuable in that sense. And it felt like for the most part it was desperation by ASG and better just played by the side of Leviathan, and particularly how so far having a great series. I think playing way better than Leza at the very least, and being the real carry of the team for the side of Leviathan, doing such a good job so far. Also, last fight. Huge question mark by Snaker. I do not know why they want to commit. You have a Sivir, you can play the protection game for eternally for the base, especially with no Baron buff, and they just committed for the sake of doing it.
Yeah, a little bit out of it. I think you can feel just the desperation, right? Just that, like, we got to do something here, right? Eventually we'll bleed this out, but yeah, I mean, whether you put more weight on that decision or just like, look, the fact that you were down a gazillion gold to begin with, right? What held more weight? I don't know, but either way, it was not a pretty game from ISG. It started out all right, but like you said, Jose Deodo, he just couldn't get himself in advantageous positions, right? Like you said, I think you hit the nail right on the head. If you're gonna position like that and just not be able to get in, why play the Zed, right? It just didn't work out for him. Exactly. So back to the drawing board they go. We'll see what Jose Deodo busts out. It might just be back to Maokai Sejuani time for the boy, but again, you still got the Xin Zhao available. You still got a couple of your more standard picks available. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Game 3 and Game 4 at minimum on the horizon in this elimination series in the lower bracket of the LTA South Split 3 playoffs. Welcome back, everybody. Back with Game 3 of this ISG Leviathan series. I'm 4x4. That is TDS. One of these teams in a couple hours will be going home, but Isurus kind of fell flat in Game 2. And House, man, what a game by him on the Syndra. I mean, just a masterful performance on a champion that was, a little bit kind of just not seeing as much daylight as we had hoped. And, I mean, okay, let's talk about the positives. Let's talk House. Let's talk Leviathan, what they did that worked really well in that last game.
I think particularly the fact that they were playing really effectively around both House and CEO, they were finding good opportunities to not only force fights that were beneficial for them, but also the fact that they played really, how to put it, like separated from them in a sense that you had one separation that was House and CEO and the other that were the other three members. So as long as you kept that separation going, it was difficult for the set and the front liners from the side of ISG to really reach that backline, and that kept being consistently good for them. Now, one of the things that I also really liked was the fact that Scary was much more willing to walk forward with the Pillar of Ice. Like, it wasn't an engaged tool necessarily, but it's a Pillar of Ice that really made a separation be meaningful. And because he took away some of the attention, House just consistently felt like he could really do some damage in those fights.
Yeah, no, it was just a good spacing tool, like you said, right? A good disruption tool. You just had to kind of watch and just, where's it going to go, right? Just, and it's funny because it felt like a pretty easy to execute composition for ISG, right? I mean, you get the Zed with the Galio kind of over the top, right? Sivir just stays back. Rakan just ooga boogas in your face and just disrupt. But Jose Deodo, like you said, he was unable to get to that backline, right? And it really made all the difference. He was monstrous in the early game, got those 2 early kills off those ganks, and I was like, oh boy, here we go. We could see just a vintage carry performance from Jose Deodo. It did not end up being that way. And also, how much do you think this? I'm like reading into nothing here, but Zamudo kind of going with the Hollow Radiance, I guess, in for the first one, and then just straight damage afterward. Riftmaker, I don't mind, right? I understand that on Galio, but then just a death cap right after.
I can read this in 2 ways, and one was the one that you mentioned about lacking magical damage because of how the enemy was doing. I think that makes sense to a certain degree, but I don't think you're picking Galio for the magical damage, if I'm honest with you.
Exactly.
And especially in this situation, because this is a specific counter pick towards the Rumble. In that sense, you're picking him for the tankiness, not for the magical damage. And then you go for tankiness because of that precisely. Now, the other that I can think of is that maybe the idea was that you wanted to not get ulted by the Trundle every time and just get your resistances taken away and feed onto the Trundle, which in that sense I can kind of understand. But then once again, you're kind of going against the idea that you're opting into. If that's the case, you don't pick the Galio in this particular matchup. You play something else. If you were going to opt into this, just play the Galio mid lane and don't play the Annie and play for something else in the top lane. That could have worked out anyway. But because of that, you do lose out on a tank. You do lose out on a member that can try and survive for a little bit longer. And also that could have worked out much better in the mid lane in this situation, as somewhere around the Barrows is finally open.
Finally, it's actually the Ezreal that gets taken away from CEO. Yunara, Zyra, Aurora, or Zyra, Azir, the other ZA champion. Scary going to be on the Pantheon this time around. We talked about how Scary was much more willing to be active, be kind of up in your face. I was a big Pantheon jungle hater for a while. I've since seen the light. I understand this champion, especially levels 1 through 11, is just monstrously disrespectfully strong.
Yeah, the shielding value that he gets with his power shield and shield in general is really, really bothersome to deal with. And now it's the Xin Zhao going to be picked here. This is part of what we called in the ACL, NACL area, the trifecta of junglers that are picked. It's the Trundle, Xin Zhao, and Pantheon kind of angle that almost all the junglers love to go for right now. You can add it if you want to, and also the Wukong. But in general, it's that trifecta that it feels really, really strong. And it's going to be just a 1-for-1 in that sort of contention that they are going for. The Sion getting picked here, I'm not against the Sion, because when you have something like the barriers, you want to have a really strong front line to get a stop, to get in between the threat onto the barriers. But I think that if you're going to go the Sion here, you probably would like to have a really strong carry mid laner, and then also something to protect these barriers in the bot lane. Be it a Temkench or something that can get in between, like a Braum as well, as an Eco looks likely to be the choice here, and that is going to be a really bothersome bot lane to deal with.
Yep, going to be really, really annoying. I mean, you could, try to fight fire with fire and go kind of Varus Karma and just go straight on hit, but, and the on hit, is a lot stronger now. Varus got some changes, right? The lethality isn't quite as good. So I don't hate an enchanter with the Varus, but I mean, I guess it'll depend on how the rest of the competition goes, right? I mean, if you get just a monstrous AD carry or a big kind of big damn mid laner in the mid lane, okay, right, maybe you don't need that quite as much. But I do think with the Varus, look, still really strong, but the laning isn't quite as powerful. Okay, so they did take away the Bard and the Karma. Okay, I don't feel that stupid.
No, not necessarily a bad choice here, especially with what the Karma. I think the Karma particularly could have provided for this Varus. For a really nice set of bans that they are going for here, and then now a little bit more attention towards the top lane, the Aatrox, and potentially maybe something like a Renekton could end up getting banned away. Not necessarily a huge fan of that sort of matchup into the Sion. The Sylas, though, I'm not like I think Silas is fine. Like I don't think there's a lot of ultimates that he can steal here that are going to make him be stronger than he already is. But I think fine option here. The K'Sante just feels like a much more straightforward tool that they are opting into. And now it's just a blind mid laner that they can try and opt into. Could be a Yone. Could be actually surprised this year is getting banned away. So obviously not going to be an option in this situation. But one of the champions that also kind of feels like it's getting left out in most situations, or in a lot of the situations, it's Azari that feels like a lot of people prioritize, but then don't play as effectively whenever they can.
Yeah, I mean, the RA is really all about the execution, right? I mean, there's a wide spectrum of opinions available on this champion. If you go Varus Senna here,
so I would like this. I'm not against it. Because it's taking away one of the other AD carry options that are available, and then it's not a bad enchanter necessarily, but it's obviously a better AD carry because your souls do, like your ghouls are now part of an important part of how the AD carry works, and since you can farm them or you are effective farming, it's probably going to be much more effective as the Leona comes through, but then the Akali as well for House, and House is really just trying to show off today, going to be an important assassin game for him, and if he can get onto the Varus, that's a dead AD carry immediately.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, if he gets onto a very mobile champion like that, right? I mean, and with a couple champions that, I mean, you got to go forward, right? And I do think that, to be fair, this Isaurus composition, you can sit back and you can sit back and peel, right? You get the Xin Zhao, right? With the I can never remember the stupid ultimate's name, but you know, I just want to call it Grand Challenge. It's the other Demacian champion. That's Fiora. I know that's not it. Crescent Guard. Yay! All right, I did it. You can keep him kind of peeled back, right? Which Zamuda's going to want to go forward. Leona's going to want to go forward. But How's right, and for newer fans of the league, How's when he was at the peak of his powers, and he was kind of this assassin player, right? That was something he always had in his pocket, right? He's clearly feeling himself after that last Syndra game. He says, you know what? It's full just 2022, 2023, right? We're going back in the time machine. But yeah, gonna show off here. And you've got a couple really good assassination targets, right, with the Varus.
Yeah, particularly the Varus has to be the main focus of House here, because the rest of the members, if you kill the Varus, realistically, there's not enough consistent damage after that. Like, Ari is not a consistent damage dealing champion. She's an assassin turn focus, turn like pick off champion, kind of. Then you have Xin Zhao that is not going to get to that point either, and then a Sion. So realistically, it's all on the Varus. If the Varus dies, you're down. If the Varus survives, you're going to more than likely win that fight. And one other thing that I kind of like from ISG to try and stop this Akali that is kind of counterproductive because they picked it after she came through, but the Leona has point and click CC. One of the only ways to really kill Akali is to lock her down consistently, and point and click CC is perfect for that. So if the Akali gets too cocky and she gets locked down by the Leona in that way, you can kill the Akali quickly because then you have follow-up CC to really kill her. But if not, she can be really mobile, she can be really messy, and kill the Varus if not careful enough.
Provocações do Crepúsculo. I don't actually know what Crepúsculo means. I gotta figure that out. Hold on.
I think Crepúsculo is down. It's done. It's done.
Yeah,
maybe not done.
Dusk is what it seems
dusk,
like. Okay. So, yeah, I guess whatever that means in this context. I'm sure there's something I'm missing here, but anywho.
Wait,
yeah.
So I don't. I because I obviously have not seen those movies in English. What is the name of the vampire movie that had the one that played Batman recently? I forgot his name.
Oh, Robert Pattinson. Twilight?
Yes, Twilight. Yeah, so it's that. That's Crepusculo. Yeah, that I know the name in Spanish. That's why I was thinking of it, but I never knew the actual.
wait,
But that's
the,
Twilight.
the Twilight movies are called Crepusculo?
Crepusculo in Spanish. Yeah, exactly.
That's funny. It makes sense, right? Dusk, Twilight, yeah, it's the same thing. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. So, yeah, something to do with Dusk or Twilight here. There's no Victor in the game, or Vladimir, I should say. So no actual vampires,
no
unfortunately.
Warwick either.
No Warwick, exactly. Yeah, bit of a bummer for lore purposes, but again, I'm sure there's something I'm missing here. Snaker, I don't know if he didn't read the patch notes or just still wants to, play it a certain way, but he's going comment at least for the early game, right? And this will do a lot less in late game, obviously, but still opting for that early game playing.
So I've seen some of the, I've still seen some Barrises still doing that. I was thinking maybe they just were in the previous patch and that's why, but it feels like maybe just players enjoying this sort of playstyle for the Barris still. I
enjoy playing Bard, but it doesn't mean it's a good idea to win.
Yeah, like I particularly have always thought that attack speed Varus is just simply the superior version, but there's angles where I can understand why the poke Varus could be opted into. Also, Ackerman and Toblob already blown heal. By the way, I'm not sure what happened
both of
there,
them.
but
Yeah, I missed that.
But like going back a little bit onto that, one of the big problems that I can see this game with the poke Varus is Southbay and Scary, because they can just eat part of the damage from the poking bears, and if his damage is thrown out and not really finding any target like CEO, like House or Toplob, then the other champions can really deal with the bears effectively. And once again, now we're in a situation that even if Snaker is kept alive, you're going to be lacking a lot of consistent damage because Barris is opting into the poke version.
Yeah, let's see how kind of the whole build shakes out, right? I mean, maybe it would feel weird if you like went Comet and then still built. It's like pick a lane sort of, but maybe he's trying to just put an egg in each basket, if you will. So
yep.
I mean, look, I think it could be one of those things. If they win, he's a genius. If they lose, he's an idiot, right? It's a results based business at the end of the day. As looking to get a gank off here is Scary. Leza pushed very far up here. Yeah, this could be not good here, but you do blow the flash. How's not going to go in on that? That would be silly.
Yeah, it's not going to be a follow-up there, but the wave is in such an awful spot for Leza here because now he's just going to keep on being in this spot. The wave will go back a little bit, but with no flash, you always have to be careful about that Scary gank angle. And since it's point and click, once again, it's really easy to follow up on it. That being said, not going to be a follow-up for now. It's going to just be back to square one for both of them as, he's going to be fine, I guess.
I think so. Yeah. Oh, the Wind Becomes Lightning doesn't connect. If that hits, maybe he's toast there. Zothvi really, really low. Meanwhile, Zamudo, I think he takes this. Let's see if another ability comes up here. Gets the Pathmaker. Gets the W shield off. Flash auto. Flash again. The Q goes off for first blood for Zamudo.
Yeah, Q Wrench is just enough there, and Sion, for all that people think of him, it's still enough to be able to kill multiple champions. Really like that Zamudo at the very least is taking matters into his hands, even if he's playing a tank. You can still do damage with a tank.
Wow!
Oh, okay.
Man! What a cheeky sidestep there.
Yeah, that was close there. I don't think you get the kill anyway, but like that was close. And at the very least, House keeping his flash there still.
Yep. Yeah, crucially. Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you go into level 6 with all your buttons up, man, it's just so much easier for the Akali to really get going in a dangerous way here. Do have TP, right? No Ignite here, not going just full in your face. But the Electrocute for both these champions. Scary, meanwhile, I mean, having a pretty good impact kind of early on, right? Did get that flash out of Leza early on. Zamudo going for the call here early as well. Got himself the kill. Says, all right, that's the gold I need. I will take the rest of the lane off.
Wait, wasn't Sion also buffed in the AD department, actually?
He was. This is true. So, I'd be really surprised if we go there. Yeah. But you are right. It was buffed.
I remember someone saying that the buff's playstyle was buff dispatch for reasons. And I don't know, man. If Zamudo opts into that, that's a way of having another damage dealing champion. We already talked about not having consistent damage, so maybe he can be the damage instead. Yeah,
again, especially if into the late game, right? Snaker just kind of falls off a little bit, or it's tougher for him to kind of get rolling if he gets targeted too much.
Yeah.
By House, right? Scary jumps on him. Guess what? You've got to deal with big bad Zamudo, just getting all up in your guts. It's going to be really, really tough. Yeah, and maybe we see some sort of hybrid build. I don't know. So maybe Zamudo, look, he's cooking here, man. Right? He will have. I mean, we'll see how long he stays on the roster, right? Oh, hold on. He might get another solo kill here. Zothvi finally gets level 6. That's enough to go all out. Zamudo might be toast here. Down he goes.
Yeah, Temudo trying to play. I think he was trying to play with the shield, but the only problem is that he was lacking the shield in that scenario. As yeah, Salpe probably dying here, but like overall not bad. That Salpe gets the.
We are back, boys, girls, and non-binary squirrels, children and adults of all ages, to the LTA South. I'm curious if Zamudo stays on the roster if they go into the. Well, I mean, they will go into the relegation playoff, and just how if he can kind of make a home here. I mean, again, it feels like for Zamudo, this is a bit of a kind of happy opportunity that he can play here for a while, then kind of springboard himself into potentially an LTA North job. That's what it feels like. But it would be cool to have another American player playing down here in the LTA South, right? And not just have a, and again, because it feels like kind of the same thing for Griffin, right? He wants a tier 1, I imagine, NA move, unless he falls madly in love with Brazil, i.e. finds a Brazilian baddie, because that has been enough to keep men here who are stronger willed than Griffin. It did the same thing to my father. My father and his brother. I have 2 men on my American side of the family who went to Brazil for other reasons and stayed there and got married. So,
that's something I did not expect to hear. But you know what? I can get behind. Like I'm South American. I understand that. So
yeah, it happens to the best of us, man.
Yeah, like I kind of am doomed already just by being South American, or I'm blessed, I guess, depending on how you look at it. But like, yeah, I'm already on that side. That being said, so before that fight though.
Oh man, yeah, the Shade of Corruption went wide. Top Lop gets in there. Really good CC by him. House goes in immediately afterwards. Leza gets deleted. Fantastic 1-2 punch by Leviathan. Let's see how often they can replicate that.
Yeah, and they are going to find not only a great kill onto Lessa there, House already on the scoreboard, but there's another point of what we were talking about with Snaker. His build is going to be important for poking, but when you're trying to commit your poke to Scary, a champion that has a knee that denies all your damage, it's going to be really counterproductive, and that's where the value from the attack speed barrels comes through much higher than the poke barrels. Because in this situation where you already threw your combo out and it didn't work, if you had attack speed, you just play it out and win. Oh, Mudo, shield,
man, dude, these 1v1s in the from the top laners. Oh man, just barely. I didn't think it was gonna be enough, but it's gonna be really, really close. The E just came off cooldown. Absolutely crucial.
Really good 1v1 there. At the very least, trying to keep it as close as possible up there. And you know what? I'm enjoying it. It's fun seeing them fight it out consistently. Now, what I wanted to mention with the barrels, though, it's that attack speed build, not having it, you're going to be lacking damage whenever your combo is out and you miss it, or you're not able to kill someone. It's not the most ideal thing to try and play with in some of these situations.
No, and I think we're going to see that rear its ugly head a little bit more as the game goes on. While you're going, again, he's got the serrated Dirk, right? He's kind of just playing his hand as to what he's going to be doing. Tangle Barbs do connect there. CEO able to get a little bit of damage off the top. But Charm lands, and they both end up with the same amount of HP. As the Missile Barrage goes wide, the big one whiffs right. CEO still with the flash, still with the cleanse. If Leza tries to go for some sort of all-in, he's got his teammates hovering around as well. First Dragon did go over to Leviathan. We got 30 seconds left until the next one. Grubs are split 1-2 in favor of Leviathan as well. Ooh, Leza going for the blind charm. I like it. Didn't really work out. Still going for it. He's got Jose de Oto in tow, but gets away with just a couple hundred HP.
Yeah, a big attempt there at trying to get the kill. That does mean that Lessa now is going to be out of ulti for the potential next fight that is going to happen in the next 15 seconds. Not sure if they are going to commit to a dragon fight, though, because they are not in the best spot on the side of ISG. But it's a possibility if they want to really try it. And although there's no first items on any member, only member that has an item is Zamudo, and he's way away in the top lane.
Yep, yeah, we got 2 completed items on the side of Leviathan, but yeah, just the one on Zamudo. Yeah, I mean, the top laners, again, just artificially getting gold because they just keep beating the dickens out of each other. So, they're going to be big issues here. So it is that Sunfire rush, like you were saying, TDS. So just going kind of straight tank, right? Did get the cull early on, but just kind of playing that for the gold. Leviathan going to walk away with their second dragon. They've been much happier this whole series, TDS, to opt for that dragon stacking. It's something they're very, very comfortable doing.
It feels like the only game that they weren't able to get it was the previous one, and even then it wasn't that meaningful, even if they weren't able to get the dragon as. A little bit more fighting up here in the top lane. I'm enjoying how both of them are just trying to crush heads against each other and see what happens. It is enjoyable at the very least. Like, it's tank on tank, but it's the fun tank on tank, not the other type of tank on tank.
Yeah, exactly. No, just a lot more interactive. I mean, both these dudes just is an absolute rock fight in the top lane. Meanwhile, Leviathan got a good lead from kind of all other aspects of their map. Still wait on that first big item for Leza. I think that's kind of, Leza and Snaker, to be fair, once they get rolling here. CO on his way to the Triforce, but Hal's been sitting on that Proto Belt for a while, and now he's going to try to make it Leza's problem. Up a full item on him, able to sidestep the charm. Very nicely done, taking out a lot of HP. Leza didn't commit the ultimate just yet, so still has some tools in his pocket and the flash available as well, crucially. Both junglers have grabbed their completed items. Not really anything to fight for here, though, TDS. Just kind of making sure that, they don't take any unnecessary trades, unless, of course, your name is Zafi or Zamudo, in which case they're taking all the trades.
Yeah, they want to stack on their grasp just in case for future fights. But apart from that, nobody else wants to really fall victim or fall prey of any weird thing. House is the only one, though, that is commanding a lot of respect so far because of how much damage she can deal and how well his assassination power is going to be in this game. And because of that also, it means that you cannot really walk into a side lane as comfortably as Leza here. Leza has to be way too careful about how he's approaching some of these fights. And it also means that with the lane essentially won by just the power of the side lane, the rest of the map is going to be difficult to control as well. There's opportunities, but it's not going to be as comfortable as it was before.
No, definitely got to be a little more intentional about things. I mean, anyone else, right? I mean, you've got mobility as the Ahri, right? You've got the charm, you got the flight, you got plenty of safety. But I think that's the thing. I don't know if Leza's necessarily in danger of dying unless they send a lot of bodies there, but a lot of those key team fight resources will be blown, right? If he just gets one-on-one time with pretty much anybody. I was going to burn the TP here. And again, Leza still not on that big item. Scary shows up, yoinks the kill. Says thank you very much for the leash as Leza wiped off the map. Yeah, and that's your kind of worst case scenario there.
And that's a lot of the value as well from the Pantheon. It's that you press ultimate, you're able to provide help for any place in the map as long as you're able to arrive on the right timing. Such a useful tool, such a strong dive attempt that they are able to pull up. And that just means that the Akali is going to be difficult to stop at this point of the game. You can try and deal with her, and there's tools to try and control her. But the problem is that she's going to be very mobile. She's going to have a lot of damage. And Snaker and Leza are going to be suffering from that.
Yeah. This could be...
wait, Zamudo.
This could get ugly for him. Zamudo in some trouble here. So he was to get the CC down. Interrupted there. Chains of Corruption go out. And that will bail Zamudo out.
Yeah, but again, Scary is the one that needs the Chains of Corruption. That means that nothing will come through from that. Zamudo does survive without having to blow his flash. But it's just they're trying to find things on the side of AHG, but it's just simply not enough because they are not only far behind, but also they don't have control of what they can try and do. If House joins any fight, Snaker may be dead. And if Leza joins any fight, you're not worried because he doesn't have any damage or any sort of value at this point. He's even one level behind House at this point of the game.
Sun goes down. Angle barbs connect onto some minions. This top lap looking for that big old ultimate. It was a really good combo the last time he pulled it off with House able to come in over the top. Snaker, he's got flash and cleanse, but no ultimate. He's down to half HP. Scared, just going to start up the Rift Herald here. This Jose Deodo bullied off his spot for now. Buffy coming down. Zamudo will be waiting a little bit afterwards, but House and Leza, they're opting out of this one. As the wave goes crashing in. Well, I say that. House coming right back around here. They should be able to mop up this Herald. Jose Deodo doesn't really have a good way in. Yep, they're going to surrender it.
Yeah, but they are not only surrendering the Herald there because they also opened up space here in the mid lane, and now it's completely free to try and be taken down, or at the very least, to get a lot of damage onto the turret. Mid lane is now below 50% health with a Herald still available. Down there, there's no angle for escape. That's a smart back there by Leza because he's not going to actually end up dying thanks to that. But because of how it's going, it's really the only hope that they have. They may get a turret, though, with the minions. Not enough, but close.
Yeah, I think that... Yeah, I'll take it down a little bit here. But got down to probably about a quarter HP. Snaker, again, Cold lethality. Youmuu's rush. Eventually he's going to get that Mana Moon. So a little surprised he's kind of opted into this. But look, I mean, Zafi's the only target where you don't get value out of this, to be fair. Yeah. But... because I mean, you if House jumps on you, okay, and you can take a couple trades with him if Uzumi doesn't just blow you up immediately. The Snake are taking a lot of damage here, and that's just from top lock, right? What are we doing?
Yeah, the problem is that everything is dealing so much damage to Snaker, whereas Snaker probably is not dealing the same amount of damage to everyone else. Everyone is here though; they want a dragon, but look at where House is. It has a great flank angle.
That is a big, big flangle there. But if he goes through the river, he's going to get seen. He's got to hustle up here. His fight might break out. Herald does go down. That was taken by Scary, just trying to distract down here. Snaker still got the Chains of Corruption. If they can get the charge off here, Zothvi hops in, make sure that connects here. House able to get onto Zamudo, but that's not exactly where you want him, but it's still going all right here for Leviathan. Zamudo taken very, very low here, takes a spear from Scary, and now they've got their eyes on the Dragon. Everybody from ISG down to half HP except for Jose Deodo.
Yeah, Lessa has to back away. Snaker cannot back away just like that. He does have Steel Teleport, but I don't think they're going to fight it. It's going to be Soul Point for the side of Leviathan, and it's all in the back of just having not only much more gold, but much better control in general in the game. Like, they have tools to be able to get on top of members, and they have tools to also stop members from getting killed immediately. So with that in mind, they are just better at trying to position themselves and control the map, and that way they are getting more objectives in their favor. It's only really that one grub that they lost, and everything else has been going their favor so far.
Yeah, no, Leviathan, I mean, like, we haven't really kind of taken the zoomed out view of it yet, but it's a really good game from them, just quietly doing everything they have to. 3 dragons to 0 TDS, right? And 2 towers to 0. All the, you know, the tower taking praise we heaped on ISG in games 1 and 2. Leviathan planned this out early game really, really nicely, and everyone's kind of gotten involved, right? CEO kind of the only one that hasn't. Yeah. But it's still going to be a Corki, still going to be fine in the late game. Not maybe the monster that he was, you know, a couple of years ago, but still going to do a ton of damage in the late game. And, you know, and you've got House to distract, right? So that the range doesn't really concern me all that much as it might otherwise. Ults to get out of there does Zamudo as Zothvi coming in hot. Zamudo still up, you know, about half an item here, but Zothvi does have those empowered boots. In these team fights, I still want to see an all-out 5v5 scrap because, I mean, I favor Leviathan, right? Just in terms of, again, you've got Snaker who's going the, you know, a suboptimal build a little bit. There's not a ton of damage in this composition, right? I mean, you got Jose Deodo who does some damage. Snaker does some damage, but he's going to start to do less. And Leza, it's still an Ari, right? Unless you just go like Turbo Mondo straight damage. And even then, it's going to take a couple of items.
It's not feeling like Lessa is going to be able to deal most of the damage out at this point, especially because of how behind Lessa is to House. It feels more that it's going to be a charm bot than an actual like killer champion, and that's a problem also to try and deal with, especially because House is actually 1 level ahead of the Ari. So their damage difference is going to be much bigger there. House needs to be careful, but it's really difficult to try and lock him down, especially with Birdie inhibition all around the map. As trying to also look into the rest of the map for, that's painful.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, losing the ult on I mean, I like that might have. I mean, the value you get from Nico off that alone, that's like half of the ticks in the box, right?
Yeah,
I mean, just
it really is.
That feels really, really rough. It'll come back off cooldown, not too far in the distant future, but it feels really, really bad. Top lop. Yeah, just feeling really good about that. Another objective, Atakan is up here. Again, you like Leviathan's odds here. House has the Shadow Flame as well. He's just going to start printing damage on this champion. Got a little bit of durability as well. He's got 2,300 HP. I mean, he's just standing there with impunity, right? I mean, I think he doesn't know that there's another champion waiting. But Leza, once that charm missed, Jose Deodo will be waiting around. Maybe he recalls here. But Leviathan can control the top side of this river, man.
Like this. Oh, there's no Shroud.
Oh, yeah, Shroud is down. Like you said, it's going to be a while before it's back up. House is trying to take someone down with him. Maybe get that Shroud back up and get out of trouble as Scary, goes right back in. Top Lop rooted up. So he just gets one there, just Ackerman with the Pop Blossom, and that will be enough. Jose Deodo punches back. Very nicely done there to stun him up. House in some trouble now.
Wait,
get out with first spells to come back up off cooldown. Top Lop grabbed himself an item. Maybe he can get back in time to use it, but it doesn't look like it. They retreat to the safety, quote-unquote, of the Atakan. Yeah, Snaker has shown back up here. He's got himself 2 items now. Again, it's just straight lethality. CEO's got to be careful, man. What are you still doing there? The rest of your team is backed off. Be careful, brother.
Yeah, Zamudo is taking a lot of damage now thanks to the damage that the Atakan is dealing. So able to take away a little bit of his pressure from the tankiness. But in that fight, it was a 4v5 for a little while because Snaker took quite a long time. They're able to take 1 kill, and that's really important. But here, that was one of the main angles that you would have onto House. He had no Shroud, he was walking in blindly, and even though he tried and escape and almost kills less in that position, it took him way too long to be able to do it. Ackerman is also really tanky there, so it's difficult for him to end up dying, and at the end, getting that kill onto top lop is really, really big. But it really goes to show the difficulties that ISG is going to face in a lot of these situations, because they are lacking damage to be able to kill some members, and even when they do have the CC, the follow-up onto some of the CC opportunities that they have is going to be really difficult to pull off as well. So Snaker needs to be on point in terms of the damage that he wants to deal. And also we need to see Lessa, at the very least, finding a little bit more damage to follow up onto some of these plays.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the damage, right? I mean, we keep coming back to that. There just isn't a ton of it in this ISG composition. Whereas on the other side, between House and CEO, you're going to be doing just monstrous amounts of damage. And with the rest of the CC that team is able to provide, it should make it just so easy for Leviathan to play the rest of this game out. Whereas for ISG, it does get tougher and tougher. But the one thing they do have going for them is that in an extended fight, I do think that you're going to turn out okay as Zothvi takes that Scion Q. I mean, yeah, look, you've got a lot of CC and you've got a composition that is pretty easy to execute, kind of front to back. But that's kind of all I can say for ISG's composition right now, as Leviathan in control of another dragon as they look for Infernal Soul.
I think they saw the Kali.
He's looking for a creative way into this one. Going around. The rest of the team backs off the dragon.
Maker here, and he's going the long way, actually trying to maybe find an angle, but it looks like they are controlling the area right.
Is Idioto going to start this dragon up? As House is trying to push that wave for a little bit here. It's a 5v4, but ISG know that House could show up at any moment. So they're, a little trepidatious about maybe starting this one off. Oh, this could be where House pops off here. Oh, he's going to go into the pit, actually, and just try to get onto Jose Deodo or Ackerman. See if he can get on there. He's going to start taking up the dragon. Scary goes into the back line as well. They're trying to pincer ISG. They're just kind of traded places here. As House still looking for a way into this one. Dragon down to half HP. Zothvi body blocking on the other side. CEO not going to get hit by the Q there. Scary looking for a way in with the stun. Top Lop still has the Proto Belt, still has the ult. There it is. He gets 4. It's an absolutely massive ult from Top Lop. Where's the damage to follow it up, though? Leza able to get in and take down Scary. Jose Deodo able to grab his as well. It's a bloodbath on both sides here. House goes all out. Rushing. Zothvi goes all out. Ackerman getting out of the fight for now. Zamudo taking up a lot of damage. He gets on a CEO, and it is a 3 or 2. The dragon will go over to ISG.
That's such a big win by ISG, and it's pretty much on the back of Zamudo and Jose Deodo. I will give credit to Les as well. I think he played that fight as best as he could with the very little damage that he had, but he was all moving around. Toplop found such a huge angle on the Nico ultimate, but it's onto 2 targets that, even though you are killable, are in a spot that it's difficult to follow up. Look at this. It's a perfect find here. It's also onto the Snaker here, but insta-cleanse into the follow-up. The control from Ackerman to stop a little bit of salt-based damage was crucial there. And then here, Scary dying because following too much onto Lessa. Jose Deodo is doing enough damage, and also Siu is forced into a spot where even though he gets the kill, he's really low. So all in all, it's because of how disjointed this fight ends up being that it's difficult for the side of ISG to play it out. And also because Ackerman, to me, played it as perfectly as possible. He controlled the targets, he stopped Snaker from dying super quickly, and made it so that Sothbay and House had to commit way too much to try and kill Snaker. And when Snaker died, by the time that happened, Jose Deodo was full health, Zamudo was full health, and the rest of the members were in a spot where they were dying.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to find yourself in a spot where the best use of your AD carry is as bait, effectively.
Yep.
That being said, Zamudo is huge, dude. He is really strong right now. He is absolutely huge. He's on 3 items right now. He's the most fed member across the game. Leza's going to get onto that upgraded Horizon focus. That item has seen buff after buff after buff. Let's see if it's enough to try to, get this item back into relevancy. Is Leza and company going to start up this Otacon here on the top side? Zothvi thins out the way before looking to get his way in. Scary is a little bit far away. He does have the Grand Starfall. If he can get in and maybe swipe this away if they want to go for it, Leviathan might say, look, we have a lead. We've got 3 dragons. We don't necessarily need this. And that's exactly what they decide.
They're giving up their mid lane turret for this Atakan. So the one thing that I feel like this Atakan is going to be useful for is for trying to bring back the experience to an equal ground. Because Leza was really far behind to House. Now the very least is going to be closer, and the rest of the members are going to be able to make use out of this experience effectively as well. That being said, it's still an advantage for Leviathan, and the dragon is still going to be something that they have to consistently play for, because they are 1 dragon away from giving up Infernal Soul, and House with Infernal Soul probably just wins you the game at this point.
Yeah, you would like to think so. I mean, he's already on 2.5 items. Looks like the death cap is going to be the next one up. He's incredibly strong right now. But, I mean, Zothvi, not for nothing, 3 kills, right? I mean, maybe you'd like those more onto House, but House seems to be doing plenty with what he's been given. He's up 40-something CS. He's up 2,000 gold on his opposite number, despite having one fewer assist.
Yeah.
CSing really well. I mean, House, like, look, the skill was never the issue for House and his kind of, descent up from tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 1 to tier 2. It was the consistency. Can you do it in the big moments as well? He was part of a super Fluxu roster back when they were just Fluxu a few years ago. They were supposed to take over the league and instead just crapped out year after year in 5th. Zamudo might be toast here. Scary going to get a little bit of help as well. Zamudo does go down. Killing spree for Zothvi. He should be able to get onto that third item now, you'd like to think.
This could be a Baron buff angle, actually, because now Zamudo's dead. He doesn't have teleport either, and is Leza down there on the bot side. They don't have a huge Baron buff taking team, so it's not going to be easy to really try and kill it quickly, but they are going to try it out now that Zamudo is down, and I think it makes sense to try and go for it here. The poke, though, from the Varus, in this situation, it's particularly the strongest that it's going to ever be.
Let's see what they could do with it. They've got to get up close and personal in a hurry here. Baron not going down maybe as quickly as you would like. I mean, yeah, you're still missing, crucially, House, but his job is to be a team fight disruptor. He's not there for his Baron taking abilities.
House is on the back.
Does get the TP down, looking for a way into this fight. Leviathan back off the Baron, but a couple of their members have been taken really low. The Portabelle gives them away. The Shroud down, just try to buy Team some time. Nice solar flare there by Ackerman. Chains of Corruption go out as well. And after all that, it's like a middle school dance. We're just dancing around each other, too afraid to make the first move. Come on. There's a Deodo. Looking like he wants to go in. Top lap sends out the close. Leza goes forward. The charm doesn't land. Scary goes forward as well. Throws the shield up. Zamudo coming in out of nowhere like a freight train. Jose Deodo connects on the rest of it to feed Snaker. The kill just barely gets out of there, does Zothby. Man, oh man.
Oh, Leza is hating himself so much for not having that extra damage. And you know what? Horizon Focus still needs more buffs. With another item, you get that kill.
I mean, yeah. I don't disagree.
Probably. That is such a big fight, though, for the side of ASG, especially because that was after Zamudo died. They were forced into a Baron buff dance, and they won that Baron buff dance, even with House having a perfect flank angle there. No, they don't have the members to start this Baron buff. They are just walking there, but it's Zamudo.
Oh, good catch there by Zamudo.
CEO gets stunned.
Good follow-up. The 2 solar flares from Ackerman, just using that on cooldown, man.
The Dragon is up.
Doesn't result in much, but that Dragon is up, like you were saying. And this is, again, just delaying that soul point, or delaying that soul, I should say, for Leviathan. ISG should be able to take this, no problem.
Yeah, pretty comfortable for them. Scary can try and go in, but if he goes in, he dies, and he may lose Baron buff for the team if he doesn't get the Dragon, and he doesn't get out of there alive. So another Dragon for ISG here. This is going to be able to cover up some of the damage deficiencies that they do have, because you're getting the extra Dragon damage from 2 Infernal Dragons. And the more dragons you add onto that, the more Infernals you add onto that, that's going to be even better to cover up for the damage deficiency. That being said, they are still not out of the water here because of that. Scary. Zamudo actually, wait.
Yeah, he's taking up a lot of damage, taking up a lot of time as well, but he's taking a lot of tower shots, crucially, as it finally does go down. I was looking for a way, and he might be able to take down Zamudo, with one combo. Just kind of zoning off, gets the Shuriken Strike down, and Zamudo, not able to get the swipe there with the Q. The charm lands onto Zothvi. Another solar flare. Ackerman just ripping this as often as he can. House gets in and gets Snaker. That is job done for him. Top Lop able to get something there with the Pop Blossom. Not a lot, though. Zamudo just trying to buy his team some time. House still plenty healthy, though. CO rain damage. Now it's up to the carries. The charm lands onto House. He's barely able to escape. Ackerman very, very low. Zothvi able to get right back in with the all-out. Zamudo goes zombie mode. CEO able to grab himself a kill. It's a bloodbath shutdown for Zamudo from beyond the bridge. CEO just barely gets out alive. It's a 3 for 3 after all that.
I swear, this area build is not it. You're lacking that bit of damage so consistently there. But that's the thing with House. If you're not able to control him enough, he's going to kill Snaker almost certainly there. And really well played in general by House in that situation. Also, CEO stepping into the spot that he needed to be, because he could have died if he walked way too far forward there. Holding the angle right enough, holding it just enough so that he wouldn't be the victim at the end of it. And such a long fight as well. They were trying so heavily after killing Scary to maybe hold it a little bit more or try and fight it out, but you can see how long it lasted. Here, House just finding the angle, too much focus went onto Southbay, and it meant that House was going to get free reign to try and get the kill there. Sun just also came in clutch. But Hoseidiot is also doing a lot of damage in this fight. Like, he actually is able to survive for quite a bit. He has a lot of survivability and also damage to really follow up onto a lot of these plays. And as long as he's able to get onto the carries, he also can work effectively to try and kill them. Same as Zamudo, that even if he dies, he has another tool to kill people.
Yes, he
That
does.
was close.
You almost got
That
two
was
out of
really
that.
close.
Man. Leviathan, against all odds, still up about 2,000 gold. As we're looking like we're in for another version of game one. Just, I mean,
Yep.
looking really, really evenly balanced here as Zamudo gets onto the Sterix now. Now he's going for a bit of that extra damage. I mean, he could get 5 items here in the blink of an eye here. Still on the magical footwear, doesn't get anything into upgrading those boots. He's Scion, for crying out loud. He's got CC, he's got the ultimate. He can get in there in a hurry. Hoseidiot also grabbing himself a Sterix. You're waiting for it. Now, okay. Leza's got that third item. But again, it is just more supportive, right? Look, it's still a lot of pen. But you see just Leza not kind of pulling the trigger on that big damage build. And again,
Yep.
if ISG go on to win this, we're going to forget all about this game. But if they lose, it's going to be hard for me not to look back at Leza and what he was or wasn't able to do. Snaker took a lot of damage right there.
Yeah, they are taking such big trades in these positions, and it's making it really difficult for the side of ISG to really force something, just because they are getting forced into a spot where it's not easy to try and cover. As Baron Buff is not getting started, a lot of that has to do with the lack of damage that they do have. Oh, Ackerman is getting engaged on.
Does get the W down. Scary, goes in with the ultimate. Stun goes up, stun goes down.
House doesn't get this
House
kill.
gets in, takes a tower shot. Another one here. Now the Tangle Barbs go out to try to bail out the assassin. He might go down. Here's Zamudo. Stopwatch, fantastic, but it might be too little too late. Chain of Corruption
No,
not
he's
going to
dead.
land either. Shut down there for Zamudo. House is down.
Lessa.
And now ISG pull a rabbit out of a hat on a bit of an
Lessa.
overextension there from House. Top lop, not much longer for this world. The Q's going to be mistimed, but he
It's
will
Baron
go
now.
down. That is Baron for ISG.
Why would House force so heavily onto Ackerman? Of all people to try and go and kill, why go onto Ackerman? Like, I understand he
I
has
do
no
not know.
flash, but it's a support Leona. It's Leona, for God's sake. That's not a worthy trade, and it forced the team into such an awful spot as well. It made it so that everyone had to follow House, or not necessarily had to, but they were following House so heavily in that play, and it meant that when House was going to fail, or if he failed, and he actually failed, that meant that there was no way to stop that. And also the timing of this loss is massive, because it's not only Baron buff, it's not only 2 members that died in the shutdown. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. That's now soul point for ISG also, and it's 3 Infernals at that. It's all just consistently bad now because they gave up so much out of that fight. And if you want to try and fight this, it's possible, but it could be game losing if they try and force in this situation where they don't have anything else on their favor.
Now they're going to grab themselves their 3rd Infernal Dragon here. As all of a sudden, Lev have some uncomfortable conversations they got to have with themselves. Looking in the mirror just got a little bit more awkward now. As this is a bit of a monster of their own making here. They've created these issues right now as ISG come roaring back into this game. A 4,000 gold swing out of nowhere. TDS. I mean, just one overextension from House. And like you said, it wasn't just him. Everybody else kind of followed up.
Yeah.
But
Scary
I mean,
committed ulti to get the kill into a Leona.
yeah, like what are we doing, dude? Oh, big TP here. House trying to atone for his sins, but the Chain of Corruption will almost find him. Zamudo just trying to hold him down for a bit, get the rest of his team on him. House got to buy some time for the rest of his team to get there. Could be another interesting play here by House that loses his team the game, able to get out of there with the ultimate and the flash and the proto belt as well. CEO down very, very low, solar flare down, and they use everything to get out of that. A lot of resources burned for what, TDS? For nothing.
Yeah. Flash, teleport, ulti, all of it down in this previous play. And realistically, they're not getting it. Like, I'm fine with the teleport play. I'll be honest. I think I'm fine with that play if the team is more ready to commit.
Exactly.
Like, this is kind of situation that I think Scary has to go in, and Top Love has to be ready to flash in with the ultimate. But it was such a telegraphed kind of play that it just meant that House either escapes or dies. Like, that, there's not actually a good tool there to really force anything. And now, teleport here by Ackerman, obviously, but it's Leona still. Oh, Scary.
Man, Scary goes in and just gets 100 to 0. The CC chain is way too strong. Top Lop gets a couple with his Pop Blossom. Snaker deletes him immediately. House stuck on Zamudo. That is not where you want the Akali to be. Zothvi just trying to watch his team crumble here, doing anything he can, but Snaker is walking into kills without even trying. Isurus take the fight off a couple of desperation plays from Leviathan, and now they have broken this game open.
They're really trying to make it theirs, and it's looking like Leviathan, for all that they had previously, it's not going to be enough. They had the 4 members here. It's only CEO. He is dealing good damage, but now he's getting stuck. He's dead. Yeah, that's all that you lasted, Corky.
An ace.
I don't have the words for this. This was Leviathan's game to lose, and they lost it.
Yeah, I got nothing, dude. I got nothing. I mean, it's gosh. I mean, he was the reason they won a couple of these games. He's the reason they lost a couple of these games, and that is kind of the How's experience over these last couple of years. Again, it's just the consistency. He got a little too big for his britches there, and I mean, it's really unfortunate, man. Because now, I mean, again, like, look, if you're Leviathan, it could be worse. You could be Isurus in the sense that you still get a spot in LTA South next year. But golly, that's like the only positive you have going for you right now.
Yeah, it's not looking that bad. They still have one more game. They technically have one more game. But, like, this was one of those games that you really look back into, and the only thing that you have to say to yourself is, like, damn, we threw it so badly.
Like how did we, like, in the blink of an eye, you look up, there's a defeat screen on your monitor, and you're like, did that just happen? Yeah, we just really chain int that with 3 fights?
And it was 3 back-to-back fights that they lost, by the way.
Like in like the span of like 6 minutes, the game just disappeared.
The game went out in the air, like, so quickly. We were talking about how Leza was lacking damage, and from that, we went into Baron Buff for ISG, Teamfight for ISG, Game for ISG. That was what happened after that, by the way.
And that's kind of the even more insane part, is like, there was no damage in this composition, right? Like, Leza was like almost there. Snaker went lethality. Yeah. It was just Zamuda with like the Sterix and the Overlord's blood mail.
And great to him. I think Zamuda played an amazing game because he was really on him. It was on him and Jose Diodo to really pull it off. And those two were the ones that were doing a part of the heavy lifting in keeping the game alive and keeping it as close as possible. Zamuda was such a difficult thing to kill that it took them multiple members to kill them. And even when he died, he still found ways to keep the game close because he killed Sotbay and he almost killed CO. But if not for that, the game should have been so comfortable for the side of Leviathan, and I think that is going to change in their minds. Because now going into Game 4, such a difficult game to lose, and you end up losing. How's now essentially going to one of his, I would call it pocket picks, right? And losing on that. And then also the mid lane pool is getting really, really short. Because Tali and Azir is getting banned consistently. Galio, Annie, Syndra, Akali, and Arya are out. So now you have to go for, the Jonas. If Silas gets banned away, that is also going to be taken away. So you need to dive deep into what is remaining. Maybe a Ryze. But it's going to be difficult for the mid laners now. Oh, Victor as well is out.
Yeah, Victor's out as well. Yep, good shout. I think we use the term 1v9 a little too loosely sometimes, but that was a literal 1v9 performance from Zamuda. Like, he had no one else doing anything, and the rest of the team was just like, oh my gosh.
I'll give him that. I'll try and bring Jose Diodo up, because I think he did so. He did more than he did on his set. I'll bring that up.
Yes. All right. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, like you said, it's like, if you're gonna play the Zed like this, why not play the Xin Zhao? And he goes out to the Xin Zhao. He plays it well.
Worked perfectly.
Fair enough. They win. All right. So one more game potentially for Leviathan to, punch a pillow a lot and then get right back out there. So we'll see how it goes. We'll be right back with the LTA South and lower bracket. Don't go anywhere.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A soul ride of the few.
Welcome back, everybody. Game 4 on the horizon here. It's win or go home for Leviathan after a game that can only be described with, I think, just a series of question mark pings, man. It was what a brutal game to throw away. I mean, if this does end up biting them in the butt here and they do not get to continue their season until January of next year, House is gonna, I mean, oh gosh, I mean, his return to Tier 1 was just like such a cool thing to see. I mean, you knew he was gonna get another shot. It felt like the only reason he was in Tier 2 was because, you know, the number of Brazilian teams went from 10 to 6 effectively, right? House is good enough to be a top 10 mid laner in the Southern Hemisphere, but it didn't work out for him. And now, oh boy, are questions going to be asked of this game, man.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for him in that sense, because I do think that he performed well enough, but it's having those highs and lows that can be really difficult to go against people's perspectives. And if your highs aren't enough to get you to a qualifying position, I would argue, then your lows are not worth it for a lot of these teams. And I think that may be what House is suffering from. That being said, I still think that he's been performing better than Lessa so far this series. I think he's doing a great job. And even when he ends up dying, I still think he's one of the only few things that Leviathan has in their favor to win the series. Like, I don't think they are winning the series if it's not on the back of House. So for all of that, it's still really dependent on him. And I want to see how he's able to perform in this fourth potential last game of the series. But for ISG, it was crucial that they won that game, because I feel like with how they lost the second game and with how the third game was going, it could have been a moral impact if they lost that third game the way that they were going to.
No, it was like a game and a half of just Leviathan dominance, and then ISG were gift wrapped away back into the game, and all of a sudden, you got a game 4. So yeah, no, I mean, a really unfortunate set of circumstances for them, but no, they've got a big opportunity here. So 2-1 is the series lead here for for ISG, I should say. They would face up against, I guess, Red would have the opportunity to choose their opponent. I think is
since they are first seeds.
Yep, they're the highest of the kind of remaining seeds there. So
well, it's not like the opponent is going to be that big of the right, because it's Red or Furia. So
Furia.
Pick your own poison.
Yeah, exactly. Either you get just like you get Furia or Furia Junior, right? Or like a less polished version of Furia. So with like a better mid laner with a slightly less complete team, but yeah, I mean those series are going to be very exciting. And a reminder, next week we do have a game starting on Friday as well. So we got Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week, and the week after that. So mark your calendars, I guess. But TDS, you talked about the mid lane pool kind of being pinched a bunch, right? I mean, so. And again, like Silas, he's got, or House, I should say, he's got that Silas in his back pocket, right? He likes and can play, as we saw, even just, despite it wasn't the gameplay on the Akali, it was the decision-making behind it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, a couple of question mark pings go more so than his playstyle. It's more so the decision of what he was going for. Because trying to assassinate anyone as an Akali is understandable. Trying to go and kill a support as heavily as he tried to, it's the question mark there that I'm at, that you need to answer yourself. Is it worth it at that point? And it really wasn't with some of the timings that we're going through. Now, the silence is interesting because I think that champion can work out. The problem is that it was getting banned. And you add on top of that, there's the Azir and the Talia ban that are coming through quite frequently. Yeah. Then you take into account the champions that are out because of Fearless, Victor, Galio, Annie, Syndra, Oriana. Those champions are already out. So it's going to be, even Nico, you can argue, with taking out because of a flex potential. So now you are left with essentially the main ones that I can think of in the mid lane right now are Ryze. Or is Ryze. And apart from that, well, the Aurora actually was one of the other few, but they opened up the Talia ban, it looks like. So giving up.
Well, and the Aurora was getting permabanned as well, right? I mean, so now it's the Ryze being banned. Yeah, so the Azir staying banned and keeping that away. I mean, and how's Azir is something that works out really well. So they're banning it away from him as well. Instead, it looks like he will be on the Aurora. I suppose that could go to Zofia in the top lane, but we are seeing her more in the mid lane. Snake are going to be on the Zeri this time around. Meanwhile, Leza on the Talia. So we've got some of these power picks that kind of, got hit by the band hammer in the first few games, but now they have escaped that wrath. And we're getting some power picks here in Game 4 again. It's win or go home for Leviathan.
And also banning away the Lulu here, by the way. I also dislike the fact that they picked the Siri here so early, because you're kind of giving away what your bans have to be on the support position. And also, there's still other AD carries that you can opt into for the Yunara. Not only the Siri, I think Jinx is still one that could be played, and a lot of people don't really play around it for some reason. And then I find it kind of funny that the Rise was banned first pick for some reason, or first ban. And then you leave open the Tali and the Aurora anyway. It's kind of a funny dichotomy that they changed up for this particular ban phase. Now, as far as champions remaining, the jungle pool actually is taking a big hit as well. There's 3 jungle bans, plus the ones already mentioned before, and the Jarvan also checking away. So now you have to dig a little bit deeper into the pool. Skarner could be an option. There's an angle for the Skarner here for the side of Leviathan.
Yeah, let's see. Karma. Okay, yeah, Ackerman, he's got this Karma in his back pocket. I've seen it a couple times here. At least I think I have. I might be making that up, but I think I've seen it for him. The Bard being picked up here by Toplop as well. Again, I'm biased because I love Bard. I think he's one of the best champions in the game, just in terms of just fun and design and all that. Okay, so we're going to get the Jax here and the Skarner. Okay, and you can fly. Okay, well, no, you can't. Okay, so it'll be Jax for Zothvi, Scary on the Skarner, and then Yunara Bard in at the bottom lane. How do you feel about this the Yunara Bard combo specifically?
So I like the fact that you can make a lot of the the poking and the CC down in the bot lane more effectively with this, and also because of the slow that you get with the Bard auto attacks, sometimes it's easier to try and get some of the damage down from the Yunara. So I think it can work out really effectively with a lot of the innate just combos that they have inside of their kits. That being said, one of the things that the Bard is not going to be to enable the Yunara to do is buffing at all. Like, you get a heal from the heals that you live down the side, but you don't really get any buff from the Bard. You don't really get movement speed, you don't really get attack speed, anything like that. So it's more so on what the Yunara innately can do compared to what she can do with other champions like the Lulu or the Melio. But the Bard value is still going to be on the CC, on the Tempered Fate, and also on his slows.
Yeah, and I mean, the slows, right? The CC you can get. On the other side, though, Gangplank locked in here for Zamudo, right? And Zamudo, right, one of the brightest prospects.
He likes the Gangplank.
Coming out of Tier 2, he does have that GP. How do you feel about it in terms of kind of the way these compositions want to play, right? The Jarvan wants to go forward. The Karma can go forward or backward. But the Gangplank likes to go backward, right? So, I mean, do you view that as even like an issue? Because that's kind of where I try to slot in, like, okay, I see the Gangplank. How does the rest of the composition kind of function around it? Or am I reading something into nothing?
So I'm be honest, I really like the Gangplank in general. I think it's an underappreciated champion in general, because I feel like there's multiple spots that he can be picked to. But my main problem with the Gangplank, and it's a problem that I think a lot of champions suffer a lot in pro play, it's the lack of agency that it gives you. And it's not that is a bad thing in general, it's that I just think that pro players are way too impatient to actually play that off. And it's something that consistently happens. They do not, like, they are way too worried about being the ones making the plays or initiating the plays, that whenever something has to be a little bit more controlled or take the back foot, they are not good enough, or maybe not good enough, but they're not willing enough to play that off. And that's why I feel like champions like Nautilus succeed so much in pro play comparatively. Is that when you have the agency to pull off the plays, you're willing to go for more aggressive things, or you're more willing to make things happen. But when they don't have that agency, it feels like they are under the control of the enemy team, and that's not true for most situations. Like, even if you have to take the back foot in some situations, that doesn't mean that the enemy team controls you. But it feels like in pro play particularly, players do not feel that way. Like, they feel like they need to be the ones commanding the plays and pulling off the trigger, and that kind of takes away from value from champions like the Gang. That's why I think that's one of the main reasons why the champion typically doesn't succeed as much unless it's played by a really, really good top laner, or the team is willing to understand that. But I feel like the champion here works out really nicely. Like, they are going to come into you. They are playing champions like the Aurora, the Skarner, and the Jax that have a mode that is going forward. And the Gangplank can just go over them really effectively. Plus, late game barrels are going to delete this Yunara that, for her potential with the range, she still is it's a really close range AD carry in some situations. So you can still make the most out of those barrels.
Yeah, and Zamudo, you said you need the team to play around, or you need a really, really good top laner. Zamudo's a really, really good top laner. I mean, that Scion game we saw in game 2. I think someone in the Twitch chat said, like, look, we know Zamudo can play carries, but he also plays tanks like carries, and he's not afraid to be the protagonist, right? And like you said, you kind of need that main character energy if you want to play the Gangplank, and Zamudo absolutely has that. Coming into his first 3 games. This is his 4th game with this new squad. And look, it hasn't all been perfect, but it's been pretty dang good, all things considered. And again, ISG, they are still staring down the barrel of a relegation tournament, right? Where they will have to compete for a couple teams from LRS as well.
I did want to answer your question, though, about the Zamudo thing. Because you were asking about if Zamudo would stay for the relegation tournament. I honestly think he probably won't. And that's because, and not because like he couldn't play it or anything like that, but more so I feel like it's a career prospect. Like I think you as a player probably don't want to play a relegation tournament and risk getting relegated, because that may tank your prospect, especially for such a young player that barely has had any opportunity. That could be bad for him in that sense. Ooh, great flash.
Oh wow, Howell's just committing the flash immediately, not even waiting for the flag or the drag. Just saying, nope, all right, you win. Sorry, I'll get away from your mid laner. Yeah, I mean, no, I think that's fair, right? And I think it's sort of like the Griffin discussion, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
how much does he actually commit to LTA South? This is not a character judgment, by the way. Like you said,
No.
These pro players have very short careers, right? To make it big, you've got to be really selfish in your decision making to kind of last at the top level and be able to, kind of get as much dough out of this as you can and have a career with a lot of longevity. So, look, I'll never. This is a pro labor broadcast, all right? I'll never begrudge a guy trying to do what's best for himself and get his money, especially in these 2 situations. So, but right now he's got an opportunity to make a run here with ISG. And like you said, the next round, even if they survive this, it's going to be Red or Furia.
I will say this though. I was also like before it happened. I remember before like this happened, where the tournaments were going to be connected and LTA Seoul and LTA North were going to fight it out. I was one of the people that were advocating for players in NACL to try and come to LTA South, because like that was one of the best ways to get to Worlds. Now it's a little bit more difficult, yes, but I still feel the same. Like trying to get to Worlds, it's probably a good chance in LTA South, and I think that for them getting that experience is still valuable enough to try and pull it off. And there's always a chance that they stay here because the region is still great. So like, why not give it a chance in that? And if Zamudo enjoys it and stays here more time, that's going to be great for LTA South.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that, like you said, that was part of the pull of this cross-conference, right? Is like, okay, everyone still gets your 2 import slots, but you get a 3rd Americas slot, right? So you can have that cross-pollination, right? And kind of, cross-pollinate the fan bases as well, right? That was the stated goal by Riot when they announced this merger, right? And we'll say it's been a mixed success. But I think, look, for me, I'm still kind of worried about just kind of on a macro scale, getting into the U.S. with visa issues, right? Like you've had, it sucks because, like, again, you're seeing this. This is a problem, before the current situation, but right now it's not great as well. Like you're still seeing, I mean, in Valorant, right? It's still difficult, and that's already a franchised America's league, and they're still having issues, right? So it's very hard to do, and the fact that you don't even know if you need to do it until kind of like a few weeks before. Right?
Yeah,
like,
that's going to create some problems.
Yeah, man. So for me, if you can get everybody to Houston in one piece, that's already a massive win. I hate that that's where we're setting the bar, but it is what it is.
Yeah, we'll have to play with that the same way that ISG and Leviathan has to play with what they have right now, because for the early games, nothing much has happened apart from that flash from House. Everything has been pretty normal, pretty straightforward. Lanes have been going kind of expected. I will say, though, bot lane, Snaker and Ackerman doing a great job at putting CO down really early on with that huge CS deficit.
Yeah, so much so that he just opted out of the lane. Said, nope, I don't want to do this anymore. I would rather go up against Zamudo. So it will be the Yunara Bard, a strong combo, but not strong enough in the face of a Zeri Karma for Snaker Ackerman. They have been just pummeling, like you said, TDS. Their opposite numbers. Both of them opting for Kulls. Zamudo still happy to go back up into that top lane, so we'll see. Meanwhile, Jose Deoda just kind of solos a dragon for the boys with enough pressure from his mid and bot lane. It's easy enough.
Probably the earliest dragon we've seen taken down so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
Important, though, that they take it as Zamudo getting collapsed in here. I don't think they kill, but it's a good attempt at trying to force something onto Zamudo. And also because you're forcing a lot of CS to be lost by him. Like, he's equal at this point with the Jax, but Jax is going to receive a wave down in the turret right now, so he's going to pull off ahead a little bit more here.
Yep, we'll see where the turret plates end up as well. Sneaker and Ackerman happy to take those. Zothvi just kind of in matchup jail right now. A substantial lead kind of one way or the other. It's a 2v1 here as CEO just dumping bullets into the back of Zamudo's head. Did blow the cannon barrage. That's going to be off cooldown for any potential all-in or dive. As the Between Worlds comes out, Leza able to get out of trouble.
Yeah, having to flash there, and now it's going to be the other mid laner going to be forced into a weird spot with that flash down. That being said, glad to see both junglers trying to be a little bit more active early on this game. You have great engage tools on both sides, so there's good opportunities for them to really try and make it be more valuable for them. As teleport comes down here for Zamudo, that means that it's going to be now equal lanes on both sides until they trade places once again, because they are backing on the side of Leviathan.
Backing off here. Snaker and Ackerman find their way to the top lane, just bully them out of it again. Snaker hit level 6, absolutely massive power spike there. CEO would be a big one for him as well, should he hit that. Zamudo not having a great time against Zothvi, but it's still very, very early doors here, and we expect this Gangplank to be an absolute demon in the late game. Speaking of a lopsided matchup, oh boy, How's having his way with Leza in the mid lane.
Yeah, for not having an early flash, he's still being dominated in the mid lane. Really well done there by House. Goes to show how well he has been playing off so far this series, and it's more so how the rest of the team is going to respond to that. Zamudo getting dived on here. He has ulti.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
he's got the orange as well. Zothvi blew the flash as well. You hate to see it. Best case scenario there for Zamudo, a trade for a kill.
That is really important there. Getting that kill back, the orange timing was so important, and that was also while the grubs were getting done. So 1-for-1 in this situation, getting the grubs as well in the process, plus having the Gangplank get a little bit of extra gold, always valuable for the side of ISG. Now, what can Leviathan try and collapse on or get after getting this kill? That's going to be also another potential play for them, because now that they get the kill onto Zamudo, or now that they got a kill onto Zamudo, there's always a chance for repetition. Yes, Zothvi's flash is down, but Zamudo has no teleport nor ultimate, so there's a good angle for them to try and repeat here. Really nice of them though, but Zamudo knew that Scary was coming here. I think there was a better potential here for trying to get the kill, but that just goes to show the value of the GP, because ulti and barrel is enough to get a kill.
Yeah, and it was not that far away from getting 2 potentially, and the orange, right? I mean, was just huge, right? Once the Counter-Strike came out, orange, heal, just buy yourself more time down there, right? I mean, really, really nicely done. So halfway to a Triforce. Zothvi, a good ways into his as well. Game pretty much locked up here. Again, this is win or go home for Leviathan. We are in the lower bracket because of the way that both these teams finished in the regular season. They ended up starting in the lower bracket. Tempered Fate not going to find its mark.
Yeah,
Q going to get the stun, but Top Lop is... I couldn't think of a word that rhymed with top or lop for dead, but he's dead.
Yeah, I was thinking that either as well, but no, there's nothing that comes to mind. He's dead. And importantly, there is a good chance now to try and once again get control over the bot side, set up for the next dragons coming in 1 minute and 13. But they can also try and go for a dive here as, Southbay taking a lot of damage. Not going to be a kill.
Yeah, no, we'll be okay. Turret plating still up for a little while here. Zamudo feeling a little bit better about himself as the barrel does go off here. He's got the W in tow. Barrel goes off. Zothvi, you got to be careful here, right? With that Counter-Strike, I mean, it's just the GP can just negate that with one spell is so rough. And, you know, like, that's exactly what you want Jax to do, right? No, come here. It's fine. I have nothing in my pocket. It's fine. Barrel. It's so dangerous to fight into that. Leza showed up at the perfect time, but is it too little too late? Able to get the damage down. Should be able to take down Zothvi, you'd like to think. There it goes. And able to get the feats of warfare there for ISG as they take a 500 gold lead and a kill in their pocket, as well as that dragon that was taken a little bit earlier. Hextech up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, the good thing there for Leviathan, though, is that they get the kill onto the Jax, where it's Leza that gets a kill. Not bad that Leza gets it, but in this 1v1 matchup, you always want to try and get as much gold as possible into the GP. The matchup, though, is quite close. Like, it's just a little bit in favor of gold right now in turn for Southbay, but it feels like every time we pan up there, the traits are just much better for Zamudo, and a lot of that has to do with the remove Scurvy, the oranges being able to deny a lot of the CC and the damage, and also the consistent value of the barrels being able to go over the Counter-Strike as well.
Yeah, no, it's really, really nice. I mean, it's just a great pick into the Jax, and again, it's just going to scale absolutely incredibly, right? You've got just Scary as a tank, really. Anyone else who tries to get up close and personal to you is going to do just going to get absolutely deleted, right? CEO has to get up close and personal. He's not the longest range champion. House, he can, he can bounce around with the between worlds as well, but he's got to get pretty close as well, right? These aren't exactly long range sniper carries. So you're going to get a lot of value out of that, especially the later this game goes. And Snaker, just a terror on the Zeri, able to move around with impunity right now. And Leza, 2 out of 3 kill participation, right? We haven't talked much about him, and I think we both kind of agree that, look, for all of House's ups and downs, broad strokes, he's been better than Leza in this series, but Leza so far, right, he's got himself a power pick on the Talia. This is a very kind of just, like, hit your spells, do your job, and you have an absolutely outsized impact on the state of the game.
Exactly. Like, as long as you're able to throw the word ground or the cues from Natalia, you're going to have so much value here, because there's a lot of champions here that depend on their mobility, and if they are not careful enough, like, Samudo, going to be fighting here, but there's a slight chance. Oh
man, Zothfi wanted everything out of that. Pop the ultimate as well. Jose Dioto in with the EQ Cataclysm. Zothfi throwing the thumbs up. Jeez. Wanted to bait another one there or something. Almost. 2 completed items onto just not even 1. That is absolutely huge as Zothfi got away with that. Kind of got away with murder there. But did blow the flash. Zamudo got his as well. Snaker picked up the Hexplate, experimental Hexplate. That got some really big buffs this past patch TDS.
Yeah, I feel like a couple of AD carries have been opting more into that recently. I think obviously the Seri has been one of the main ones, but I remember seeing it on another AD carry that was popping off with it. Don't remember which one exactly though. Maybe the Yunara was one of them, but the value that it gives you, the resistance that it gives you as well, like overall, not a bad choice of an item to really try and utilize. And I think that for the Seri, her survivability and her consistent damage is more valuable than just straight up damage. And the longer, like, I remember the time when there was the Bruiser Seri build with the Titanic Hydra and all that. Hydra, a lot of that came from the fact that she was surviving for so long, and she just dealt a lot of damage in the process. And I think the idea here is similar to that. Not necessarily that you're going to deal a lot of damage, but more so that you're going to survive long enough that the damage is going to stick more frequently.
Yeah, no, if you can just be a menace, right, and just in these long, more extended fights. And again, if you want the team kind of fighting into you, right, Zeri just kind of fire a couple autos, go backwards. Fire a couple autos, go backwards. Oh, no, I'm stuck. I go over a wall, right? And Zamudo feeds off that as well. And Ackerman just, popping everybody with shields, right? I mean, this ISG comp can play itself out really, really nicely as well. But Leviathan, a pretty easy to execute composition as well, to be fair.
Yeah, overall, like, there's not a lot of things that they need to try and do to make this work out. Overall, they have great teamfight ultimates. So Zamudo being forced a little bit here too much.
It drops down the cannon barrage. Scary, not going to commit the ultimate. Little surprised by that, I must say, but
it gets canceled. It's not worth it. Remember,
you just scurvy out of it. Yep, you're right.
Like, it's really valuable that Samudo is taking off this sort of pressure from the map, because you give space for Snaker to keep on farming. You give space for Lessa to try and go back and be a little bit more equal to House in this game. And even though the ultimate is now down, which I feel like that's the biggest problem now for GP, is that his ultimate is going to be down and he's not going to have the global value, it's still good enough that he's just farming comfortably and nothing really is stopping him from reaching the point. Like, he's pretty equal to the Jax at this point of the game as well.
Yeah, no, he's feeling really good right now. No, I'd agree with you. Everyone on kind of an item and a half right now. Zothfi still trailing behind just a little bit, but he'll get there eventually. He got himself his boots, so he's more advanced on that track. Jose Dioto having a quietly decent game on this Jarvan so far. He'll pick up his second neutral objective of the game. I should say his third, because the Grubs went to him 3-0.
Yep.
Dragon split 1-1. It will be a Mountain Soul on the cards in about 10 or 15 minutes. Another dive trying on Zamudo. Doesn't have Cannon Barrage this time. He does have the W. Yeah, just try to take him out of this game completely.
Oh, House.
Oh my goodness, that is a disaster.
Oh, that is an Aurora play. That's what happens when you play... wait. Wait, that's hilarious. It doesn't really matter, though, because he's just going to move it.
Snaker.
Wait, CO?
Yeah, CO might be in a little bit of trouble here, right? Can move backwards a little bit top lop. Man, taking a lot of damage. CO's got to be careful here, man. Jose Dioto, if that tower goes down, you can just EQ onto him. We'll see. Yeah, Shelly, and you didn't really get a ton of value out of that one. But man, House, that was an Aurora moment, man.
Yeah, that was scary to try and deal with in the mid lane, but I feel like he just wasn't closing. Like he was waiting on the timing for it to go down, but just at the last stitch, it just sadly ended up going through, and that's why he ends up dying. It's really a small margin there, a really small difference in that play. But this is the thing: like they're trying to force too heavily on Zamudo, and I kind of understand it. But at the same time, when you force too heavily on the champion and it doesn't work out like they are trying to, it's just going to be a consistent attempt at just giving up gold. And they were forcing this with no minions either at this point. Like, he was just trying to. He actually just wasn't going to commit there. He used the W to try and jump out, and it was just on the edge of it. Oh, Zamudo.
Woo!
1v1.
Yeah, Zothvi able to get out of it this
Zothvi.
time. Fool me once,
Coming
shame on
back.
you. Fool me twice. No, thank you. Gets a redemption down as well from the other side of the map. Very nicely done there. Zothvi picking up his second kill of the game.
Yeah, well, being MVP of the NACL works absolutely nothing when you're facing one top laner from the LTA South, Zamudo. It's a big
That's what I've
difference.
always said.
It's a big difference. The leagues change, and you also need to change if you want to be able to face these top laners here. But really nice for Southbay there. Now another kill for him, putting more pressure onto the side lanes, making it so that Zamudo now once again doesn't have ultimate. So if they want to fight for this dragon, he's not going to have that global value to really play with. They are coming down here though, and they will have a little bit of space to try and force it. But it feels like for now, the better angle is for the side of ISG, and with their members collapsing here, it just may give them enough space to really try and force the fight. Oh.
Let's see. Okay. Maybe someone would pop off there. Yeah, scary. Potentially looking for a way into this one. Jose Dioto, level 11, will have that increased cooldown on the Cataclysm. But he's definitely feel the tension in this one, TDS. I mean, but neither team willing to go for kind of a big explosive play. The most explosive plays we've seen, quote unquote, are dives onto Zamudo, right? Just like, look, we got to take this dude out of the game. And it's again, it's been with mixed results, right? Zamudo's gotten a kill back on pretty much all of them. But Zothvi quietly scaling really nicely here. Temper Fate not going to find its mark. The stun, the Q does land there. Ackerman able to shield himself and get out of trouble.
Zamudo is also getting collapsed on once again. Oh, wait.
Whoa, Snaker on the chase. Able to flash forward. Top Lock takes a magical journey to safety.
Yeah, but now Snaker has no flash. He's going to be a better target to try and go for with the ultimate from the Bard. That being said, they do pull away top love. They are trying to look for this dragon. They have some of the members here. And also they know that Scary is on the top side. So that means that now it's a free dragon. Second or third dragon of the game going the side of ISG. Second dragon for ISG. But they are in a pretty equal spot. Like, I don't think either team is really that far ahead. ASG may be ahead in the gold. But you look at top lane and Saltbay is just feeling really comfortable at this point. And this is a solo kill, if I'm not wrong. Saltbay probably just running him down, and with no remove Scorby, which I think was down because it was previously used. Actually, no, he just out-damaged him. It was just way more damage, and that's it.
Damage. He just pummeled him. Oh, and Leza. I didn't even see this. Leza was so close to getting that. I did not see that on the first go-round. My bad, dude. Jose Dioto grabbed himself a second dragon. So now the soul point is on the cards in 5 minutes. And the Surus, very, very slowly but surely, getting into a decent spot here. Snaker's on his second item. He's got that Runon's very, very valuable for Azeri. See how this one ends up going. Again, do or die for Leviathan. If they lose, they get a spot next year, but it's a long, long wait until January. Believe me, we are in mid-late August. Yeah, it's not
It's
ideal.
quite a long time. It's funny how we say
time.
that for Leviathan, and then we consider ESG's year. It's not over after this.
Yeah, even if they lose this one and the next one, no, you still got the promotion tournament, right? I would say it would be pretty cool to see like a LATAM South, like an LRS team promote just kind of out of nowhere,
Yeah.
right? I mean, and to keep like 2 LATAM teams, right? I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah, it would be fun seeing the LATAM just keep themselves in the ecosystem as much as possible. The same way that we obviously had there's Leon on the other side, and actually just as a quick shout out, there's not a bad chance that Estral may qualify as well. Just quickly saying, their team unbeaten so
Estral,
far.
they're in LRN, right? Yeah.
Yeah, in the LRN, unbeaten so far. Actually brought some members from the Korean side, obviously, because that's what LATAM North teams do.
Yep.
But it's working out so far, so who knows?
Yeah. Those promotion relegation tournaments. I mean, like say what you want about this merger and this new format. There's good things about it. There's bad things about it. But I love a promotion relegation tournament.
Yeah.
That is, it's high drama. No matter how you look at it, it is just pure entertainment. very, very excited for that. And we'll, I don't know, I guess I'm not going to make any promises here, but we'll see if we can't, we'll cover that in some way, shape, or form, these promotion relegation tournaments. If you have any questions about CD, right, the second tier in Brazil, RMC is your guy, at randommcaster on Twitter. He knows everything about everything when it comes to that, watching and co-streaming every single game on his Twitch channel. Shameless plug. Join in him. It's a little later than, like, in the day than what our broadcast is right now, so it's like effectively like, 1 o'clock on the East Coast, like 2 or 3 o'clock actually on the East Coast, but anywho, Jose Deodo is going to eke you out of trouble. We reached a bit of a stalemate, as you can tell, going into podcast mode right now. Just 3 towers taken, just 3, the 3 dragons, and not really too much of a gold lead to speak about one way or the other. But the spotlight has to be on these 2 top laners, right, TDS? I mean, they're on 2 items. They are looking really, really strong. And it's just been a bloodbath. I mean, kind of all series long. These 2 top laners have gone at it. One's mid of the wall. Ishtal's impact. There's the Impale as well. As Ackerman will go down. As Tempered Fate not going to find its mark. But he did get the flash out of Jose Deodo. On a Jarvan, that is big.
Yeah, you take out some of the engaged tools. You also take out the heal from Ackerman plus the kill. There is the Attica now going to be started and more than likely going to be killed here. And there's the thing, they have the angles to try and force it. They have the members to try and force it. The ideal part here is to make it so that you can get the objectives early on and put ISG into a top decision-making position. That being said, like, it's not like ISG is going to suffer too much from this. They still have the GP, they still have the Seri. They just need to play around the fact that they have 2 really great scaling champions, and as long as they reach the late game, that's going to be perfectly fine.
Yeah, exactly, and we're well on our way to that, right? Still at kind of 22 minutes, so we'll see here. Top lot played with fire here, man. My brother in Bard, please be careful. Mid lane tier 1 finally goes down. Map opening up in truth here now for ISG. In a much better spot than they were just a little bit ago. And yeah, I mean, like, I'm trying to think about kind of how this late game is going to play out, right? You could go kind of 1-3-1, really on both sides. The 4-1 for sure, right? Between Jax and Gangplank. I think we're going to see Zamudo and Zothvi bash heads a couple more times here. But as this late game goes on, I mean, you give the edge. I mean, to me, I give the edge as far as just scaling to ISG, but Leviathan's not going to go out without a fight either. I think this game is really, really well poised to go the distance.
Yeah, they can fight it out really well, and the Yunara is a champion that you cannot ignore because she also has like a great later stage of the game. Also, the Jax can find a lot of value later on as well, and having the tank, a tank it's something that ISG doesn't have because they do have a Jarvan, but it's not a real tank compared to the Skarner. It's going to be really important as well when trying to check for different positions or trying to fight it out in different places. As Zamudo was trying to catch something of House of Guard, more than likely not going to happen, and it's only going to be a little bit. Oh, actually. That's a lot of damage.
Pops the ultimate and goes bye-bye. Yeah, that one was very intentional, unlike the last one. Able to get out of trouble there.
But
as Zamudo didn't really commit anything. Yeah, I was going to say, Zamudo committed nothing to that. And House, he committed a very impactful ability to that. And now House, he's just building straight damage. You knew he was going to. Leza leaving more of the carrying duties. Look, he's still going to do a lot of damage with that Leandry. That's going to chew through a lot here, especially into Scary. But the Dragon started up here. Surus, they have first purchase on it. Zothvi, don't think they have any eyes on him. So I actually have to be careful here. Waiting for their 5th member to show up. Zamudo looking for a creative way into this fight. Zothvi opting to stay hidden here. Looks like Leviathan are going to back off this one.
Yeah, they prefer to just give up the space here. And I like the fact that they weren't going to commit so heavily for that because realistically, they didn't have the space for it. Baron is going to appear, but they're not going to try and force it. And if they commit too heavily onto that sort of fight where they didn't have the right position for it, it could have been really, really bad for them. The Gangplank in that situation could have just thrived with the barrels plus the ultimate, and then Seri popping ultimate at this point in the game where she has so much damage, it can be really scary as well. So overall, like the decision making there, it does mean that they have to opt into a better fight next time because now it is soul point for ISG, and with soul point, it means that they will more than likely have to fight for the next dragon. Because Mountain Soul and a GP and a Seri can be scary.
Oh boy, yeah, it gets really, really awkward trying to deal with them. It's just so much more difficult as Zothvi trying to shove this lane out here. Yeah, I mean, we're going to get another fight in 4 minutes no matter what. Baron is up here, but neither one of these teams, I mean, we've got 8 kills in 24 minutes, right? Neither one of these teams want to be the ones that take that first full big risk unless you get that fight beforehand. Atakan was taken, though, I believe, by Leviathan, so that one kind of snuck under our radars a little bit. But Leviathan, they got a little bit of borrowed power there, so this game, pretty much dead even right now.
Yeah, the gold lead is way too little for it to actually matter as much at this point. I think level lead is going to be more important because you have House at level 16, an extra level for that ultimate is going to be meaningful. Same if, for example, if Snaker gets level 16, that's going to be big. Zamudo as well getting his next level on the ultimate is going to be important. And in the jungle as well, a little bit more levels onto Scary means that he's going to be surviving a little bit more as well. All in all, that's only the main difference at this point. It's only the levels. The gold, pretty negligible.
Yeah, it's definitely, getting there right now. And nothing to fight over either. Both these teams perfectly happy to just play it out until that next fight, right? Why risk swinging that gold lead one way or the other? Leviathan looking to bounce back from a truly tragic Game 3. They've got themselves in a decent spot right now, but it's all in the hands. I mean, not all in the hands of, but in a pretty good spot here for Zothvi and Zamudo, the big Zs, to be the big carries for both of their teams, as very quietly, the AD carries are slowly becoming monsters. TDS, Snaker is on 3 items right now. As CEO has just hit his LDR, to get really, really dicey here. Zothvi going to eat a barrel or 2, going to hop out of the cannon barrage, is now taking free damage for 0 as Zamudo survives the all-in here. Both champions blowing their ultimates but holding onto their flashes.
Yeah, Zamudo no one to all. They find Snaker there.
The Tempered Fate just clipped him, and a fantastic stun. Beautiful combo by the Leviathan support. Phenomenal work to take down the ISG AD carry, and that means it's Baron time.
That was the only way you could kill Snaker in that position. Stop him before rushing down, and then stop him before flashing out. Such a perfect timing thing coming in there by Top Love, and it means that Baron buff completely started a perfect bow. Zamudo has flash.
Got his flash, no ult, remember.
Ooh, Mace there.
Lay down the barrels.
It's still scary though.
Yeah. And after all that, still nothing. Still not willing to start up that Baron again. I kind of get it, right? Like, I don't know, man. I mean, I thought they might still go for it, but I guess I understand why not, right? But with Jose Deodo and Zamudo, they can do so much damage over a wall.
Ulti.
Snaker, and had the flash too.
Oof,
right, greeted for it
as well.
Yeah,
perfect.
Jeez. That is brutal. The back end of that, right? I mean, the fact that you commit flash just to die, when if you had committed flash initially, none of this happens. That's gonna sting.
And another important thing there is that they committed the flash on the side of Snaker to try and get that, and the Ghost. But there was absolutely no flash committal on the side of Leviathan. That means that for future fights, Scary has flash and ulti. You have flash and CC from Top Love. You have flash and ulti from House. You have flash from Zothvi. There's all the summoners still available for them to play it out. And another flash blown.
Another flash blown, this time by Leza. So now 3 flashes down for Isurus. And now they're going to set up for this Mountain Soul. Or I should say, taking it away from ISG. This Top Love just kind of raining damage down. Jose Dodo goes in. Got a little bit of shielding down. The redemption coming down. Now he's down a flash as well to try to get out of this. CEO trying to take advantage. Zothvi going in. Gets the stun down on Zamudo. Able to scurvy out of it. And now he flashes away. That is now 5 flashes down. And Zamudo just toast. There's the crash landing though from Snaker. It gets 1, but Yunara too strong. Gets 2 right back. There's the big impact. And Leviathan back on the board. It's an ace.
It's 100% on the back of the Bard here. Bard is taking away so many flashes, so much value, and I really don't understand why was Yoda re-engaged there. You were not in a position to try and force it. Your ulti is up, yes, but none of the members were ready to follow up on you there, and that just means that it's going to be more than likely Baron buff as soon as they come back here because there's still so much time. 30 seconds at the very least. But here, was Yoda trying to maybe engage here onto Scary, onto a champion that is meaningless to engage on, and that means that now they are forced into a really weird spot. CEO can jump in freely, even with the ultimate from Zamudo not in the best spot possible, and then the follow-up, for as much as they are able to find such big barrels, it's not enough because they are in an awful spot to try and play with. This is the thing, I think GP is such a good champion because of these situations, but then you see how the rest try to follow up, and they just fail in the process because they are not respecting the value from the GP in your own team, not in the enemy team, in your own team. You're not allowing for the GP to actually stack up those barrel damages.
Yeah, you've got to let that run its course to get maximum value out of that. You definitely got to play around the gangplank. You can't just set it and forget it. Zothvi gets caught in the Cataclysm, buys team some time with the stopwatch, but are they actually going to go in here? How's going over? Is this a good idea? The redemption comes down. Zothvi's tried for a long time. Shutdown goes out of the Karma. That's your best case scenario. Now, how's again overextending? I don't know about that, man. It just feels like Leviathan threw away a bit of this momentum that they had Posidiota looking to put the chase there onto
wait.
Scary. Snaker able to get damage onto CEO, but he's able to kite
CEO
backwards
has no
all
flash.
right here for now. Yeah, got no flashes here from anybody, pretty much. But after all that, they disengage. ISG looking towards the Baron now.
This is actually such a pretty free Baron, because even with South-based teleport, it's 20 seconds away. CEO and Top Love have no way of actually engaging, and Scary, if he goes too far forward, he's going to die. And there's all the members alive here. You have the barrels as well from Zamudo once again. You have to control the area. This is a Baron buff that it's going to be taking from the side of the Leviathan, and I think it's perfectly fine that or it's understandable why Leviathan didn't take the Baron buff in the previous play, because they didn't have the members with enough health to actually fight it out, and if they took too long, that was going to be Mountain Soul. But now that they actually lost the fight, even though they got the Mountain Soul, the Mountain Dragon, the Baron buff is going to be really useful to put pressure on the side lanes, and there's quite a bit of standing gold still on the side to really try and get back or keep on being ahead on the side of ISG. What I can understand is why follow up on Southbay. I think you just leave Southbay to die. If he can escape, good. If not, you just leave him there, and that's it.
Yep. Yeah, you got the dragon. You got your little win, right? Why jeopardize that? And now Isurus, they've got themselves a Baron. And they're up 2,000 gold off that, so a net 500, I guess, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah.
Dragon up in about 3 minutes, so you're going to have this buff for about a minute desync for that, right? But in that minute, right, you push out all the lanes, focus your attention down on the bottom side as well, push those out, and make sure that that Mountain Soul does not run away from you. ISG, they have been the more controlled and more tempered team in this one, right? Leviathan, again, just some of the decision-making has been head-scratching. It's a shame because outside of that, I might argue they've been kind of the better individual team, certainly, over the course of this series, but there have been some decisions that leave you just sitting there like, what is going on?
And that sometimes matters more than skill. If you take the better decisions, your skill can be like pretty meaningless in some situations. If you're able to run down the enemy team in situations that they are going to take dumb decisions, it's going to be much better than you being mechanically better than them. And it certainly worked out for ISG at some, I won't say all series long, I will say at the very least, at the crucial moments in the series, it's worked out better for them. And now with the Baron buff, with a clear lead, plus the Dragons obviously more in their favor, they can try and look for the next Dragon as it comes down in 2 minutes that it's going to come down, and also try and take down more of the side lanes as well.
33 minutes in, and those side lanes become a lot more important as they get longer and longer. Tier 1s are down on both sides, and the Tier 2 is down on the blue side. Mondo flank here from House.
But they saw it.
Oh. Yeah, but they saw it, and again, it's got to be synced up with the rest of the team. Gets the Impale there, buying a lot of time. Zamudo doing some damage, but it's just not enough. It all worked out. They pulled the trigger with the numbers advantage. ISG wasn't there to follow up on anything.
Yeah, that's what happens when you walk in as a team and you actually are able to find it. Even though Softway was a little bit disjointed, or actually House was a little bit disjointed, it almost looked like they could have traded out there. It's a really nice play that they were able to find. They did commit quite a bit to get that play, so the teleport from House to try and get it off. But overall, I just think that having this put a stop onto the Baron buff is nice. That being said, for the Dragon, it's still available, and they are going to be back up for the next Dragon fight. Great ulti by Scary, by the way.
Yeah, really good ultimate by Scary. I mean, just bought the rest of the team time, right? Like it just made it so much easier for that pincer to really manifest itself. I mean, again, if ISG, if they don't kind of collapse on it, doesn't really matter anyway, but still, I mean, ISG still a positive play for them at the end of the day, right? They get what they came for with the Baron. They have absolutely demolished the blue side of the map, but maybe not as resounding, shall we say, a victory as it could have been. Check in on some of the items here. Everybody's pretty much on 4 items. Again, this game is balancing on a knife's edge right now. ISG up 2-1 on their way to, if they win this game, play either Furia or Red, or, you know, a chance to maybe get on the plane to Houston in a few weeks here. It is a long road up the lower bracket to get to that final third spot for the cross-conference stage to crown our first America's champion ever here in 2025. Leviathan did well to get themselves back into this one, but after a couple, again, another overextension of the Dragon Pit, ISG have taken control of this game again with the Baron buff. They've got the momentum right now. They are one Dragon away from Mountain Soul. Everybody's here. It's a party in the Bot River, and everybody's invited. Bring your mom, bring your dad, bring your dog, bring your friends, bring whatever you're bringing to the potluck. It's going to go down here. It's going to go a long way to deciding who's going to win this one, not just the fight itself, but the Dragon as well.
Zamudo.
House in Between Worlds. Zamudo, yeah, he got decent
Zothby
damage
as
onto
well.
him. Zothby got chunked really, really low. There goes a
Oh,
Cannon
because the
Barrage,
dragon-
and it's swiped away by Leviathan. No Mountain Soul for anyone yet. Lightning Crash
perfect
goes down.
ulti there.
Cannon Barrage still ripping down.
Just get
as
out.
Leviathan, they see sense, and they say, absolutely not. We just got pummeled. We got our dragon. Let's get the heck out of that.
Yeah, Zamudo was on one side getting attacked on, but Zothby was also getting collapsed on the other side. Really good steal, though, from the Dragon there, and it's sole point for both teams now. And the decision to try and go in for the Dragon, I think it's much better from Leviathan there. I feel like if ISG just wants to go in and force it, you have Zamudo ultimate with the Jarvan to just commit to the engage and then play it off around that. But they are waiting a little bit too long, and that at the end makes it so that it's more difficult for yourself to really have the kind of value that you're looking for. That being said, the game's extremely close. Now, most members are at 3 items. Zamudo probably going to reach 4 items in the next pack. Same for Zothby. Actually, Zothby already on 4 items. And the carries are on 5 items each. Close to 5 items.
Yeah, more or less, right? I mean, yeah, 4.5-ish, essentially. Leza ever so slightly ahead of his opposite number. Snaker ever so slightly ahead of his opposite number. Got the upgraded boots as well. Yeah, a lot to keep track of these days in League of Legends, man, with the feet and everything. I mean, yeah, it's a much more complicated game than it was a little while ago. But in some ways, just play as a team,
yeah,
right? It's still a team game. House on this side of the wall here, scary, man. If they caught House there, that might have been curtains. Baron going to be up in about 7 seconds here. That could be where the next battle lines are drawn. And right now, it's Asurus with a little bit more control of the river, despite the Vision Crab, whose name I can't think of right now. Oh,
The crab.
yeah, the crab. Scuttle? Scuttle. There we go.
The Scuttle Crab, yeah.
Yeah, all right, there we go. So they know exactly where they are. A couple key ultimates not going to be available. Again, Cannon Barrage still down. The Weaver's Wall is down. Between Worlds is down as well.
Yep.
But a couple big ones available. The Transcend oneself
Top
from
Lock.
CEO. Oh, man, Top Lock might be in some trouble here, but he's still barred.
Oh,
He can
Zamudo
get
might be in
out and
trouble
get some
here.
damage down to the CC as well. He could be massive. There goes the stun. Tempered Fate not going to
the
find his
Battle's
mark.
getting
Zamudo,
destroyed.
all he's able to do is get the Cannon Barrage down, and that's just about it. Leviathan
realize that?
pounds with a fight. Very nicely done. Scary and company started it, but Leviathan played that fight backwards very, very nicely.
Yeah, they were looking for top lap there, but once again, it's a situation where Zamudo is maybe a little bit too far forward, and the barrels are getting destroyed so quickly that he barely has an opportunity to actually make use of them. Here, it's a push coming through. I think you have to give Baron, Turret here and Inhibitor if you're on the side of the ISG, because if you try and force a fight here, you may just end up dying.
Let's see. Leviathan looking to take it to a game
Minions are
5.
dead.
Yeah, the minions are toast. I mean, like, they're
20
going to get
seconds,
another
though.
wave here in a little bit. It's really just that mid wave. And the health bars aren't exactly in an ideal spot here. Ackerman can throw out those mantra Qs. Snaker's got to be
Snaker.
careful. Between Worlds goes out again. Canceled almost immediately. Tower 1 gets absolutely melted. Crash Lightning goes down.
Oh,
Scary
yeah.
with another Flash Impale. That might win Leviathan
Is
the
that-
game
no,
here.
that's it. It's the
Snaker
game.
looking for the miracle-based defense. Here comes Leza. It will not be
Stun.
enough. Just barely. Leviathan forcing a 5th game here in the lower bracket, in the LTA Clásico in the lower bracket.
I'm also kind of glad that we saw this corner get a win there, because such an undervalued champion for how much value he provides to a team, he's pretty much carried some of those fights with the ultimates and the CCs
man.
down there. But now we're going to game 5. We're 20 champions deep into the pools of everyone, plus the 5 bans. So it's going to be 30 champions in total going to be out this game. And now we're going to have to find what they can go for, what they can find to try and make a lot of value of. And also to try and see a little bit of a change up in mindset for some of this for some of the sides of ISG, because I feel like they are not really playing to their strengths and allowing a lot of the opportunities for Leviathan to really control some of those instances.
Yeah, I mean, I love a game 5 Fearless, right? And Skarner off the
Yeah.
table now as well. So really interested to see where, again, we still got things like the Silas on the board. I'd be stunned if that doesn't come out. We'll see if they want to drop the power pick of bans and just opt into those and just try to, fist fight their way out of this problem. But either way, we are going to get a game 5. And TDS, this one was really back and forth. Really kind of, neither team had a big lead. And even in that last fight, it wasn't just some 5-0 ace, right? It was just 3 kills, and then you had enough, right? And even then, it was really, really close. But Leviathan opportunistic with the holes that they found to advance the game.
Exactly. It's really, really close in the way that they are playing it. And a lot of that feels like it's because both teams are doing a lot of back and forths that at one point benefits one, then at the other point benefits the other. Like they are really just ping-ponging in certain situations, and it's really the one that capitalized on that one situation more, especially in late stages of the game, because we're reaching points of the game that it's plus 30 plus minutes, timings where everyone is dead, and when you're dead, you essentially are going to be out of the game for quite a long time, especially in the late game. So that just gives them more room to try and win out the game, and that's exactly what ended up happening there at the end, where they just got 2 picks, and that just meant game over. Or 3 picks, sorry.
Yeah, just a couple picks, and then the game ended up going down as it did. We got Silver Scrapes on the cards in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Last game of the weekend coming at you when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. Game 5, Silver Scrapes, the whole kit and caboodle. 20 picks, fearless bands in, plus the 5 bands. It's going to be a mess in the best way possible. I am 4x4.
Yep.
That is TDS. We hope you are having a good time. If you're having half as much fun watching these games as we are having casting them, then we know you're having a good time. TDS, it hasn't been like amazing League of Legends. Let's just call it out like it is. But it's been fun. It's been fun. I mean, we're getting
exactly.
5 games, right? It's a LATAM rivalry.
You don't go and see Dignitas against DSG for the gameplay. You see them because you want to see what the hell is going to happen with them. I feel like this is not quite that level because Dig and DSG are terrible and these teams are better than them. I will outright say it. But at the very least, like, you get the enjoyable factor out of it. And I'm glad that they are fighting it like head to head. Like, it's not like something where one team just rolls over and dies. It feels like both teams are rolling forward and both of them are dying. And that's still fun to see. As long as they get action, I'm glad with that sort of action. And any team can really take it. Like, I don't think any team at this point is favored. I feel like either of them can have a chance at winning.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it does feel like. I mean, I don't know. I came into this kind of feeling like Isurus were kind of the better team and had the higher ceiling. I think I've kind of changed my opinion on that because it feels like Leviathan. I don't know. To me, again, I'm just kind of spitballing here, but Leviathan. I'll put it this way. The games that they have lost, they have had opportunities to win. Again, that game, the Game 3 disaster aside, right? Even then, it feels like there have been just a couple of more oopsie moments. I actually feel like the more controlled team, for sure, right? When they get a lead, it's a little bit tougher for them to throw it away. But that doesn't, but like, you've got more X Factor players, I think.
Yeah.
Even as I say that, I don't know. It's been a weird series, man. It's been a really weird series.
Our
We're gonna get into
expectations
Game
were
5 soon.
here, and they are here now. Like,
Yeah,
they are
complete
in a spot
opposites,
that we
yeah.
were absolutely not expecting it. But that's also the fun of the series. Like, the evolution inside of the series makes it so that any change that happens, any like build up or attempt at doing anything, like, just completely shatters what we're expecting initially, and gives chances to other players to really step it up, or to someone to just fall over and cry. Like, one of the two. It can happen.
Yep. Into Game 5 we go. Azir, Yorick, and Ryze are the bans. Again, you see all those friendly faces up above your draft screen, or in the middle of your draft screen, I should say. None of those are going to be available, plus the 5 bans. So 30 champions off. Wait, no, hold on. 4 times 5, 20. Yep.
Yeah, 20.
Hold on. Wait.
Quick maths.
8 times 5. 50?
No, it's 20 champions that are out, plus the 5. It's 25. It's 30 champions in total, sorry.
No, I think it's 40.
Wait.
40 plus the bans. It's 50. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, so it's 50, yeah, because of the last 10.
Yeah.
Because it's
yeah,
20
okay.
per team. It's 20 per
20
team.
per team, exactly.
And it's 40 in total, yeah. So 50 champions banned away. That's why we see them going deep into the pools of banning Ashe. The champion that has barely scratched the surface of the series, banned away in the first 3 bans. Makes a lot of sense. One of the things that I'm curious here, it's going to be that mid lane pool, because once again, we already attacked a lot of the champions here. Ryze banned, Azir banned. I think I'm going for things like the Yone is still available that could be picked, but that's about the only other conventional pick that I can think of, as the Renekton, everlasting, ever confident, ever normal champion in the top lane picked here. Zamudo could go for an Aatrox though, still available and could be a pick for him.
Yep, he's never a bad idea. Is Renekton? Well, depending on who you ask, I suppose. But you know what I'm saying. He's he is ever present. I mean, so we'll see. And maybe blinding him is one thing, I guess, in the big 2-5 as they say. But we'll see. Kalista. Oh no. Well, congrats Leviathan on advancing. ISG. We'll see you in the relegation tournament.
Yeah, this is not looking that positive with the Kalista pick to start it off. Now, Kalista did receive some buffs in the recent patch. Will it be enough to actually make her an actual champion? That's the question that I'm not sure there. The Cho'Gath, though, I'm fine with the Cho'Gath, actually. I think not a bad champion. The Hover in the previous game was kind of interesting. He's a really, really strong tank. And also the silence against a lot of the champions is so effective. Plus the knockup, obviously. So Cho'Gath going to come through. The Kalista still available. And in support, you can go Renata still. So you can go Renata Kalista. And that is a pretty strong duo anyway. And then for junglers, the Nocturne is still available. Yes, could be a not a bad choice here. Has fallen a lot in priority, even with the Orianna, but it's still a strong enough jungler to really go for. And the Maokai as well. Surprised that we've gone so deep and Maokai is still barely attempted.
Yeah, I'm surprised it kind of took us this long, but it shows you how interesting the jungle pool is. Yone, you kind of called it out as, look, we might be getting into that. And House, he loves a melee carry, man. For better or for worse, we are getting House on a high-impact carry. But I think, crucially, look, this comp is pretty short range, and
Could be a twist here, actually.
into the... Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, could see that. Your 80 carry is left, right? I mean, do you go like a mage bot for CO maybe, right, on Ziggs duty? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think the shorter range this composition get. Oh man, Renata. I mean, obviously, okay, with the Callista, right? You like the Callista Renata, but into these 3 picks right now.
It's really good.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, it's actually really nice the what they're drafted onto the side of Leviathan, because these champions are going to be so bothered by the silence, by the knockup, by their Nada ultimate. Like, all of these have so much inherent value that you can really make the most out of them. And Draven Band.
Yep, Draven Band, kind of crazy. But Smolder going to be taken away as well. I guess taking away the Smolder mid? Interesting.
Yeah, technically, it's the same. I think the same logic with the Tristana, right? Is that one of those scalers that can play a little bit onto the Yone with the range advantage, they can find value, and then Smolder scales greatly into the late game if you allow him to try and get to that point. It was also one of the matchups that you took Smolder before into the Yone when Smolder was played mid lane, so not against the pick here. Then the Misfortune, and Jhin is still available, so could be a Leviathan Jhin here.
LeBlanc going to be taken away. You wonder if that was a Leza ban or if that was a, whatever you're going to pick in the bot lane could get blown up and is going to be a mobile ban. Let's see. All right, 80 carry already taken for red side. So on blue side for Leviathan, you've got kind of free reign of that. What was that?
I was thinking if Diego maybe for Jose Diodo here. A carry jungler, not a bad choice.
Oh, no, it will be Jace.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, so there's your little more range on the ISG side. Still looking for a little more range, and maybe a mage on the other side, right? On for okay, that's real.
I like the 6 call out, but I've seen Aphelios rising up a lot in popularity.
We saw him yesterday as well in Loud Fluxo.
Yeah, so the Aphelios, I think, has been rising in popularity and can be played really effectively against short range, obviously, but also has a lot of tools to try and play the lane. I think more importantly, the 6 would have been great as well, but the Ezreal was banned in the previous game as well. Surprised that they didn't keep up with that, but it's going to be Aphelios Lulu, so what Suri couldn't play with last time, it's going to be this time around. And for jungle, Rek'Sai?
Yeah. So, I mean, well, let's see. I don't know about the Rek'Sai, man. The Rek'Sai pike cover, right? It's always what comes through. But again, I mean, look, you still have to hit the hostile takeover, right? There's, the theoretical and then the Amumu! Whoa!
Okay, absolutely not expected that at all.
No, not at all. But again, into this composition, it's easy to land the ults, right? Not the longest range unless you're on, Calibrum. For Aphelios, he's got to be kind of up close as well. But
even Calibrum, you can get on top of him thanks to Bandit Sauce.
Yeah. Man, oh man. Well, this is going to be wild. This is going to be a very, very interesting... Isurus, a high-risk draft here. TDS.
So, I think for Isurus this game, though, one of the biggest things that plays in their favor is the lack of tanks. Because, yes, you may see Maokai and Renekton, but Renekton is not a tank. And Maokai is not building tank or that much tank anymore. He's building Liandris into a little bit of tank and off magic damage. So you can actually lock him down and deal quite a good amount of damage, enough to be able to kill him. The main problem here that I see with the ISG's comp is that they're a comp that cannot fall behind. Because if they fall behind, there's no good tools to really try and turn around. Like, Cho'Gath from behind doesn't feel great. Amumu from behind doesn't feel great at all.
No.
Kalista from behind is really bad. And the only thing that kind of has value from behind is Jace because of the poke, and that's about it. So they cannot allow themselves to fall from behind. Where I think that for as short range as Leviathan's comp is, it's much more consistent. Like, you know what to expect with that composition. You know what you're getting, and you know what you're able to do with it.
Yeah, no, it is a little easier, more consistent, right? Easier to operate. You still do have the house factor, the house of it all. Giveth, taketh away, etc. Man, I mean, I will say, look, this is going to end the season for one of these two teams. as far as the drafts are concerned, there's no other way I would rather go down. I hope we get a bloodbath as well. I hope we don't get, these kind of high octane competitions, especially with something like a Callista and a Mumu, right? And stuff that, like you said, TDS, if you get behind early, it just feels abysmal to play. I hope we get a bit of a rock fight here early on to send us into the rest of our Sundays in high spirits.
Yeah, exactly. You either get down and dirty and win it that way or not do it at all. And I feel like that should be the motto for Latin America South in a way that it's representative of a good League of Legends as well. And for how we were expecting this game to go with, it's going to be fun seeing how much attention each of the laners is going to get, but what the Amumu will do. Because Amumu is also one of those junglers that can early gank, kind of like with the Jarvan. So there's also always a chance for Jose Dioto to just ignore some of the camps and immediately go to lanes, maybe try and feed Leza more, maybe try and feed Zamuro more, try and put them up as much as possible. I would like to see Jose Dioto just go into CO's face as well, a lot.
Yeah, no, just really get up close and personal and really make top lop work, right? Okay, you got to hit the polymorph, and then you got to, potentially ult, and you got to slow, and, you got to do all that, right? You can play defensively on this Lulu really well, but you got to pick one lane. Snaker and Ackerman are standing on the ward, and they have no idea as the W goes out and does not find anybody. But in this mid matchup, very, very interesting. Yeah, Jace Yone in the mid lane. Not what I thought. I mean, yeah, look, the Jace, you give yourself a lot of very, very, very needed range. I think that's about as highly as I can speak of the Jace here. But also, you're not really playing into any true tanks, right? And even Scary, if he goes straight tank, he's still on a jungle budget. So as far as softening everybody up for the rest of the damage to come in, right? I see where the Jace is cooking here.
Yeah, overall, the poke is going to be really, really meaningful, especially in late game situations where you know that you have an ultimate from the Cho'Gath that is strong enough to go over a huge amount of health bars. If you're able to soften them up way before that, it's going to be much more meaningful for the side of ISGS. Early in trade here, Zamuro needs to be careful. That's a lot of damage that he took there.
Wow. Yeah, that was really ugly. If Zothvi had one more ability up, I think that might have been curtains. Yeah, they both had flash, to be fair. But, yeah, Zamuro able to get the silence down. But that's just about it. Dorn's Blade and a Dorn's Shield as well.
On here, but I'm not sure if he wants to go for it.
Yeah, that close to the tower. I don't know. And Zamuro.
No, now healed. It's impossible.
Yeah, no.
The level 3 Zamuro just kills him in that position. So, good enough trade, not good enough to be able to get the early advantage. And I think that after this point, it's going to be pretty similar for both of them. Like, I'm not expecting to see a solo kill top lane at all, to be honest, after this point.
Yeah, no, that did kind of feel like the window, right? I mean, barring some misplays, right? As far as a true solo kill, I think you're right. We probably missed that window, unfortunately. But like we said, man, Jose Dioto, right? Look, I've been an Amumu enjoyer as long as this game has been out. The level 3 gank, man, is my favorite thing in the world, right? One quadrant of camps into make the mid laner poop his pants a little bit. It's my favorite play.
Yeah, that can almost always work out really well. Kind of similarly to the Jarvan fourth. So certainly if you're able to get to that point, it's always great to see. As Jose Dioto was pathing bot side, but really nice vision control to deny this sort of play from happening. And in the meanwhile, there's also Scary on the top side trying to go for a similar play with Zamuro potentially. But with the way that the waves are set up at this point, it's really difficult for Scary to find an angle to try and gank. So it's more than likely not going to work out, as maybe it's a fight for birds. Raptors?
Maybe. Yeah, he can clear those really easily. Bandage toss just barely didn't hit, and only because Scary pulled the camps out of their location. Maybe Jose Dioto can get a couple stragglers here. Yeah, he's able to get one at least, and no fight will break out. Both these champs going with the red egg as well. Little more firepower. Snaker and
making
Ackerman.
Themselves feel a little bit better there.
Yeah.
I will say, though, one thing that I'm kind of curious in this game as well, because the Mumu is also not a champion that will be as tanky, because typically we see as the Liandry's rush as well. So in that sense, he's going to provide good enough magic damage, but he's also not going to be surviving long enough that it's not going to matter as... Oh, okay, yeah, that's doomed. There's no play anymore.
Yep, unfortunately. Yeah, showed his face just a little bit. With a little bit of vision control there with the Scuttle Crab for Leviathan, feeling even safer of any potential shenanigans, right? Any sort of roam or any of that, but they know exactly where everybody is. And just like that. Yeah, Leviathan actually up a decent amount of gold here, and that's coming off the back of CO and Topla just giving it to Snaker and Ackerman.
Yeah, they really have been dominating this lane, and for a pairing that was picked specifically for lane domination like the Kalista Renata, it's really bad that you're getting this dumpstered at this point, or maybe not dumpster, but really attacked at this point so early on. And that's why I it's not like I dislike extremely the Kalista. Oh,
whoa! All right, who said
Level
we're
6
done with
was his.
solo kills? Guess not. Zothvi expending the flash and getting absolutely all of his money's worth for it. First blood to the Leviathan top laner.
Yeah, instantaneously flashing on the face of Samudo, and not expect Samudo disrespecting the potential level 6 there. Obviously, if he hits the silence there, that probably doesn't work out that effectively. But really nice timing they take advantage of. Samudo paying the price with his life, and already showing that Samudo is not that big of a thing, it seems like, because he's getting dumpster by Zolte at this point, 43-28, and the matchup is going to be really miserable now.
It's going to be really, really ugly. Ooh, goes right in and right back out as soon as he saw Jose Deodo show up. No level 6, crucially, for Jose, so, you know, wouldn't have been a death sentence, but, you know, Mumu has 2 charges on his Q now, so it can be really tough if you land the one, right, beta summoner out, line him up, land the other. But Amumu going for, actually both these champions, going for the Faded Ashes. And like you said, TDS, Amumu, not all that tanky, especially when you commit to the Conqueror Keystone, right? You want to be, so, like, this is a little bit more of a hybrid build, a little bit more of an AP, not quite the grenade build, like I like you know, like you just throw the Amumu in and he just goes boom, because he's got crazy high AP ratios, but generally you don't want to build him straight damage. So, you know, it's not the Aftershock, which is what you'd see on a more defensive build, but yeah, will be the Faded Ashes. Into, I think then just tank from there, I imagine.
Yeah.
Oh, a Snaker going to eat the Ignite.
He's taking a little bit of damage there, not going to be the biggest problem to try and deal with, obviously, and it's also not going to be the biggest damage dealing potential that you can go for here. They're trying to gank onto Samudo, but he does have flash.
Ooh, double flash expended. Very nicely done by Scary. Just chained everything so well. CEO gonna walk into one of the easier kills he will have set up for him. Meanwhile, trying to get from the back on the top side. Jose Deodo sets it up, but he will pay for it with his life. It's a 1-for-1 on the top lane.
Oh, and it's really unlucky there because Jose Deodo re-engaged with the ulti on with the what is it called, the revive on himself, but he got revived just as the turret shot came through. If he actually got turret shotted before getting revived, he probably would have survived. Lucky, but it's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. A 1-for-2, sorry.
Yeah, essentially, at the end of the day. See? Another replay here up on the top side. Yeah, I mean, this was just like you said, Zamudo had the flash, but Scary, not afraid to commit the first flash initially, but because he knows, right, once you get that W down, it'll follow him wherever he goes.
Yeah, and I'm thinking maybe if you're going to flash, you have to flash way before that, or if you're going to try... The fact that they still got that kill is surprising with the fact that they failed the flash, but it's enough to show how powerful the ultimate and the re-engage from the Amumu was there. Still, Snaker getting a kill is important, maybe not enough to actually turn around some of the bad situations that is happening right now in the bot lane with Samudo, but overall, it's keeping the game in a spot where you can actually fight it out. The problem is that Zio has a kill, and that's an Aphelios with a kill on his name that it can carry the game out really effectively, where Snaker can fight it out, yes, but he's also a Kalista, and he's not going to scale better than an Aphelios at all.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be a lot better. Absolutely. Grubs next on the menu here. Scary will mop up all 3 of them. Leviathan in a pretty good spot here early, but again, it is early. 4 kills in 9 minutes, though. That's exactly what the doctor ordered here. We might run into a 5th one here as Zothvi pops the Dominus, gets a full combo onto Zamudo, and then some. Vorpal Spikes aren't going to find its mark. The knockup doesn't find anything. Jose Deodo saves the day.
Yeah, wait. Zamudo still needs to be careful. Like, he can die here, so he has to wait it out a little bit, get the health back, and now he can try and play it off.
Let's see, able to get the stun down, and that's about it. Yeah, couldn't get the full combo down. If he had the Dominus still up, I think that might have been curtains for him, but just not enough damage.
But that's a play where Samudo used ultimate and he didn't die, or sorry, where Salty used ultimate and he didn't die. Samudo was able to survive long enough there.
Yeah.
So maybe keeping the hope alive for as long as possible. Now, dive attempt here, House has ultimate, Scary has ultimate, everyone has ultimate. Even teleport coming in, holy.
Nature's Grasp and a Moonlight Vigil, that's a lot of damage, and the hostile takeover will land on a CEO, but he gets nothing. Very nice Fate's call there.
Counterplay.
Yeah. Yeah, that actually worked out really well. And a lot of resources expended as well, right?
Yep. Teleport, ulti out. Samudo now has some free space. overall, this is an important win for ISG. Yes, they are losing out on some damage in the top lane, but realistically, they were getting collapsed on anyway. So the fact that you committed so much and you still lost 2 plates in favor of the Jays, plus Zamudo getting a couple of gold as well down there in the bot side, that's still really good for ISG. And Zamudo was desperately in need of gold. So this is really important to try and recover some of that.
Yeah, he was in low-key like a really rough spot coming into kind of the midpoint of this game here. Zothvi had been having his way with him a little bit here. House not on his first item yet, but those Zerker's Greaves right on the Yone will delay that just a little bit here. Leza looking like he's going into that full lethality, upfront burst damage. The poke that we talked about can be so valuable, softening these targets up for Snaker, Josedioto, and Zamudo to finish them off. We haven't seen kind of that big, deadly hostile takeover yet either, but I'm still kind of maintaining that, man. Like, this is a very short-range composition for Leviathan. If you can get the big ult, Amumu and Ackerman, Josedioto and Ackerman are going to get massive value out of both of their ultimates. Looking ahead here, is Leviathan in the lead here, right? Got themselves the petals, the grubs, all that good stuff. And now with the next dragon on, or actually the first dragon, I should say. The last game we had the dragon taken almost immediately. This time around, we're looking at 12 minutes here, probably before this dragon is taken.
Yeah, going to give them a little bit of room to actually be able to go for the dragon, but if Leviathan is still with the grubs going their way, I think this game particularly much more valuable than the previous ones because you have the Yone and the Renekton, 2 great split pushing champions that can really find their way into the backline or into the turrets on the side lane and make it so that they can take turrets really quickly. And with that, try and put a little bit of pressure on the map, much more than in previous games, I would say.
I think so too. Yeah, I think that's how it'll play out, but see how it goes here. Yeah, I'm having to reacquaint myself with the Aphelios abilities and whatnot, right? I feel like I've heard 5 different versions of, like red, white, don't fight, and people just are making stuff. Oh, green, white, don't fight. It's just like anything with white, don't fight. Like I'm trying to remember all the different isms here for the Aphelios, but still a little bit of a ways to go before that gets really, really, truly dangerous. Leviathan going to start this up. Let's see if they kind of continue on it. Ackerman got the vision down. I actually know where Leviathan are. They're going to grab this first dragon. It's all coming up well for Leviathan here early on. So Josedioto looking for potential cheeky play here. House, I don't think knows he's there. He knows Leza's there.
Oh,
that Q's going to follow him, but that's about all
that works like that? I didn't know that.
Guess so.
Okay, that is unlucky that it didn't pan out into anything because of the knockup, but it's still really good that they are able to get on top of the Yone like that. They are still able to push away the wave, and the dragon still goes the way of Leviathan, which we kind of expected was going to happen, just based off of the control that they had on the bot side. But it's not necessarily bad for ASG. Giving up the dragon, it's not the best thing, but you're in a spot where you need to get gold. You need to have Zamudo be strong, you need to have your poke from Leza be meaningful, you need to have Josedioto start having a little bit more impact, and you're going to achieve that by getting gold. So the fact that now they're finally getting their first items, every member is going to feel a little bit better. Zamudo going to have the potential to stock up his tankiness as well with I almost always forget the name of this thing, the heart thingy. It's going to be good. Heart steel. It's going to be good enough to at the very least get towards the point where you can be powerful. And the more health Zamudo has, the easier it's going to be to execute people.
Yep.
OCO.
Oh. Able to get yoinked there by the handshake. Damage coming in over the top. CEO able to cleanse his way out of that. Like, it doesn't land. There's that second Q for Josedioto. Gets 2 with the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but the follow-up just isn't there.
Oh, really good there. Leza also flashed in to try and get it, but it's double flashes out from the bot lane plus a cleanse. That's a good trade, in my opinion, for the side of ISG. And it's not like they committed way too much value. Maybe Leza's flash, it's kind of the only thing that you're feeling bad about. But he was going to try and do something anyway, and Leza's flash is not as important as Snaker's, Ackerman's, or Josedioto's at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, you're still a ranged champion, right, at the end of the day. So not the worst thing in the world. You want to call attention, though, to the Serpent's Fang there in the mid lane. You see the turret plate in gold, pretty much even. What do you like about the Serpent's Fang?
So the value of the item is almost always having the shields, and knowing that you're going against the Lulu, that shield cracking potential is going to be great. You also get, I'm not sure how much lethality is, but it's one of the items that give quite a bit of lethality.
It does give a good chunk, yeah.
So it's, in general, it's just a good item for what you're trying to go for. And I think that after that, going for the Manamune kind of covers 2 of your main problems. I'm not sure how much of a spiking item it is though. So it may be a situation where if Leza gets slowed down at some point, you may lose out on some of the extra damage value that you were looking for. But in general, I like the item. I think it can work out really well. And Salty will get the first turret of the game.
Wow, after all that, we got such a bloodbath in the first kind of 8 minutes and then just nothing. Only the first turret of the game going down at the 15-minute mark. Man, oh man.
This really goes to show the way that the game has been going so far and how they are trying to like control it or manage it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think you touched on something there, right? It's basically an anti-Lulu button. Like, yes, okay, the extra health from the wild growth and the polymorph, right? Those are still annoying aspects of this champion, but she rushed to Mikhail's, actually both champions rushing the Mikhail's here to cleanse out of, I mean, one's against the Amumu and one's against the Maokai, or the Renekton stun, essentially, right? As second items are starting to come through here, well, it's starting to, kind of be built here. But Leza, with a really nice, I mean, because Lulu's so good into these poke comps, right? Just negates a lot of it, but you can just slam that Serpent's Fang. Well, guess what? Shoes on the other foot now.
Yeah, it's going to be in a spot where now they need to see what they can try and accomplish here. But overall, I think that the game is at a point where both teams still are feeling comfortable, still have... Oh, that is 30 health.
30 health.
A breeze will take down the turret.
Yeah. Yeah, if you breathe on that turn wrong, it's going down.
And also mid lane turret falling down, opening up a little bit more space here for the side of ISG. Still really, really good. So pretty equal in general. Like really, there's not that much difference apart from the 1,000 gold as upward by Ackerman was trying to be attempted, or actually no, back by Ackerman was attempted, but nothing is going to come out of there. And it's only going to be the Rift Herald to respond to the turret, probably going to be taking down. And pretty equal in general, just what they're trying to accomplish here.
Back and forth on the map, second tower of the game for Leviathan.
This may be bad for Zamudo though, because he's going to die here more than likely after the turret falls down.
Ooh. Okay, and you got the flash. All right, you'll take that, right? Even if you can't take down Zamudo, that works. I mean, you get decent value with the flash out of Cho'Gath, right? The flash silence or the flash knockup. So the flash devour or feast, I should say. So not the worst thing in the world, definitely is. Leza looking to get going here, completed that Mana Moon, or that Muramana, I should say, will be a Mana Moon soon enough. Jose Diodo has wrapped up that Leandries. Let's see where he goes next. I think it'll be kind of, Sunfire slash Unending Despair Rush, some sort of burn item, right, as the Amumu. Just feels like you get a lot of value out of that.
Yeah, any burning potential is always great.
Yeah.
So Zamudo teleporting down here. Maybe they want to try and attempt to go for the dragon in this position, which Zamudo does. Another thing that we didn't mention is that the Cho'Gath always gives you the chance to have a second smite. Oh, Jose Diodo needs to be careful here.
Yeah, he's on the wrong side of the train tracks, man. They don't take too kindly to his kind around here. Able to get the Jose. Oh my goodness, coming to the flash there. Ay. That was a bit of a mess from Jose as the Nature's Grasp goes out. He did.
Okay, so he flashed ulti trying to kill someone, but the problem is that with his health bar there, it was more than likely going to fail, and that's precisely what happened. That's going to be dragging out, and I like the attempt at the flank, but the problem is that you're a Mumu jungle, so that means that your flanking potential there also costs you the dragon if you die.
Well, yeah, and you're a Mumu jungle with just a Leandris, right? Like you've got to make sure that's on, right? You have no defensive stats.
You're going to get killed, you're going to get traded, and the problem is that you didn't even get anything for your team. Not even a flash from C or maybe just a cleanse. Oh, House though.
Maybe in a bit of trouble here. Has to sidestep. Is that enough for Leza to close the gap here? Able to get out of trouble. Now the TP coming in. ISG see that and get the heck out of dodge. They are running backwards with their tail turned between their legs.
Yep, not a bad thing. They get a trade at the very least. Teleport for flash. Teleport for the dragon there, not a bad choice that they are able to try and get. And if they can make use of a teleport play after that, then it's going to be really meaningful. But it feels like a lot of the times we're mentioning potential things that ISG can do, but they don't do. Or that doesn't work like that for them.
Ooh, scary. Not really going to do much on Zamudo here, just kind of being a nuisance.
House is coming.
Yeah, he was buying time for House. That's exactly what he was doing. You're right. And Zamudo, maybe not paying a ton of respect to that. Let's see here. Look at the fear down. There goes the fate sealed. The knockup. If he can take someone down with him, the feast, not enough. Scary gets the kill. Bit of a tragedy, but you do take down Zamudo.
Yeah, they're able to take down the Samuto there. And Scary, he's not tanky, but he does deceptively a lot of damage there. And I think Samuto wasn't expecting that at all because he's built for armor, not built for magic damage at all. That's why he took so much damage in the process, and he ends up dying there, paying the price with his life, trying to take down a turret to get some gold, but because of how much time he spent there, he just cost the team a little bit more space in the map, and more than likely a push down here into the bot side.
Still only 5-1 after 20 minutes. 3,000 gold lead for Leviathan. Snaker's on his second item, the Gnasher's Tooth. Coming in here for Callista. I don't think I've seen this before.
Yeah, not a lot of... Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, like, am I missing something? Have I just like not? I just ignore Callista on principle, so I just haven't been paying attention to her builds.
The buffs were AP focused, so her E rend damage now is like I think like 20% more rend damage on the magical damage side. So that's why and the first I heard of this was watching a Reptile stream.
Nice.
Like I saw that. That's why I saw the AP build like getting buffed. But realistically, I'm not sure how much effectiveness does that give you or how different it feels compared to just going straight up 80 damage. So
a little bit of a fight here. Zoffy pops the Dominus. Scary out of trouble here. There goes the Gravitum. CO just raining damage on him. Zoffy's being a nuisance here. Snaker does show up. There's the hostile takeover. This could be ugly. Fantastic work by CO to dodge out of that. There goes the house with the Fate Sealed. Creates some gap close. Gets the Wild Growth up. That's a double kill for the Leviathan mid laner. Now Asuras are in some real trouble.
Yeah, not gonna lie, for that, just play Jinx, because it would have been at least more valuable than this. And Samuto there had no flash, had no way to get the kill, and it's just collapsing on members that are way out of position from the side of the ISG, and they are not respecting the value that Leviathan has in general. And we talked about this in draft. Like, yes, Leviathan's composition may be short range, but it's a known quantity. And the thing with known quantities is that they will work out 90% of the time, or maybe 80% of the time. Where what ISG drafted for, even though it looks okay and can be played, you need to be really specific about how you opt into this. And being behind, not having teamfight prowess, your members being disjointed, because I don't know why Lessa opted into trying to go for top love instead of trying to kill Softbait there. It just completely puts the teamfight in a disarray that you're not able to play against it, and just gives space for Leviathan to really destroy you.
How's typing something after that fight?
Of course.
I imagine, into all chat, but I guess we'll see. No one else that understands Portuguese on the other side. Maybe Jose Diodo does. I mean, maybe they understand Portuguese, but no one else that speaks it as a first tongue. I'll put it that way on the ISG side. Leviathan in a really strong position now. Related to the Ruined King plus Immortal Shield Bow has come in for House. He's just going to rip through anybody that tries to contest him and get the defensive power as well. Zamuda will be no match for him, just ripping through all that health. As Leza still 0-0-0 on this. Look, I mean, to be fair, look, there's only been one kill, so only so many assists to go around. But it still doesn't look that good. But Zamuda, man, 0-4 on the Shogath. I mean, and he's just been targeted all series long, just bullied.
Yeah, he's been the focus of everyone. That's 100% the case. I do think, though, that he has been Zamuda's...
Oh, nice! Yes, there it is. CEO mops it up.
Yeah, but I think that Samuto has been disrespecting the side of Leviathan quite a bit as well. Like, that's a play that you need to either flash before or not even go there, as Snaker almost dies in that position. And this is the thing, you're playing a Callista against a champion that actually deals damage later on in the game. It's not going to be really easy. And also, you don't have like good tools in the other lanes. Like, Samuto is barely a champion. Jose Diodo is playing a Mumu with an AP focus instead of a tank focus.
Yeah.
And then Lessa maybe poking, but he's not poking when he's split pushing on the other side of the map, and he hasn't even poked that well either. So now Snaker is just by himself doing damage, and he's barely doing damage.
Yeah, no, it's a tough one, dude. I mean, look, I don't know, man. The Callista, man, it's just not doing itself any favors right now. Like you said, you go up against a champion that actually does damage in the late game, and it's like, look, like with Callista, right? If the snowball gets going, right, it's fine, right? If it's okay, but like, it's just so much has to go right for this champion.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. The snowball needs to get going, and the snowball never get going in this game. And I do fault Jose Diodo a little bit here, because I feel like you should have just gone bot lane on repeat. Like, ignore yourself, ignore the other lanes, go bot lane on repeat, make Callista be a champion, and that way you do have a fighting chance. Because Samuto may die solo once, But he's a Cho'Gath. Like, you're playing with the
Yeah.
with the idea that he's going to eventually scale and be at that point. But at this place where he is right now, he's not going to feel the most comfortable possible, and it's just going to mean that you're giving more space for Leviathan to have 2 winning lanes
Whoa.
and barely have anything else to do. And even more so, funnily enough, Cho'Gath has been the champion that has dealt the most damage.
By like a mile.
Yeah. So that's
By
the thing,
an
like, his value
absolute
is
country
there.
mile. Jeez Louise.
His value is there, but the problem is that if he gets focused and dies, then what else do you have? And it's
Yeah.
weird to say that about a Cho'Gath that is built in
Yeah,
tank.
it does sound, it's incongruous. Yeah.
Just so difficult here. And yeah, Kalista probably not seeing the light of day after. But there's also what happens when you play the Fearless and you're into this point where you don't have a lot of champions. I will say though, Jinx was available. Jinx is still alive,
Mhm.
and she's probably
Jinx
crying on
Aphelios,
the
man.
side.
Like, we've been doing this for years.
Yeah, you were willing to play Suri, but no, Jinx, I question you a lot.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, when you put it like that. Yeah, no, it's because clearly, yeah, it's Snaker has that in him, and like Snaker, I mean, that's kind of been the book on him. Is like, look, he's good for a late game insurance policy, right? That's where he really thrives and shines, right? And plays more utility. Oy, yeah, oy. That is a lot of damage, right? Leza, hold on, How's going forward. Nature's Grasp out as well. Now
Yo, Baron is
bodyguarding
dead, though.
is Zothvi. Baron goes down. Fantastic. Oh, no, Jose Deodo. That is a one-way trip you don't want to be taking, my friend. Flash over. There goes a hostile takeover. It's just nothing. Nothing is going right for ISG. They can't do right for doing wrong.
Yeah, they can attempt at going there, but the problem is that they are way too late. The poke is going to be fine, but it's not going to be enough damage to get the kill. And the biggest problem there, I feel like if you're going to commit, you have to commit for a Hail Mary play. If it's like Jose Deodo kind of did, but there's no one else to follow you up on that. So you're probably not going to get anything. And not gonna lie, this is a sad way to end the series, considering how
Yeah, dude.
frequent it was. But like, I don't think it's a fault of the Fearless like format. I think it's a fault of the players, because this has been the series.
Jinx
in
was
general.
available, right?
Yeah, like this has been a fault of the players in general, and the series has been more dominated by Leviathan than it has been by Sirius. And in this last game, it just got accentuated even more.
Yep. It looks like these are the final lights for ISG. As their next task, it looks like, will be to fight their way back for a spot into Tier 1. While Estral try to do the same thing in the north. As they rip through the Nexus, it's just over. Isurus, against all odds, they throw it away. Scary and House, man, reunited from their. Actually, I don't know if they were on the same Kaboom roster at the same time, but man, what a strange series, man. What a long, strange series it's been. But House and the boys emerge victorious despite House's best efforts. They win a knockdown drag-out series, 3-2 over ISG.
Yeah, it really could have been a 3-1 when you think about it, if not for that second game. But like, in general, it just felt like ISG were never really the ones that should win the series, and at the end they didn't. So it kind of like balances out.
Yeah, it works out in that way.
So all in all, congrats to Leviathan, clearly showing that they are the kings of the ocean and destroying a measly shark pretty comfortably, to put it like that.
Yeah.
And for ISG, like, my worry with them going into relegation, it's not that they don't have the players to clearly do it. It's that they've been pulling off plays that I would question some of these players are capable of doing. Kind of like Jose Deodo. Like, some of them were questionable. I think the Shijao play was great, but then you see the Mumu on the set, and it's, not worth it in the way that it was. So you'd really have to change up some of the things that are going to go there. If Samudo is their top laner, hopefully that he can pull it through better. I will say also, Samudo, this is his first series in professional play. This is his first series in Brazil, so I'm not sure how long he was there. So it's important to also take that into account.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, like, ISG, they were playing with their backs against the wall, right? They were playing kind of against some odds here. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. Leviathan, like you said, it felt like a deserved win, right? They felt like they were the better team for, like, 70% of this series, and a lot of the mistakes were of their own doing. ISG just never really got going, right? There was never a moment where you looked at this series and said, damn, this team is just, like, they're just playing a cut above. They're just a head and shoulders above Leviathan, and that's the way it goes, man. All right, TDS, any final thoughts on this one before we let the people get on their Sunday?
I'm kind of worried about LATAM going forward to next week because I'm not sure if they win against Red or Furia. But like, hey, full support to Leviathan. Hopefully they can pull it off. But I'm not hopeful.
I am pessimistic about Leviathan's chances against either Red or Furia. Yeah. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Again, same time, same place next weekend. And next weekend or the weekend after, we have Friday, Saturday, Sunday as well. So the lower bracket's going to be wrapped up by the exactly. So 6 days, 3 days per weekend. Friday, don't forget, don't know exactly which batch are going on when. I think they've still got to do some seating selection and all that stuff. So, check out Lulpedia for that. But either way, we will be here to broadcast the games for TDS. I've been 4x4. Thank you to Dia for pushing all the buttons and pulling the strings, our fearless leader. As always, thank you to you guys for watching. We'll see you back here next week. Take care.